Hello, everyone. I hope your day went okay. Maybe even better than okay. Before we get started, do me a quick favor. Like, subscribe, and let me know what time you're listening tonight. Midnight? 3 a.m. Doesn't matter. We're glad you're here. And hey, like I always say, maybe you'll learn something before you fall asleep. Let's set the scene. It's the mid-1700s, and if you squint at a map of the world, you'd see Britain's fingerprints everywhere. From the buzzing ports of Bombay to the sugar-soaked fields of the Caribbean and deep into the piney woods of North America. This wasn't just a kingdom anymore. It was a jigsaw empire, each piece snapped into place with blood, trade, and ambition. And yet, something didn't quite fit. Sure, London basked in the glow of empire. Politicians toasted victories with Madeira wine, while merchants in Bristol counted their spoils from the triangular trade. But across the ocean, in the American colonies, that same empire felt less like a warm hearth and more like a distant landlord collecting rent on a house they'd never bothered to visit. The colonies weren't just under British control, they were British. On paper. But anyone who'd walked the cobblestone streets of Boston or haggled for shoes in the Charleston market could feel it. This wasn't England. It wasn't even close. Let's talk identity. The people in the colonies? They weren't exactly the same folks sipping tea in Mayfair. Sure, there were transplanted aristocrats and loyal English families, but there were also Dutch traders in New York, Scots-Irish farmers along the backcountry, French Catholics up in Canada, German pietists in Pennsylvania, enslaved Africans in Virginia, and native nations all across the map. This wasn't a melting pot. It was a simmering stew. And each ingredient had its own flavor. Britain, for all its power, governed from a place of distance, geographically and emotionally. Parliament saw the colonies as extensions of the crown, tools of trade and territory. But colonists? They saw themselves more as partners, or at least they wanted to. Here's the rub. The British Crown didn't really see it that way. Not then. The colonies existed, in the minds of most British elites, for one purpose: profit. They were economic engines built to extract raw materials, feed the empire's hunger, and buy finished goods from British manufacturers. The motherland would sell, the colonies would buy. Rinse, repeat. This arrangement had a name: mercantilism. It wasn't just a policy, it was practically a religion in Westminster. Under mercantilism, the goal was simple: export more than you import and hoard precious metals like a dragon. Colonial raw goods like tobacco, cotton, timber, and indigo were exported to Britain. In return, colonists got tax goods, finished cloth, tea, glassware, tools. If that sounds a little one-sided, it was. But for a while, most colonists didn't complain too loudly. Why? Because the Atlantic was wide, and Britain's grip was often loose. For decades, British officials practiced what historians call salutary neglect. Translation: as long as the colonies stayed profitable and loyalish, Parliament largely left them to their own devices. Smuggling? Yeah. Local taxes? Sure. Colonial assemblies making their own rules? As long as no one's starting a revolution, go for it. In practice, this meant that many colonists developed a taste for independence, economic, legal, and even political. They were building their own institutions, their own habits, their own sense of self. That's important, because once a child learns to walk, they don't like being told to crawl again. Let's be real for a moment. The average colonist in Massachusetts or Georgia had more in common with their local blacksmith than with some powdered wig noble in Parliament. Daily life in the colonies was messy, hard, and deeply pragmatic. You chopped wood, tended crops, traded with neighbors, or maybe bribed a customs officer if the moment called for it. Contrast that with the British ruling class, steeped in old-school hierarchy, obsessed with titles, rank, and legacy. To them, the colonies were full of social inferiors, rough-spoken bumpkins, wild backwoodsmen, and traders who didn't know their place. It wasn't outright disdain. Okay, sometimes it was, but more often it was indifference. Parliament didn't know the colonial people, and worse, they didn't care to learn. They governed from assumption, not experience. And when assumptions govern policy, things break. Here's the emotional heartbeat of this whole situation. colonists didn't stop thinking of themselves as British. Not entirely. They just started thinking of themselves as something more. They were British plus, British with a touch of Yankee grit, a splash of frontier risk, and a growing sense that this new world was more than just a branch of the old one. They were becoming, slowly and unevenly, American. Not American in the patriotic, flag-waving way that would come later, but American in spirit, in confidence, in frustration, in the growing conviction that they had something worth fighting for, and maybe, just maybe, something worth breaking away for. But we're not there yet. First, we had to talk about the war that changed everything. Before independence was even a flicker in anyone's eye, the colonies were caught in a very different kind of storm. A war that didn't start with cries of liberty or pamphlets about rights, but with muskets fired deep in the wilderness, over land, rivers, and trade routes. The funny thing? It wasn't even called the French and Indian War in Europe. Over there, it was part of something far bigger. The 7 Years' War, a global brawl between imperial titans, mostly Britain and France, that sprawled from Canada to the Caribbean to the coasts of India. But for the American colonies, the fight felt intensely local, almost personal. Because when your neighbor's barn is burning, you don't care what they call the fire in Paris. Let's rewind to the early 1750s. The Ohio River Valley was a lush, fertile expanse that both the British and French claimed as their own. Never mind that dozens of Native American nations had lived, hunted, and governed there for centuries. In the eyes of Europe's monarchies, the land was little more than real estate to be claimed, fenced, and profited from. The French, with their long-established trade networks and alliances with tribes like the Huron and Algonquin, began building forts in the region to protect their interests. Fort Duquesne, where modern-day Pittsburgh now sits, became a key flashpoint. Enter the British, backed by land-hungry settlers and ambitious colonial governors, especially in Virginia. They weren't about to let the French box them out. So who do they send to check on the situation? A 21-year-old surveyor named George Washington. This is where history gets messy and kind of ironic. In 1754, young Washington marched out with a small force of Virginia militia to politely ask the French to leave the Ohio Valley. What actually happened was less diplomatic. Washington's men stumbled into a skirmish in the woods and ambushed a French patrol. A French officer, Joseph Coulon de Jumonville, was killed under disputed and murky circumstances. The French were furious, and Washington quickly realized he was in way over his head. Scrambling to defend his position, he threw up a ramshackle fort he called Fort Necessity. The name alone should tell you everything. It was more mud than fortification, and soon French troops, along with their native allies, surrounded him. Washington surrendered. His first major military outing ended in failure. But here's the twist. Britain celebrated him as a hero anyway. In the telling back home, the scrappy colonials had stood their ground. It made great headlines. The truth? Washington had accidentally kicked off a global war. Now, this is where things get complicated. To call it just a war between the British and the French misses the point. The real story, the one rarely told in full, was about Native American nations caught in the middle. Some, like the Huron and Ottawa, sided with the French, who had long traded with them and generally didn't push for large-scale settlement. Others, like the Iroquois Confederacy, leaned British or tried to stay neutral, though neutrality was rarely an option for long. These alliances weren't just strategic, they were about survival. And they came with consequences. Villages were burned, crops destroyed, whole communities displaced. The frontier wasn't a line on a map. It was a place where life could be stolen overnight. Colonial settlers saw the war as a matter of expansion and protection. But for native nations, it was something else entirely, an existential gamble on which empire might threaten them less. Spoiler, both would. This war was the crucible in which many future revolutionaries were forged, but not without friction. Colonial militias fought alongside British regulars, but the relationship was tense. British officers often sneered at the colonials, calling them undisciplined, crude, and unreliable. Colonial soldiers, for their part, saw the British as arrogant, fussy, and hopelessly ill-suited for frontier warfare. Sound familiar? Washington, again, is a case study. He admired the British military, but also grew disillusioned with its pomp and rigid structure. Over time, he and many others began to feel that the colonists were pulling more than their weight, but getting little of the credit. The seeds of resentment were quietly being planted, right there on the battlefield. By 1763, after years of savage fighting, Britain emerged victorious. The Treaty of Paris was signed, and the map of North America was redrawn. France ceded Canada and all territory east of the Mississippi to Britain. Spain, which had entered the war late, backing France, gave up Florida. Native nations? They got nothing but betrayal and broken promises. It looked on paper like a triumph. Britain now controlled a massive portion of the continent. But every inch of that new land came with a cost. Financially, the war had nearly bankrupted Britain. They borrowed heavily, some £130 million in debt, and needed to figure out how to pay for all those soldiers, ships, and cannonballs. Militarily, they now had to police vast, new territories filled with resentful French settlers, angry native nations, and restless colonists. And here's the kicker. London thought the colonies should help foot the bill. After all, hadn't the war been fought, at least in theory, to protect them? In the taverns and town halls of the colonies, the mood was mixed. Sure, people cheered Britain's victory. Sure, they celebrated new lands won. But they also whispered doubts. Why had colonial troops been treated like second-class soldiers? Why was a British general, Geoffrey Amherst, refusing to give gifts to native allies and provoking new conflicts, like Pontiac's Rebellion? And why, after so many years of benign neglect, was London suddenly paying such close attention? Something had shifted. The empire had grown, but the trust between colony and crown had shrunk. In the ashes of the war, a strange feeling lingered. Not quite anger, not yet rebellion, but unease. Something was coming, and everyone, redcoat, settler, native elder, could feel it. The dust had barely settled from the French and Indian War when the crown came knocking. Not with medals, not with thanks, with invoices. Your protection has been expensive, Parliament seemed to say, and we expect reimbursement. It was like a dinner guest turning to the host after dessert and saying, by the way, we're splitting the check. And the colonies? They weren't amused. Let's talk numbers for a second. By 1763, Britain's national debt had more than doubled. The cost of global conflict, navies, armies, mercenaries, supplies, was staggering. The crown owed roughly £130 million, an astronomical figure at the time. Even interest payments were a crisis in themselves. So Parliament did what governments often do when they need cash. They looked around for someone else to help pay. And the colonies? They seemed like an obvious choice. From London's perspective, this was entirely reasonable. The war had been fought, at least on paper, to protect British subjects in America. Surely they could contribute a modest sum to help maintain the troops and fortifications that now stretched across a vast and volatile frontier. But hayraced the thing, nobody asked the colonists how they felt about it. Emotionally, the colonies were still catching their breath. The war hadn't been some distant affair. It had unfolded in their forests, burned through their villages, and buried their sons. Thousands of colonial soldiers had served and died under the Union Jack. And now, the mother country wanted to treat them like tenants instead of partners? Worse, the tone from Parliament wasn't just demanding, it was dismissive. Colonial assemblies were brushed aside. Requests for representation in decision-making? Ignored. London was acting like a parent who had suddenly decided their child needed strict curfews and mandatory chores, after years of letting them do as they pleased. You can imagine how well that went over. To be fair, there was logic behind London's moves. The frontier was unstable. Native resistance was flaring up, Pontiac's Rebellion being the most immediate example. British soldiers were still dying, forts still needed supplies, and the empire's borders weren't exactly secure. In that light, Asking the colonies to help pay for their own defense seemed fair. Pragmatic even, but logic doesn't win hearts. And in the colonies, the issue wasn't just what Parliament was doing, it was how they were doing it. Without debate, without consultation, without respect. You know how sometimes it's not the thing itself, but the way someone says it? Exactly. Let's walk through a few of Parliament's early post-war moves, because each one poured fuel on the slow-burning fire. On paper, this was a peacekeeping measure. The Crown drew a line down the Appalachian Mountains and said colonists couldn't settle west of it. That land, they claimed, was reserved for native nations to avoid further violence and rebellion. In practice, it enraged land-hungry settlers and speculators who just fought a war for access to that very territory. To a farmer in Virginia or Pennsylvania, this felt like betrayal. They had risked everything. Some had already moved west, built cabins, cleared fields. Now they were told to abandon it all. That wasn't peacekeeping. That was insult. Then came the Quartering Act of 1765. It didn't require colonists to let British soldiers sleep in their beds, despite what later propaganda would claim. But it did mandate that local governments house and supply troops stationed in their regions. The law forced towns to provide barracks, food, and fuel for soldiers many saw as unnecessary at best and oppressive at worst. From the British side, it was just logistics. From the colonist perspective, it was an invasion of privacy, a symbol of surveillance. A standing army in peacetime? That was suspicious. Who were these troops really here to protect? And from whom? This one hit merchants and smugglers hardest. Passed in 1764, the Sugar Act lowered the tax on molasses from 6 pence per gallon to 3, but enforced it much more strictly. British customs officials were suddenly serious, with expanded powers and the authority to try violators in vice admiralty courts. Read, no local juries. It wasn't just about sugar. The law also taxed wine, coffee, silk, and other imports. And more importantly, it signaled a shift. Parliament was no longer just regulating trade. It was raising revenue directly from the colonies. To colonial merchants, especially in bustling port cities like Boston and New York, this was an existential threat. Their profits, their livelihoods, their sense of autonomy, all suddenly under scrutiny. And remember that Atlantic smuggling economy we talked about earlier? Yeah, that was under siege now, too. Here's where things get subtle, but important. At first, most colonists weren't demanding independence. They weren't anti-British. They weren't plotting revolution. What they were doing was starting to ask questions. Uncomfortable ones. Who gave Parliament the right to tax us directly? Why don't we have representatives in Westminster? Why are our rights as British subjects being ignored? The old loyalty was fraying, not because colonists had stopped loving the empire, but because the empire seemed to have stopped loving them back. And slowly, that distance, the emotional and political gulf between us and them, was growing. This is where the conversation started moving from town halls to taverns, from merchant ledgers to the printing press. The language of rights, liberty, and fair treatment began slipping into public discourse, not as rebellion, but as reminder. A reminder of what it meant to be British, and how it felt like those promises were being broken. Some writers, like James Otis in Massachusetts, began making legal arguments. Others, like merchants in Boston and Philadelphia, pushed back economically, refusing to buy British goods. These were early rumblings, little tremors, but they mattered, because once people begin to question the nature of power, the next step isn't far off, imagining what life looks like without it. By the mid-1760s, the colonies weren't just simmering, they were beginning to seethe. And yet, most folks still weren't shouting revolution from the rooftops. It wasn't that dramatic yet. Instead, it felt more like an everyday tightening, like boots that once fit comfortably but now pinched at the heel, or a rope slowly pulled taut, knot by knot, until your breath caught. Every new law, every fresh demand from London, felt like another yank on that rope. We touched on this earlier, but it bears repeating. The proclamation of 1763 wasn't just about land. It was about identity. Imagine a Pennsylvania settler Hood fought alongside British troops during the war. Maybe he lost a brother at Fort Duquesne, survived a winter without boots, dreamed of settling on the wide open lands just west of the mountains. Then suddenly, a royal decree declares that land is off limits. It wasn't just frustrating, it felt like betrayal. The British saw the proclamation line as a peace offering to native nations, designed to prevent another costly war like Pontiac's Rebellion. But most colonists didn't see diplomacy. They saw a crown siding with savages over its own citizens. A dream deferred, a slap in the face. And while technically the line was law, it was poorly enforced. Thousands defied it. Families packed wagons, forged into forbidden valleys, and set up homes they knew were illegal. It set a dangerous precedent, colonists ignoring imperial authority whenever they felt it didn't serve them. Sound familiar? Now, let's get into something even more personal, your home. The Quartering Act didn't, as later myths claimed, force colonists to sleep with soldiers in their living rooms. But it did compel local governments to house British troops, whether the towns wanted them or not, in barracks, inns, or even private buildings when public ones weren't available. That was a big ask. Think about it. These weren't foreign invaders. Technically, they were British troops. But they weren't your troops. They didn't answer to your town council. They didn't live by your customs. And their very presence said, "We don't trust you to keep the peace on your own." It grated on the nerves. It wasn't about food or firewood. It was about dignity, about autonomy. The thin line between protection and occupation was blurring, and folks were beginning to notice. On the surface, the Sugar Act of 1764 looked almost reasonable. It actually lowered the existing tax on molasses. But the devil, as always, was in the details. The key shift wasn't the rate, it was the enforcement. Before, colonists had happily smuggled molasses from the French West Indies, slipping customs agents a wink and a coin. Everyone knew the game. Now, British revenue officers were everywhere, empowered and aggressive. Courts were moved out of local hands and into the control of imperial judges with no jury and no sympathy. The act also broadened the scope. Wine, coffee, silk, lumber, all suddenly taxable, all under scrutiny. To the merchant class, this wasn't just regulation. It was surveillance, a creeping intrusion into the economic life of the colonies. And for the first time, people started talking seriously, not just grumbling about rights. Let's take a moment for the smugglers. These weren't just shadowy figures in back alleys. Many were respected businessmen, pillars of their communities. They saw British trade restrictions as artificial barriers to success. And honestly, many believed they were doing the right thing, supporting local economies, avoiding unfair monopolies, thumbing their noses at a corrupt and distant government. Sound like someone you've heard of? John Hancock was a notorious smuggler before he was a founding father. In fact, British authorities targeted him precisely because of his popularity and his pocketbook. The Sugar Act put men like Hancock under pressure. But that pressure didn't squeeze them into silence. It forged them into symbols. And that's the danger of cracking down too hard. You don't always shut down resistance. Sometimes you create heroes. By now, colonists weren't just frustrated. They were beginning to organize. In cities like Boston, taverns became centers of discussion. Newspapers ran scathing essays about Parliament's overreach. Assemblies passed resolutions defending their right to self-govern. Committees of correspondence quietly sprang up between towns, linking protest efforts across colonies. This was new. Colonial America had always been fragmented. Massachusetts and South Carolina didn't exactly swap birthday cards. But the shared pain of these new laws created something stronger than geography, a growing sense of we. We the colonists. We the taxed. We the ignored. Let's pause here. Why was London acting this way? They weren't evil masterminds. Most members of Parliament genuinely thought they were being fair. They didn't understand why colonists would balk at paying for their own defense, or why they were suddenly screaming about liberty when all that was being asked was a few pence per gallon. But here's the critical point. They didn't understand the colonies anymore. Not emotionally, not culturally, not politically. They still imagined them as loyal children, grateful for protection, eager to serve the empire. They didn't see the independent merchants of New York, or the stubborn farmers of New Hampshire, or the southern planters growing wary of interference. They didn't see the change happening under their feet. Each new law, each new tax was meant to reassert imperial control, to get the colonies back in line. But the colonies weren't misbehaving. They were evolving, growing, becoming something different. London was trying to govern a different country using the rules of an old one. And so the rope kept tightening. Each act of parliament pulled it a little closer. Each redcoat marching through colonial streets made it a little harder to breathe. And no one in London seemed to notice. Here's the thing about history. It's not all bayonets and battle lines. For every tax protest or law passed in London, there were thousands of ordinary people in the colonies going about their days, milking cows, haggling over prices at the market, gossiping about the preacher's sermon, or trying to keep the hearth fire lit through the damp season. Revolution was a slow burn, and most folks didn't wake up in the morning thinking about liberty or representation. They thought about bread, or rain, or whether the neighbor's hog had gotten into their cabbage patch again. So let's step off the political stage for a moment and take a look at what life actually looked and felt like for the average colonist. Because behind every pamphlet and protest was a life. Messy, funny, fragile, and very, very human. If you really wanted to know what was happening in a colonial town, you didn't go to the governor's mansion. You went to the tavern, or the blacksmith shop, or the general store. Or maybe you just parked yourself under the town square's big elm tree and waited. Because sooner or later, the news would come to you. This was the colonial internet. Word of mouth, shouts across a dusty lane, or notes nailed to wooden posts. Sure, there were newspapers, more on those in a second, but news often traveled first by rumor, shaped and reshaped like a well-worn story passed down over dinner. And in places like Boston or Williamsburg, people paid close attention. A new tax? A British ship at the dock? A scuffle between redcoats and kids in the street? Within hours, everyone knew, and everyone had an opinion. Taverns weren't just watering holes, they were nerve centers. Politicians, merchants, farmers, printers, and passers-by all mingled over ale and cider, debating politics or complaining about prices. These places were chaotic, smoky, and loud. There might be a fiddler in the corner, a dice game by the fireplace, and a preacher trying and failing to steer the conversation toward temperance. But amid the chaos, ideas spread. Complaints turned into petitions. Outrage turned into organizing. The line between bartender and political agitator was often thin. Samuel Adams, after all, brewed more than beer. And sure, not everyone who passed through the doors wanted rebellion. But after a few mugs and a fiery speech, well, mood shifted. Most colonists weren't merchants or smugglers. They were farmers. Plain and simple. From sunrise to sunset, life revolved around the land. Clearing fields, planting corn, mending fences, feeding livestock. Seasons dictated everything. A cold spring could spell disaster. A late harvest meant hungry bellies through winter. And it wasn't just men in the fields. Women ran the households, baking, sewing, raising children, keeping accounts, and often managing small plots or livestock of their own. Labor wasn't gender neutral, but it was absolutely shared. If you didn't pull your weight, your family felt it. Children worked too. No TikTok, no algebra homework, just chores. A lot of them. Fetching water, collecting eggs, picking stones from fields. Education? Maybe if there was a school nearby and the harvest allowed for a break. Family was the core unit of survival, not just sentiment. Every person had a role to play. It's hard to overstate how powerful the press was in colonial America. Printers weren't just tradesmen, they were tastemakers. They decided which pamphlets got printed, which news stories got headlines, which editorials got passed around the tavern tables. Some names, like Benjamin Franklin, became legends. Others stayed local heroes, keeping their towns informed and fired up. The language of resistance, no taxation without representation, liberty, natural rights, was born not in Parliament, but in print shops. And when Parliament tried to clamp down, well, good luck. The Stamp Act of 1765, which taxed printed materials, was met with such fury that some tax collectors quit before they even started. Effigies burned, mobs formed, printers published without stamps, daring the authorities to stop them. Spoiler, they couldn't. Not everything was taxes and trade. Colonists gossiped. Oh, did they gossip? About who's courting whom, who snuck out during the sermon, who danced a little too enthusiastically at the harvest fair. In smaller communities, everyone knew everything. Your reputation wasn't just a social accessory, it was currency. And Sundays? Church bells ruled the day. In most towns, life paused for sermons, singing, and socializing. The sermons could be fire and brimstone or gently philosophical, depending on the denomination. But either way, it was the weekly reset. Preachers were influential voices. Some preached obedience to the crown. Others began hinting, carefully, at resistance, citing biblical stories of deliverance from tyrants. And yes, colonial society had its celebrities. People like John Dickinson, the penman of the Revolution, or Mercy Otis Warren, who used satire to skewer British policies. Their words traveled. Their names were whispered. They were household figures, even in places they'd never visited. Let's talk about women. They weren't in the assemblies. They weren't marching with muskets. But that doesn't mean they were silent. Women boycotted British goods. They spun homespun cloth instead of buying British textiles. They taught their children values of justice and resistance. They formed their own networks, writing letters, hosting gatherings, pressuring merchants. And they felt the strain of empire. Every new tax meant less food, fewer supplies, more worry. Keeping a household running wasn't easy to begin with. Now it felt like London was actively working against them. Revolution would later give way to formal declarations and battlefields. But its soul, its emotional spark, was often lit at home, around kitchen fires and quilting frames. For all the unrest, there was still no unified call for independence. Most colonists still saw themselves as British subjects, angry, yes, disrespected, certainly, but not yet traitors. But something was changing. The air felt different. The old ways didn't fit quite right anymore. The colonies were starting to feel like us, not just them. And that's a dangerous shift for empires and emperors alike. Every protest was a baby step towards something bigger. Every pamphlet was a breadcrumb on the trail to rebellion. Every everyday hardship, from bad roads to taxed sugar, became part of a larger story. The people were still farming, still gossiping, still trading and praying and trying to survive. But beneath it all, the ground was rumbling. Let's be honest, no one starts out wanting to dump tea into a harbor or tar and feather a neighbor. But sometimes, when polite letters don't get read and peaceful protests fall flat, people get creative. Or furious. Sometimes both. That's where the Sons of Liberty come in. This wasn't some official group with membership cards and bylaws. The Sons of Liberty were more like a ghost. Always there, always watching, but impossible to pin down. Think of them as the original underground resistance. They didn't wear uniforms, but they had symbols. Liberty trees, tar kettles, paper broadsides nailed to doorposts in the dead of night. They were merchants, printers, dock workers, lawyers, different walks of life, united by one thing: fury at British overreach. And they didn't just sit around stewing over it. They organized. Secret meetings in candlelit rooms. Messages passed in code. Names signed with flair like a true patriot or a friend to liberty. They moved through taverns, back alleys, print shops, and ports, whispering plans and rallying crowds before vanishing into the night. What made them especially effective? Their tactics hit where it hurt: social reputation, economic stability, and public fear. If you were a tax collector in Boston or New York in 1765, you might wake up to find an effigy of yourself hanging from a tree. Or worse, hear your name shouted by a mob outside your door. But let's not romanticize it too much. The Sons of Liberty weren't just clever, they were intense. Some folks would say extreme. But to them, extremity felt like the only answer left on the table. Here's the thing about colonial resistance. It wasn't all firebrands and pitch. Sometimes the sharpest weapon is the wallet. When Parliament rolled out taxes and restrictions like the Stamp Act and later the Townshend Acts, colonists responded with something more than just angry speeches. They stopped buying British goods. That may not sound revolutionary, but back then, refusing imported cloth or tea was like unplugging your Wi-Fi today. It messed with everyday life. The boycotts weren't passive, either. These were coordinated, tactical, and fiercely local. Merchants signed non-importation agreements, public pledges to refuse British shipments. Stores removed taxed goods from their shelves. Families scrubbed British tea from their cupboards and brewed herbal alternatives like Liberty tea made from raspberry leaves or mint. But the real muscle of the boycott? It wasn't the ink on a merchant's agreement. It was the people, especially the women. You want to see a quiet rebellion with massive impact? Look at the spinning bees. Groups of women gathered, sometimes in public squares, to spin yarn and weave cloth, reclaiming economic independence stitch by stitch. They called it homespun, and it wasn't just a fashion statement. It was defiance you could wear, a rejection of the empire draped across your shoulders. And let's not forget the neighborhood-level enforcement. If you're caught sipping British tea or selling imported goods, good luck. You'd be named and shamed in broadsheets, boycotted by your neighbors. Some were even dragged into public spaces and forced to apologize, or worse. This was resistance as a community project. Everyone had a role. Everyone had skin in the game. All right, let's talk about the part of the story that makes people squirm. The Sons of Liberty didn't just hold meetings and write letters. Sometimes they brought out the tar buckets. Tarring and feathering sounds almost cartoonish until you realize how brutal it was. It meant being stripped, doused in hot tar, and covered in feathers, then paraded through the streets like a public warning sign. It burned. It humiliated. It scarred, physically and psychologically. Why go that far? Why resort to public humiliation and fear? Here's the cold truth. Fear worked. In a world without formal enforcement or legal protections for protest, sometimes terror filled the gap. British tax agents who saw their colleagues tarred, their homes vandalized, or their names dragged through the mud often packed up and left. Mission unaccomplished. That's not to say every colonist cheered it on. Many were horrified. Some felt trapped, afraid of the British on one side and the mob on the other. But the Sons of Liberty weren't aiming for comfort. They wanted clarity. Pick a side, liberty or submission. And remember, this wasn't about cruelty for its own sake. At least, not to them. To the Sons, these acts were desperate moves in a desperate time. When official channels ignored them, they made their own noise. And people listened. By the late 1760s and early 70s, the Sons of Liberty weren't just a Boston thing or a New York thing. They were everywhere. Philadelphia had its own chapter. So did Charleston. Even tiny towns began to see graffiti, protests, and anonymous notes posted outside Loyalist homes. The message was spreading fast, like ink spilled on parchment. What had started as loosely coordinated outbursts was evolving into a network. There were letters exchanged between cities, shared strategies, and common symbols. A new political culture was forming, one that didn't answer to Parliament, but to principle. Taverns doubled as info hubs. Town halls turned into planning rooms. Printers churned out pamphlets like the rights of the British colonists asserted and proved, and a short narrative of the horrid massacre. The public imagination was being reshaped, and the Sons of Liberty were behind the scenes, pulling the levers. Even their critics couldn't ignore them anymore. British officials complained about the disorder and unruliness of American towns, not realizing they were witnessing something far more powerful than chaos. They were watching a people redefine what loyalty meant, no longer to a distant crown, but to each other. And that's really the crux of it. The Sons of Liberty weren't just rebels. They were midwives to a revolution. With every boycott, every midnight meeting, every flaming effigy, they brought something new into the world, a sense that ordinary people could say no, loudly, and mean it. It wasn't just the cold that bit that night. It was everything else, too. March 5th, 1770. Boston wasn't Boston as we know it. It was smaller, grittier, and rawer. a waterfront town packed with barrels, bricks, and bad tempers. The harbor stank of fish and smoke. The streets were slick with slush, frozen mud, and bits of horse dung. Church bells had long gone quiet for the night, but something underneath the silence was simmering. You could feel in your chest before you even stepped outside. Locals, especially working folks, had been feeling it for months. Sure, British troops had been stationed here for a while now. 2 whole regiments, marching around like they owned the place. But it wasn't just the military presence that made people edgy. It was the way the soldiers talked to you, the way they looked at your daughters, the way they competed for the same low-paying jobs you needed to feed your family. There were too many uniforms, too few paychecks, and absolutely no respect. Folks like Sam Gray, who worked on the docks, were exhausted. Not just from hauling cargo and breaking ice, but from what felt like a daily contest to be treated with dignity. One day, he'd be cursed at by a British officer for stepping too close to a cart. The next, he'd watch his teenage neighbor get elbowed in the chest by a redcoat just for asking directions. Even simple things, buying bread, going to the pump, walking to church, felt charged. Conversations whispered in corners or shouted from windows. Soldiers clashed with local boys constantly. Brawls, threats, even a stabbing here and there. Nobody quite knew when a shove might turn into a saber slash. And yet life went on. Women still haggled over apples in the marketplace. Blacksmiths like Crispus Attucks still hammered iron into shape. Children still threw rocks at fences, daring each other to get closer to the barracks wall. Life was tense, sure, but not paused. Not yet. But that night, that night was different. Around dusk, taverns started to fill with the usual crowd. Apprentices shaking off sawdust, sailors between ships, widows keeping warm by the hearth. The Green Dragon, the Crown Coffee House, even the smaller ale houses buzzed with conversation. "Did you hear about that mess at Gray's Rope Walk?" someone asked. Another redcoat mouthing off, another chimed in. "No, too." Said they were looking for work. Took it right for Josiah's boy. There were curses, loud ones. A chair scraped. Somewhere a mug slammed down. People had had enough. Even the teenagers, especially the teenagers, were stirred up. They had the sharpest ears and the quickest tempers. Edward Garrick, an apprentice to a wig maker, had been walking down King Street earlier, quick-footed and full of complaints. His master was stingy, the soldiers rude, the weather awful. You know the kind of mood. That's when he saw Private Hugh White standing alone in front of the custom house. And he couldn't help himself. What exactly Garrick said is still debated. Some claimed it was a snide jab about unpaid bills. Others said he called White a bloody lobster back, which, trust me, was fighting language back then. Whatever it was, it hit a nerve. White snapped, struck Garrick with the butt of his musket, knocking the boy to the ground. Word spread like spilled oil. Within minutes, shoemakers, porters, and lad from the North End were on the move. "Where's that lobster?" He hit a boy. It was the kind of spark that sets fire to dry hay. No one came with a plan. No one came with guns. They came with fists, sticks, and voices. Anger, plain and personal. Not anger about Parliament. Not about tea. Not even taxes. This was neighborhood anger. The kind that brews when someone hits your cousin, your friend's son, or your neighbor's apprentice. It was that deeply personal, deeply Bostonian brand of fury. The kind that starts in your bones and ends up in the street. By the time the town clock struck 9, the snow had started falling harder, but it didn't soften anything. Not the mood, not the noise, not the fists gripping clubs, broom handles, or chunks of firewood. King Street was filling up fast. They came in 2s and 3s at first. Apprentices, coopers, cart boys, butcher's sons, mostly young, mostly furious, mostly local. They weren't radicals or rebels, not yet. Just angry townsfolk who'd heard a British soldier struck a kid and figured it was time someone struck back. Some held lanterns. Most just had rage. You might have seen young Henry Knox elbowing his way through the throng, a big, round-faced bookseller barely in his 20s, trying to keep folks calm. He wasn't a fighter. Not that night, anyway. He'd seen plenty of street fights turn ugly, and something about this one felt different. Bigger, meaner, like the fuse had already been lit. "Back away, boys. You're looking for trouble you don't want," he shouted, though few listened. Somewhere nearby, Sam Maverick, barely 17, had slipped out of his house to get a closer look. His mother would have skinned him if she knew. He stood on his tiptoes, craning to see over the mass of shoulders and wool caps. Not far off, a tall, mixed-race man named Crispus Attucks hovered on the edge of the crowd. He'd spent years at sea, worked the docks when he could, and he didn't suffer fools easily. Most folks around Boston knew him, knew he could take care of himself, and a few others too. So when someone shouted, "They're bringing more soldiers," he didn't flinch. He stepped forward. Meanwhile, Private Hugh White was still standing there, musket in hand, heart hammering like a drum. Alone. Behind him stood the tall white columns of the custom house. In front of him, an angry sea of faces. Snowballs started to fly. Someone threw a piece of ice. One of them struck White's shoulder hard. He didn't fire, but he shouted, called for help, screamed loud enough that someone ran to the nearby barracks. Minutes later, a small squad appeared, Captain Thomas Preston and 7 soldiers. They marched into King Street with muskets loaded, bayonets gleaming in the flickering lamplight. It didn't quiet the crowd. It thickened it. Men leaned from windows, calling down warnings. Women with shawls tight around their shoulders whispered prayers and clutched their children's coats. Even shopkeepers, who usually kept out of street fights, stood at their doors watching, breath fogging up the glass. Nobody was leaving, and nobody knew what was about to happen. Captain Preston wasn't new to tension, but this was something else. He tried reasoning with the crowd, shouted over the noise, told them to go home, told his men to hold the line. But let's be honest, can you really keep calm when you're boxed into a street, shoulder to shoulder, cold musk in your hands, a mob in your face, and your own boots sliding on icy cobblestones? The townspeople, on the other hand, were shouting everything under the sun. Lobsterbacks. You can't shoot us. This is our street. Are we slaves now, or free men? Shoot if you dare, cowards. That last one came from somewhere near the front. And hey, race the thing. These weren't hollow words. These were people fed up with being shoved aside, stared down, talked over. This was about pride, not politics. About home, not revolution. You know how sometimes in the moment, you can almost feel the history being made? No one knew exactly what was about to go wrong, but just about everyone knew something would. The Redcoats didn't march in like heroes. They marched in like men ready for a fight, and it didn't help a damn thing. 7 of them, muskets primed and bayonets fixed, lined up shoulder to shoulder in front of the custom house. Their boots scraped over packed snow and ice. Their redcoats looked like fire under the flickering torchlight. Some were pale with tension. Others looked far too eager. Captain Preston barked orders to hold position, but you could feel the street shift. You know that moment before a bar fight breaks out, when the talking gets quieter, but the air starts buzzing? That was King Street right then. And the locals? They weren't backing down. Not now. What outsiders don't always get is that Boston wasn't just a place. It was a tight-knit, stubborn, loud, proud little city full of people who knew each other. You didn't insult one without hearing from the rest. Families lived in the same houses for generations. Taverns were like town halls. Docks were like battlefields, only colder, louder, and with more rope burns. So when those soldiers stepped forward, they weren't facing a mob. They were facing neighbors. They were facing folks whose names they knew because they'd yelled them before in street brawls and market disputes. Crispus Attucks stood near the front now, shoulder squared. He wasn't backing up. Next to him, young Sam Gray clenched a stick. The same hands he used to hoist barrels and toss ropes were now tight around a weapon he never expected to raise. Edward Garrick, the boy who'd taken the blow that started all this, was still close, red-faced, maybe a little scared, but not leaving. Even Henry Knox, who'd been pleading for calm earlier, was now stuck in the swell of bodies and couldn't get free. The Redcoats weren't looking at a faceless crowd anymore. They were looking into people's eyes. And the people were staring back with something rawer than rebellion. Resentment. Here's where things get complicated. To the soldiers, it probably felt like they were being swarmed, surrounded, threatened. Preston later claimed he never gave an order to fire. He was trying to restore order, not start a bloodbath. But to the locals, the bayonets were pointed at them. The muskets were aimed at their chests. And those men in red? They were standing with loaded weapons on Boston's own street. You ever try reasoning with someone when both of you are convinced the other one's about to swing? That's what this was. There were shouts again. Snowballs. Ice. Someone threw a stick. Another tossed oyster shells. One soldier was hit in the chest. His musket dropped slightly, just enough to make someone shout, "Damn you! Fire if you dare!" Then came that sound. A pop. Then another. And then the real crack of musket fire. Smoke billowed instantly, thick, pungent, and gray-blue. It blurred everything for a moment. Faces, blood, cobblestones. Crispus Attucks staggered backward, shot in the chest. Sam Gray dropped without a sound. James Caldwell, rope maker, took a bullet to the back and crumpled. Maverick, barely more than a boy, was hit too, screaming, sharp and confused, ripped through the square. Some ran. Others stood frozen. Mothers on the edge of the square cried out names. One woman wailed so loud it echoed through nearby alleys. Henry Knox shouted, "Stop firing. You've done enough." Captain Preston was yelling too, "Cease fire." But no one knew who had started it, or if they'd even heard. And in the haze of gunpowder and snow, Boston changed. This wasn't a scuffle anymore. It wasn't even a protest. It was a massacre. The first shot might have come from Private Montgomery. Some said someone in the crowd threw a chunk of ice at him, knocking him down. Others swore he slipped. But almost everyone agreed on this. After he stumbled, he rose and fired. Then the others followed, one after another. It didn't sound like a single volley. More like a jagged series of thunderclaps cracking through the cold, damp air. Bang. Pause. Bang. Bang. Screams. Then bang. 7 soldiers, 8 shots, maybe more. No clear order. No plan. Just panic, pulled triggers, and the sharp metallic whine of bayonets scraping as they reset position. It only lasted about 20 seconds. But those 20 seconds carved through the city like a blade. The smoke took a moment to clear. And in that slow reveal, like something out of a nightmare, came the bodies. Crispus Attucks lay sprawled on the frozen cobblestone, one musket ball driven clean through his chest. His hat had flown off. His coat was half open. People who knew him well said he didn't cry out, not once. He just collapsed. Sam Gray, shot in the head, had died instantly. James Caldwell took his bullet in the back. He hadn't even been yelling. He was just trying to pull a boy away from the front when he fell. Samuel Maverick, barely old enough to grow whiskers, was shot near a back wall. He wouldn't die until the next morning. Patrick Carr, an Irish leatherworker, was still alive, barely. He would survive long enough to describe the horror in a hushed room days later before slipping away, leaving behind only whispered recollections and a grieving widow. Their blood pooled in the street, red seeping into icy white slush. And those who were still standing? They couldn't move. Not at first. Some knelt. Some cursed. Some stared, slack-jawed and stunned. One man dropped to his knees beside Attucks and screamed at the soldiers, "You murdered him! You bastards murdered him!" Another woman beat her fists against the wall of the custom house. The crowd didn't riot, not then. It split, half scattered into alleys and behind wagons, fearing more shots. The other half pressed in, furious and fearless. They shouted for the soldiers to drop their weapons. Some even tried to reach for them. But Captain Preston, sensing the moment was one breath away from total collapse, stepped in between his men and the crowd and barked out a sharp, decisive command. "Hold your fire." And this time, somehow they did. The ringing in people's ears faded just enough to hear the groans of the dying. A boy in a green wool coat ran toward the church, yelling for a doctor. Another darted to the townhouse to find the magistrates. A group of women helped lift Sam Gray's body, gently, like they were afraid to wake him. And through it all, the soldiers stood, frozen in place, red coats soaked at the cuffs, white knuckles gripping muskets, faces unreadable. It wasn't victory. It wasn't even war. It was just a tragedy, one that would echo louder than even those shots had. Later that evening, a group of locals gathered in a back room of the Green Dragon Tavern. No one was drinking. People were still shaking. I saw Montgomery fire first, one man insisted, his hands trembling around his mug. No, you're wrong, another argued. The officer gave the order. I heard it. And so the stories began. Not lies, not exactly, but shards of panic strung together in grief. Different angles, different truths, and all of them soaked in the same raw disbelief that 5 of their own now lay cold because of a few moments no one could quite piece together. One woman whispered, "They'll spin this against us. Say we were the aggressors." Another replied, "Let them. We know what we saw." And then quiet, the kind of quiet that only comes after something irreversible. By morning, the blood had frozen into the street. You could still see the stains, dark patches where snow refused to settle. People stepped around them without speaking, as if to do otherwise would be disrespectful. The city, normally loud with dockhands shouting and carts rattling, was quiet. Hollow almost. Boston had changed overnight, and everyone knew it. They didn't die as strangers. That's the thing outsiders miss. Crispus Attucks wasn't some anonymous laborer. He was known. A longshoreman, a fierce talker, a man who could drink half the tavern under the table and still walk a straight line home. Half the waterfront had worked beside him. Sam Gray wasn't just another name. He lived off Princess Street. Folks bought their firewood from him. His sister sold baked goods out of a side window. He had a wicked sense of humor, a soft spot for stray dogs, and an old injury from a ship's pulley that made him limp in winter. James Caldwell. He sang loudly in church. Off-key, sure, but with heart. And young Maverick. God, a boy. His mother had barely left his bedside before he died at dawn, whispering something about the soldiers and the cold and how he just wanted to go home. Even Patrick Carr, the Irishman with no family in Boston, became one of theirs in death. The surgeon who treated him swore Carr bore no hatred, said the man forgave the soldier who shot him. But that only made it worse. A man like that, someone said, should have lived longer. 3 days later, Boston buried its dead. Shops closed. Schools too. Church bells tolled from every corner of the city, echoing over the harbor and into the alleyways. Thousands came, not hundreds, thousands. They carried the coffins through King Street, the very spot where the bodies had fallen. It was cold, but no one complained. Men wept openly. Women clutched their children tighter. Some held signs. Others simply walked. In front marched 4 hearses, pulled slowly by black-draped horses. Attucks, Gray, Caldwell, Maverick, and behind them, a city that had seen too much. Governor Hutchinson stood by, watching. He'd already agreed to withdraw the troops to Castle Island. He had to. There was no choice. If they'd stayed, Boston might have burned. But removing the soldiers didn't erase what had happened. The damage wasn't just blood and bodies. It was trust. That was gone. The printing presses worked through the night. Paul Revere, known mostly as a silversmith back then, rushed out an engraving that showed British soldiers firing in cold blood, Preston behind them, smirking. It wasn't accurate, but accuracy wasn't the point. Emotion was. The image swept through taverns, churches, meeting halls. It spread like fire through dry grass. People stared at it, shook their heads, and muttered things like, "Never forget," or "They'll pay for this." Even children repeated the names of the dead like a litany. Crispus Attucks, first to fall. Sam Gray, shot in the head. It wasn't about war yet, not quite. But something had shifted, something big. The funeral became more than grief. It became a statement. The massacre wasn't an end. It was a beginning. The city didn't calm down. It stood up. People asked questions for weeks after. Did Preston really give the order? Why were they loaded in the first place? Were we wrong to shout at them? But the question no one said out loud, and the one that kept them all awake, was simpler. What if this wasn't the last time? You could hear that question humming in the streets long after the dead were buried. It pulsed through cobblestones and echoed in church pews. It snuck into lullabies and tavern ballads. It whispered behind every conversation that began with, "Did you hear what happened on King Street?" Boston didn't forget, and Boston didn't forgive. Let's be clear about one thing. By 1773, colonists weren't just annoyed, they were exhausted. Tax after tax had been flung across the Atlantic like cannonballs, each one chipping away at the illusion that they had any say in their own fate. But the Tea Act? That one hit different. It wasn't just about money. It was about insult, about control, about who gets to hold the reins. Here's the thing about the Tea Act. It wasn't technically a new tax. That's the part that throws a lot of people. Parliament wasn't saying, hey, Americans, we're upping your tea bill. In fact, the law was designed to lower the price of tea sold by the British East India Company, on paper. So what gives? Why the outrage? Because underneath the clever wording and accounting sleight of hand, colonists smelled something rotten. The East India Company, massive, corrupt, and basically fused with the British government, was drowning in unsold tea. Parliament's solution? Give them a monopoly. Let them sell directly to the colonies, bypassing local merchants, and sneak the tax right in through the back door. In London, they called it efficiency. In Boston, folks called it trap. Let's say you're a colonist. You drink tea. Lots of it. Your neighbors drink tea. It's more than just a beverage. It's a ritual, a social glue. And now you're being told that the only tea you can legally buy has to come from one company, the same company that Parliament is trying to bail out, and that you're still going to be taxed for it, just more quietly. Even worse, if you didn't drink it, you were essentially being punished by the disappearance of every other choice. The outcry wasn't just economic, it was emotional. It was personal. Imagine walking into your local shop and finding only one brand of anything. One loaf of bread, one pint of beer, one roll of thread. And behind it, a smirking Parliament insisting this was for your own good. That's how it felt. What's wild is how many different kinds of people hated the Tea Act, for totally different reasons. It united smugglers and lawyers, dockworkers and ministers, farmers and tavern owners. Everyone found something to hate. Merchants, furious about being cut out of the trade. They were the ones who normally imported and sold tea. Now, sidelined. Smugglers, guys like John Hancock, made a living slipping in Dutch tea without paying duties. This law killed their business. Common citizens, even if you weren't buying tea, you knew what this meant. If Parliament could control this, what's next? This wasn't about luxury. It was about leverage. And maybe, just maybe, it was about dignity too. Of course, no story about the pre-revolutionary ruckus is complete without the guy who seemed to write his way into every flashpoint, Samuel Adams. Sam Adams didn't care that the tea was cheap. He cared that the British were playing chess and the colonies were being treated like pawns. He rallied town meetings in Boston and started stoking a fire that had been smoldering for years. He was relentless, incendiary, sometimes paranoid, but he saw what others missed. This wasn't just about goods. It was about governance by ambush. And when word arrived that 3 ships carrying East India Company tea were en route to Boston Harbor, with no plans to turn around, the city braced itself. Let's talk about Thomas Hutchinson for a second. Loyalist, born in Boston, royal governor, deeply unpopular. When the Dartmouth arrived in November 1773, packed with 114 chests of tea, Boston's leaders begged Hutchinson to send the ship back. He refused, said it was illegal, that once the tea was in port, it had to be unloaded and the tax paid. The standoff had a clock on it. If the tea wasn't unloaded within 20 days, customs officials could seize it and unload it themselves, with military help, if needed. So the fuse was lit. Tick-tock. Over the next 2 weeks, the Old South Meeting House in Boston became the pressure cooker of the colonies. Crowds grew into the thousands. Voices sharpened. Even moderates began to drift toward action. And under the surface, something else was brewing, something disguised in feathers. It was cold on December 16th. Wind sliced through coats and cloaks, but the tension kept the blood warm. That night, a group of about 100 men, some disguised as Mohawk warriors, some just covering their faces, marched silently toward Griffin's Wharf. No speeches, no violence, no plundering, just purpose. One by one, they boarded the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver. They found the tea, 342 chests in all, and methodically broke them open. Then, with astonishing coordination, they dumped every last leaf into the Black Harbor water. The whole thing took about 3 hours. And then, just like that, they left. No tea was stolen. No damage to the ships. Just one symbolic, thunderous statement. We will not be manipulated. You might think everyone in the colonies celebrated. And sure, there were bonfires, bells ringing, toasts raised. But let's not rewrite it too cleanly. Some people, especially merchants and moderates, were nervous. Property destruction, even symbolic, crossed a line for them. What if this pushed Parliament too far? What if this wasn't brave but reckless? John Adams, no stranger to firebrand politics, called it the most magnificent movement of all. But privately, he worried, this is the most bold and daring act ever committed by Americans. Because once the crates hit the water, there was no putting the tea or the politics back in the box. The Boston Tea Party didn't change British minds. It hardened them. To Parliament, this wasn't protest, it was rebellion. To King George III, this wasn't civil discourse, it was treason with feathers. And they were about to respond with something cold, cruel, and calculated. But we'll get to that next. For now, picture the dark harbor. Floating tea, leaves drifting like soggy confetti on the tide. British customs agents stunned into silence. And a city quietly buzzing with the realization nothing would ever be the same. If Parliament had one goal after the Boston Tea Party, it was to make an example out of Boston so brutal that no other colony would ever think about following suit. They didn't just want obedience, they wanted humiliation. And they got creative. You can almost hear the powdered wigs snapping into action. So they dumped tea in the harbor, did they? Fine. Let's choke the harbor. Let's bring Boston to its knees. Let's remind them who runs this empire. Spoiler, it backfired. Spectacularly. Let's pause here for a second. Officially, Parliament called these the coercive acts. That name tells you exactly what they had in mind. Coerce, intimidate, punish. It wasn't subtle. But colonists? They didn't mince words either. They called them the intolerable acts. Because that's how they felt. Utterly intolerable. Not unfair. Not excessive. Intolerable. As in, this will break us or will unite us. And that, unintended or not, was the beginning of the fuse lighting across the colonies. The intolerable acts weren't one law, but a cluster bomb of four, and then a fifth, even worse, came trailing behind like smoke. Let's walk through them, because each one struck a different nerve. 1. The Boston Port Act. This one hurt the most, and it hurt fast. It closed the port of Boston completely until the East India Company was repaid for every last chest of tea. No ships in, no ships out. Food, supplies, trade, all frozen. For a city that lived and breathed through its docks, this was like cutting off oxygen. Imagine thousands of people suddenly out of work. Shops closing, food shortages, fishermen with idle boats, families with no income. Not because they broke the law, but because they lived in Boston. Parliament wasn't punishing the tea dumpers. They were punishing everyone. 2. The Massachusetts Government Act. This one went for the jugular. No more town meetings without royal approval. No more locally elected officials. The colonial charter? Shredded. From now on, Boston's government would be handpicked by the crown. To the British, this was restoring order. To the colonists, it was declaring dictatorship. Town meetings were the heartbeat of New England democracy. People aired grievances, voted on local issues, organized community defenses. Now that heartbeat was silenced, and the people knew it. 3. The Administration of Justice Act, nicknamed the Murder Act by terrified colonists. It allowed any British official accused of a crime in the colonies, especially something like killing a protester, to be tried back in England. Think about that. A British officer shoots someone in Boston, he gets a nice boat ride to London and a jury of his buddies. It was legal immunity disguised as process. Colonists saw it for what it was, permission to kill without consequence. For the Quartering Act, this wasn't new, but it got sharper teeth. British troops could now be housed in private homes without consent, especially in Boston. Soldiers on your doorstep, in your parlor, sleeping where your children sleep. And you couldn't say no. The symbolism was haunting. Redcoats weren't just patrolling your streets. They were in your kitchen, watching, listening, waiting. 5. The Quebec Act. This one wasn't part of the original punishment package, but it landed at the worst possible time. It expanded the territory of Quebec and granted rights to French Catholics, both reasonable on their own, but colonists saw it as a betrayal. Protestants feared the spread of popery, and land-hungry settlers saw their Western hopes being handed to French-speaking Canadians. Was it fair? Maybe. Was the timing poison? Absolutely. The goal of these acts was simple: isolate Boston, scare the other colonies into submission, send a message, step out of line, and this will be you. But that's not what happened. Instead, it pulled the colonies together in a way that nothing else had. Sympathy poured in from Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Virginia. Supplies were sent by wagon. Newspapers called for solidarity. And people who'd never cared much for Boston started saying, wait, they could do this to us too. You know what that is? Momentum. It became a rallying cry. Preachers, pamphlets, and politicians repeated it like gospel. Now we are all Bostonians. In Charleston, people gathered in prayer for Boston. In Philadelphia, merchants canceled British orders. In small towns from New Hampshire to Georgia, committees of correspondence lit up like wildfire, organizing, planning, preparing. The British had tried to cut the head off the snake. What they got instead was a hydra. And in Boston itself, the suffering was real, but so was the resolve. Imagine waking up one morning and the harbor is closed. Ships idle. The smell of rotting fish lingers near the docks. Bread prices double, then triple. The neighbors you used to chat with in the marketplace? Gone. Moved inland to survive. And the ones who stayed? Hungry, angry, scared. Redcoats march two by two down your street. You see the same faces, same bayonets every day. And now they're quartered in your cousin's house. You can't call a town meeting. You can't vote on new laws. You can't even protest without risking arrest. And somehow, in that bleakness, people started organizing anyway. Here's the part the Crown never grasped. The more you tighten the leash, the more people realized they were on one. Ordinary citizens, shopkeepers, blacksmiths, ministers began to whisper plans. They started drilling in fields under the guise of training days. They elected shadow officials to replace the ones installed by the Crown. They smuggled news, letters, ammunition. It wasn't a revolution yet, but it was something else, something dangerous, a people learning how to rule themselves. Back in London, most members of Parliament believed this would work. They expected Boston to fold. They thought the other colonies would flinch. They assumed, foolishly, that the colonists needed British trade more than they needed autonomy. But they had misread the room. Badly. Benjamin Franklin, still in London at the time, tried to explain the fury to officials. They dismissed him, called him insolent, called the colonists children. Franklin would soon board a ship back home. And when he arrived, he no longer talked about peace. He talked about independence. What happened in 1774 wasn't just about the laws. It was about how people responded to them. That's where the real story lives. In Virginia, the House of Burgesses declared a day of fasting and prayer in solidarity with Boston. The royal governor dissolved the assembly, so the delegates met anyway at a tavern. In Massachusetts, British judges found they couldn't even hold court. Jurors refused to appear, or worse, sided with local resistance. In New York, carpenters and dockworkers began talking politics on lunch breaks, sharpening their arguments as they sharpened their tools. These weren't grand gestures, but they were deliberate, and they were everywhere. A kind of quiet resistance was unfolding, not yet loud, not yet violent, but steady, relentless, growing. And soon, the colonies realized they needed more than letters and gestures. They needed a plan, a strategy, a united voice. That voice would be forged in Philadelphia. But before they got there, they had to survive the storm Parliament had stirred. The laws may have been passed in oak-paneled rooms in London, but their impact echoed in wooden homes, dusty roads, and crowded taverns across the Atlantic. Boston didn't break. It became a beacon. By the summer of 1774, something strange was happening across the colonies. It wasn't loud, not yet, but it was everywhere. Letters passed hand to hand in the backs of taverns. Meetings held behind closed church doors. Farmers drilling in open fields, pretending it was just militia practice. Women weaving homespun cloth not just out of necessity, but defiance. This wasn't chaos. It was coordination. It was the quiet sound of a people starting to govern themselves. The intolerable acts had done more than punish Boston. They'd sparked a shift in how people thought about power. No longer was the question, just what did Parliament do to us? Now, it was what can we do for ourselves? Across New England and beyond, colonial towns began to form what would come to be known as shadow governments. These were unofficial councils, operating independently of royal authority. They took over duties like collecting taxes, running local courts, even organizing militias. The royal governments still technically existed, but in many places they had become ghosts. In Massachusetts, Governor Gage still wore his red uniform and barked out orders from Boston. But the countryside? That was Sam Adams' world now. Militia leaders answered not to the king, but to their neighbors. And they weren't just stockpiling powder. They were building parallel systems of justice. Think about that. British law still stood on paper. But on the ground, a new system was being born. One handshake, one oath, one committee at a time. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine you're in a Virginia tavern and someone passes you a letter from Massachusetts. It's fiery. It's urgent. It ends with, "We must meet." That message echoed from colony to colony. The time for hand-wringing had passed. It was time to sit down, not as 13 isolated colonies, but as a united front. And so, in September of 1774, representatives from 12 of the 13 colonies, Georgia stayed home, for now, gathered in Philadelphia. It wasn't exactly glamorous. The meeting took place in Carpenter's Hall, a modest building without much fanfare. But what happened inside? History in motion. This was the First Continental Congress. Not quite a government, not quite a rebellion, but unmistakably something new. The delegates were a mix of the polished and the plain. You had fiery orators like Patrick Henry from Virginia. "Give me liberty or give me death" was still a few months away, but you could already feel the thunder in his speeches. You had lawyers like John Adams from Massachusetts, intensely principled, occasionally annoying, but absolutely clear-eyed about the stakes. You had moderates like John Dickinson from Pennsylvania, desperately hoping for peace, terrified of where all this might lead. And then there were quiet strategists like George Washington, who mostly watched, listened, and thought. He wouldn't say much, but when he did, people leaned in. 12 colonies, 56 delegates. One agenda. What do we do now? Here's where it gets interesting. The First Continental Congress didn't show up spoiling for war. These men were still loyal to the king, at least on paper. They weren't trying to break away. Not yet. What they wanted was a reversal of the intolerable acts. What they hoped for was reconciliation. But what they planned for was resistance. They agreed to organize a boycott of British goods. Not just the flashy tea stuff, everything. Cloth, paper, paint, molasses, tools. If it came from Britain, they'd try not to touch it. They also created something remarkable. The Continental Association, a kind of volunteer enforcement network. Every town, every county would form local committees to make sure no one broke the boycott. If you did, you'd be publicly shamed. In some cases, even cut off from your community. Sound intense? It was. But this wasn't just about saving money. This was about building discipline. About showing Parliament that the colonies weren't a mess of squabbling settlements. They were a machine. One that could stop itself from consuming anything British, no matter how tempting. And that scared the crown more than any musket ever could. While Congress debated, a package arrived from Massachusetts, specifically from Suffolk County. Inside was a declaration so bold, so sharp, it nearly singed the parchment. The Suffolk Resolves rejected the intolerable acts entirely, declared them void, urged all colonies to form militias, promised full support to Boston. You'd think that would split the room, but it didn't. The Congress endorsed the Suffolk Resolves unanimously. That was a turning point. The delegates didn't just sympathize with Boston. They stood with it. And by doing so, they crossed a line from petition to preparation. Back home, the real work began. Towns and counties created committees of safety and committees of inspection. They didn't sound dramatic, but they were revolutionary in practice. These committees, enforced the boycott of British goods, kept watch on loyalists and informers, organized militia drills, took over basic civil functions in place of royal governors in some towns. You couldn't buy nails or sugar without someone knowing where it came from and whether it followed the boycott. You might call it paranoid or grassroots democracy on steroids. Either way, it was working. People weren't waiting for instructions from Congress. They were acting. Everywhere. The colonies had become a swarm. Small, fast-moving, coordinated, and impossible to squash all at once. Let's circle back to Patrick Henry for a moment. Because during one debate, he stood up and said something no one forgot. I am not a Virginian, but an American. That line hit like a thunderclap. For over a century, people had seen themselves as New Yorkers, South Carolinians, Pennsylvanians. Their loyalties were local. But now, faced with a common threat and drawn together by shared struggle, that identity was shifting. They were beginning to think continentally. That change in identity was perhaps the most radical thing of all. Armies would come later, so would declarations. But without this shift, this internal realignment of who people believed they were, none of that would have mattered. This wasn't just a rebellion against Parliament. It was the beginning of a people forging something else entirely. The First Continental Congress adjourned in late October 1774. They didn't declare independence. They didn't raise an army. They didn't issue demands backed by violence. But they did agree to meet again in May of 1775 if things didn't improve. Spoiler alert, they wouldn't. But that future was still unwritten. For now, the delegates headed home on horseback and in carriages, carrying copies of the resolutions, instructions for boycotts, and, most importantly, a sense of momentum. They had started as delegates from scattered colonies. They left as conspirators in a cause. You have to wonder, did Britain understand what was happening? Did Parliament realize that by crushing Boston, it had created Philadelphia? That by closing the port, it had opened the door to coordination? Probably not. The Crown still believed this was a moment of disturbance. That the colonists were hot-headed, emotional, disorganized. That a little time and a little force would bring them back in line. They hadn't noticed that the colonies were already slipping beyond their grip, not through war, but through self-governance. So here they were. The colonies had organized. They had armed. They had met. But they hadn't fired a shot. Not yet. Still, you could feel in the air. Like drywood piled high, waiting for a single match. In Boston, British soldiers drilled in the shadow of simmering townsfolk. In Lexington and Concord, patriots hid gunpowder in barns, praying it wouldn't be discovered. In Philadelphia, delegates wrote letters by candlelight, wondering if they'd soon be writing battle reports. And somewhere in the hush of early spring, a fuse waited. Some moments feel like thunder. Others arrive like whispers before dawn. The first shots of the American Revolution weren't launched with fanfare or flags. They came in the still, cold morning of April 19th, 1775, when farmers, shopkeepers, and blacksmiths stood face to face with British regulars. No one wanted war. But by the end of that day, war had begun. And it all started because the British wanted to seize some powder. Let's rewind. In Boston, General Thomas Gage, still technically the royal governor of Massachusetts, had been watching the countryside with growing unease. He wasn't just dealing with angry pamphlets anymore. Local militias were arming themselves. Powder stores were being hidden in barns, sheds, and cellars. Shadow governments were calling the shots outside Boston's perimeter. Gage needed to reassert control. And fast. He received orders from London. Confiscate the weapons, disarm the rabble, and arrest the ringleaders, if you must. His target? Concord. It was a small town 20 miles northwest of Boston, but intelligence, probably leaked by loyalists, said it was a stash point for colonial gunpowder, cannon, and musket balls. Take that away, and maybe, just maybe, the rebellion would wither before it bloomed. So, on the night of April 18th, Gage sent out a force of about 700 redcoats under Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith. Their mission was stealth, leave Boston under cover of darkness, march swiftly, and surprise the militias before they had time to react. But here's the thing, there were no secrets in New England, especially not when redcoats started marching. By the time British boots left Boston, Riders were already galloping down the dirt roads. Paul Revere, William Dawes, Samuel Prescott. Their mission wasn't a fight. It was to warn. The regulars are coming out. Not the British are coming. Everyone was technically still British. But this time, they weren't coming to talk. They were coming to take. At around 5 a.m., just as the first hints of light crept over the Massachusetts horizon, the British force reached Lexington. On the green stood about 70 colonial militiamen, most of them local farmers, under the command of Captain John Parker, a man who'd seen battle before and didn't want to see it again. He told his men not to fire unless fired upon. He wasn't bluffing. He meant it. The British troops, better trained and far better equipped, faced them across the grass. There was a pause. No one moved. Tension filled the space between breath and bullet. And then it happened. A shot rang out. To this day, no one knows who fired it. A nervous militiaman? A British private? An accidental discharge? Whoever it was, the result was chaos. British soldiers opened fire. The militia broke ranks. 8 colonists were killed. 10 wounded. The Redcoats marched on, leaving bodies in the dew. The revolution had begun, and it wasn't even breakfast. By the time the British reached Concord, the element of surprise was long gone. The weapons they were searching for? Already hidden, scattered, or moved. But the town wasn't empty. Militiamen had gathered from surrounding areas, more than 400 strong, and they were watching, waiting. When the British sent a small group across the North Bridge to secure the town, the Americans didn't just watch anymore. They moved. Colonel James Barrett gave the order to advance. The colonial line stepped forward, nervous, uncertain, but resolute. Another shot, this time clearly from the British. The Americans fired back. 2 redcoats fell, then more. The British retreated across the bridge, stunned that farmers were fighting back and winning. This was no mob, no riot. It was armed resistance, with leadership, with purpose, and with teeth. If the British thought the worst was over, they were wrong. On the march back to Boston, they were ambushed again and again. From behind stone walls, from tree lines, from hidden ravines. Militias swarmed the retreat path, snipers on horseback, men reloading on the run, firing from windows, barns, and brush. It wasn't a battle, it was a gauntlet. By the end of the 20-mile march, 73 British soldiers were dead, over 170 more wounded or missing. The Redcoats limped into Boston and found themselves surrounded. Within days, more than 15,000 militiamen poured into the outskirts of the city. From New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island. They weren't just defending Boston. They were besieging it. News spread faster than anyone could have predicted. Letters rushed down the coast, from Massachusetts to New York to Virginia. Bells rang. Towns held emergency meetings. Militias drilled in open fields, no longer hiding. Even those who had begged for moderation, men like John Dickinson, who'd once written olive branch petitions, now faced the question plainly. If not now, when? The colonies didn't declare independence that day, but they stopped pretending peace was possible. The line had been crossed, and no one was going back. Let's pause here and remember the human part. In Lexington, widows stood over bloodied husbands. In Concord, teenagers sobbed as their fathers wrapped gunpowder burns. In Boston, mothers looked out their windows and saw red uniforms, still watching, still waiting. And throughout the countryside, ordinary people, tanners, coopers, seamstresses, asked themselves, am I ready for this? Because war wasn't abstract anymore. It wasn't a pamphlet or a resolution or a speech. It was here, at the front door, and it had killed people you knew. From the British side, Lexington and Concord were supposed to be a warning shot, a show of force. Gage had hoped a clean, quiet operation would restore control. Instead, it exposed the deep misreading at the heart of British policy. They thought colonial anger was a passing mood. They thought unity was impossible. They thought the militias were untrained mobs who would run at the sight of real soldiers. They were wrong on every count. April 19, 1775 didn't settle anything. It didn't define sides. Some loyalists still believed Parliament could pull back. Some patriots still hoped for reconciliation. But it drew a line clearer than any letter ever could. From that day forward, if you were a colonist, you had to ask yourself something basic. Which side am I on? Because the king had sent troops, and the people had answer with muskets. There was no middle anymore. Let's zoom out for a moment. From the rooftops of Concord to the backroom meetings in Philadelphia. From the feathered disguises at Griffin's Wharf to the silent gun barrels on Lexington Green. This wasn't a revolution born in one place. It was a fever that spread, ignited by arrogance, and fueled by everyday people refusing to stay small. The British Empire, the largest the world had ever seen, believed it could crush resistance with rules and redcoats. Instead, it lit a fire, not one of rage, but of resolve. Then the British came in waves. Redcoats marched in tight formation, muskets glinting under the June sun, bayonets fixed like shark fins. Drummers pounded a steady beat, a cruel rhythm that echoed up the slope of Breed's Hill like a death march. At the top, the colonials waited behind dirt walls, wooden planks, and barrels filled with earth. No cavalry, no heavy guns, just nerves and muskets, and a kind of stubborn desperation that refuses to blink. The first British advance was met with silence. And then, an eruption. Controlled, furious, devastating. When the colonials fired, it wasn't a panic flurry. It was aimed, methodical, deadly. British soldiers dropped like dominoes. Some units turned and ran. Officers yelled to regroup. Drums pounded faster. It was chaos in scarlet. You'd think they'd stop. But no. General Howe ordered a second advance. Up the same slope, into the same guns. It ended the same way. Another surge. More bodies. More blood in the tall summer grass. It wasn't until the third wave, after the colonials ran low on powder and shot, that the British finally broke through. Not because they outsmarted the rebels. Not because they outfought them. But because the rebels literally ran out of bullets. Technically, the British won the Battle of Bunker Hill again. Yes, it was fought mostly on Breed's Hill, but the name stuck. They took the ground. They raised their flags. The colonial army retreated across Charlestown Neck, exhausted and bitter, many with scorched fingers and black powder on their skin. But let's be honest, nobody walked away from that hill thinking the British had won. General Howe lost over 1,000 men, more than 200 dead, nearly 900 wounded. That's almost half his force. Dozens of officers were either killed or taken off the field in pieces. Howe himself, though uninjured, was visibly shaken. He never again took the American militias lightly. The colonials? They lost about 400 men. Many fell during the retreat, and many were buried in shallow graves with no markers. But they didn't break. They didn't crumble. They stood their ground, twice, and only left when the fight became impossible. And that changed everything. Before Bunker Hill, people in London laughed off the colonial army. They called them amateurs, rabble, an angry mob with no discipline and no future. The American newspapers had begged for recognition. After the battle, they didn't need to beg anymore. Bunker Hill was proof. Proof that farmers with muskets could go toe-to-toe with the most powerful army on earth and make them bleed for every inch. Was it a loss? On paper, sure, but it lit a fire under the revolution. It galvanized the colonies. It showed them that resistance wasn't futile, it was working. Imagine being a young man in Virginia or Georgia or Pennsylvania, reading the headlines, "Militia holds off British forces on Breed's Hill." Wouldn't that stir something in you? Wouldn't that make you pick up your father's old musket and wonder what you were waiting for? And from a purely military standpoint, this was a masterclass in what not to underestimate. The British assumed it'd be a skirmish. They expected to mop the field with poorly trained rebels. Instead, they found themselves crawling over bodies just to reach the top of a hill. Even Parliament took notice. Suddenly, this wasn't just some colonial tantrum. It was war. Let's talk about the emotional aftermath for a second, because that's where the real scars started to show. If you were in Boston that day, you didn't just hear the cannon fire. You felt it. The ground trembled. Windows rattled. Mothers held their children tighter. Some prayed. Others packed. Because everyone knew something had shifted. Charlestown, just below the hill, was set ablaze by British artillery during the fighting. Homes, churches, shops, all gone. Smoke curled into the sky like a black banner, visible for miles. It wasn't just a battle. It was a message. And even inside the British ranks, morale cracked. Many soldiers had seen combat before, but this was different. Fighting rebels who looked like them, spoke like them, sometimes even shared their ancestry. It was jarring. It made the war feel personal. Uncomfortably so. One of the quietest but most powerful outcomes of Bunker Hill was how it forced everyone to choose sides. There was no more maybe, no more sitting on the fence. If you lived in the colonies and thought there might still be a peaceful resolution, Bunker Hill shook that illusion apart. The British had burned a town. The rebels had killed hundreds of redcoats. This wasn't about taxes anymore. It was about control, identity, destiny. The people watching from the shadows now had to decide, were they loyal to the crown? Or to something newer, bolder, riskier? Bunker Hill didn't answer that question, but it forced the conversation. Loudly. Every battle has its legends. But Bunker Hill? It had dozens. William Prescott, reportedly pacing along the ramparts, calm as a summer preacher, calling out that iconic line about waiting until you see the whites of their eyes. Was it for dramatic effect? Maybe, but it worked. Dr. Joseph Warren, a well-respected leader in the Patriot cause, who insisted on fighting as a common soldier that day, despite being offered command. He was killed in the final British assault. His death sent shockwaves through the colonies. He became a martyr overnight. Peter Salem, a black soldier, formerly enslaved, who stood shoulder to shoulder with white militiamen and reportedly shot Major Pitcairn, the same British officer who'd ordered the first shots at Lexington. His name might not be in every textbook, but his legacy echoes in the quiet folds of history. These weren't just statistics. They were people. People who lived and breathed and bled on that hill. And their stories gave the revolution faces, voices, stakes, because it broke the illusion of British invincibility, because it proved the colonies could fight and wouldn't go quietly, because it created a moment, one shared across taverns and pulpits and kitchen tables, when ordinary Americans realized they had something worth dying for. And you know what? Sometimes that's all it takes. Bunker Hill wasn't the biggest battle of the Revolution. It wasn't the most strategically important, but it was the emotional turning point. It was the first time the colonies showed they could match fire with fire and not blink. The rebels didn't win that day, but they didn't lose the future either. He didn't stride into camp like a savior. No trumpets, no dramatic speeches, no polished uniform glinting in the sunlight. George Washington arrived in Cambridge in early July 1775, riding a borrowed horse, dressed in a plain blue coat with buff trim. His boots were muddy, his face unreadable, and the air around him heavy with expectation. This wasn't just another general rolling into town. This was a Virginian stepping into a Massachusetts fight, and that mattered more than it might seem. Back then, the colonies didn't exactly hold hands and sing in harmony. New Englanders eyed Southerners with suspicion. City folk scoffed at backwoodsmen, and few thought a man from Mount Vernon could rally a ragtag army of Yankees. But George Washington wasn't just any Virginian. He was tall, commanding, quiet but never passive. And when Congress handed him command of the newly named Continental Army, he accepted with reluctance. Not because he lacked confidence, but because he understood the weight of it all. Washington knew he was being handed a revolution in its infancy, unarmed and underfed, with its umbilical cord still half attached to the crown. And here's what's wild. He said yes anyway. Imagine walking into your first day on the job and finding complete chaos. Tents flapping in the wind. Soldiers arguing about whose turn it is to keep watch. Men cooking over open fires next to latrines. Officers issuing contradictory orders because no one can agree on a chain of command. That was the army George Washington inherited outside Boston in the summer of 1775. By his own account, he was horrified. He saw men who were brave, but wildly undisciplined. Fighters with heart, but no structure. Some showed up barefoot. Others brought their own weapons, no two matching. Ammunition was scarce. Morale? Even scarcer. And yet, despite all that, These men had just stood their ground at Bunker Hill. Washington didn't roll his eyes or throw up his hands. He got to work. His mission was clear: take this army of passionate volunteers and turn them into a fighting force. Not a militia, not a mob, a real army. And he didn't do it with fire and brimstone speeches. He led by presence. He walked among his men. He listened. He learned names. He didn't need to raise his voice. His silence carried its own authority. Let's talk about the Washington effect. The man had gravity. Even when he said little, people listened. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't a natural orator like Patrick Henry. But Washington projected a sense of inevitability. Like losing was not an option. Not because he said so, but because he simply didn't consider it. And people believed him. There's a reason letters from soldiers during this time start using the phrase, "General Washington has arrived," like it's some kind of divine reassurance. He brought legitimacy to the rebellion. He turned this scrappy siege into something that looked suspiciously like a war effort. He also brought structure. Orders were now written down. Guards were posted. Inspections became routine. Punishments were clear. Promotion wasn't just about who shouted the loudest. It became about merit, reliability, and resolve. For a while, that was enough. Now don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't all smooth sailing. Washington's arrival didn't magically make the New Englanders love him. He was a slaveholding aristocrat from the South. They were hard-edged farmers who didn't take kindly to formality. Some thought he was too stiff, too aloof, too polished. He thought they were too rough, too casual, too prone to drinking, swearing, and questioning authority. But here's the thing. Mutual discomfort sometimes breeds the best kind of respect. Washington didn't try to become one of them, and they didn't try to change him. Instead, they met in the middle, on the battlefield. Over time, he earned their loyalty not with charm, but with consistency. He showed up. He stayed late. He stood firm. He made decisions and took responsibility when they went south. That's what the men respected. Because when you're sleeping in a tent, staring down the most powerful army on the planet, you don't need a friend. You need someone who won't flinch. Here's what doesn't get talked about enough. The siege of Boston wasn't just about military maneuvers. It was also a war of attrition. And Washington had to lead his army through months of brutal boredom, cold nights, and creeping doubt. Food was always a problem. Sometimes they had salt pork. Other times, moldy bread. Rum was considered medicine. Clean water was luck. And medical care? Let's just say sanitary conditions weren't yet a thing. Disease moved through the camps like a shadow. Then there was ammunition, or rather, the lack of it. Washington had fewer than 10 rounds per man at some points. He knew if the British came out in full force, they might not be able to hold the line. So he played a dangerous game: bluff and posture. Build earthworks, stage drills, look busy. Anything to make the British believe he had more firepower than he actually did. And it worked. General Gage and later General Howe remained holed up in Boston, unsure of the rebels' true strength. Washington's stone-cold poker face bought him time. Time to regroup, rearm, and eventually prepare for the next phase. Let's not romanticize it too much. Washington made mistakes. He was harsh with deserters. He could be impatient with Congress. And he often wrestled with how to command loyalty from men who didn't always have enough to eat or wear. But here's the defining thing. He suffered with them. He lived in camp, slept in a tent, ate the same rations, rode out in the rain. He didn't insulate himself from the struggle. He immersed himself in it. And when you're a half-frozen soldier with blisters on your hands and lice in your clothes, sometimes knowing your general is freezing and itching too, that's enough to keep going. Washington's presence also transformed the optics of the siege. What started as a Massachusetts rebellion now had a Virginian face that mattered to the southern colonies, some of whom were still on the fence. Washington's appointment signaled that this wasn't just Boston's fight, it was everyone's. Letters from this period show a subtle shift. People stopped referring to the New England militia and started calling them the American Army. That psychological shift, however small, was vital. Because revolutions aren't won by regional pride. They're won by unity. Washington's leadership started binding the colonies together under a single banner. One stitched together with fear, faith, and just enough hope to hold. For most of 1775 and early 1776, Boston was a city under lock and key, and not in a glamorous movie set kind of way. Picture a cramped port full of soldiers who didn't want to be there, surrounded by thousands of angry farmers with guns, all of it frozen under a New England winter that didn't care who you fought for. Let's be honest, this wasn't a glorious battlefield. It was a waiting game, an ugly, slow, grinding siege that tested patience more than tactics. The British were boxed into the city with shrinking supplies and fraying tempers. The colonials? Well, they were cold, underfed, and under-equipped, but creative. Because if they couldn't beat the British with numbers or artillery, they'd beat them with ideas. Washington, as we saw earlier, had inherited an army low on everything, especially powder. Early reports showed he had enough gunpowder for maybe 9 rounds per man. 9. That's barely enough for one real engagement. And yet, the British didn't know that. So what did Washington do? He leaned into theatrics. He staged constant troop movements, had his soldiers build fake fortifications, even orchestrated nighttime bonfires and exaggerated patrols to give the illusion of a much larger force. It was military smoke and mirrors, basically guerrilla Broadway. But it worked. British commanders weren't willing to gamble. They stayed put. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Washington begged the Continental Congress for supplies and reinforcements. He sent scouts, smugglers, even black market deals were used to secure powder and flints. Desperation has a funny way of making people resourceful. But even resourcefulness has its limits, unless you've got help. And that help? It came in the form of one of the most daring, ridiculous, brilliant logistical feats of the entire war. You ever hear a story that sounds made up, but isn't? Here's one. Washington needed artillery. Big guns. The kind that could actually crack British defenses and force a real withdrawal. Problem was the Continental Army didn't have any. Not in Boston, anyway. But Fort Ticonderoga, way up in New York, did. So Washington turned to a 25-year-old former bookseller named Henry Knox. And he gave him a job that would make most sane people laugh. Go to Ticonderoga, grab all the cannons you can find, some weighing over 5,000 pounds, and drag them 300 miles back to Boston in the middle of winter. Knox didn't flinch. He and his team set off in December 1775, traveling across frozen rivers, snowy hills, and icy roads using ox-drawn sleds, homemade harnesses, and an unhealthy dose of stubbornness. They lost a few cannons to the ice, broke more than a few axles, but they didn't stop. By late January 1776, they made it. 59 cannons, over 60 tons of weaponry, delivered like some revolutionary Amazon Prime order, straight to Washington's camp. People don't talk about Knox enough, but honestly, he helped tip the balance. Once the artillery arrived, Washington didn't just roll them out and start blasting. No, he waited, watched, and picked his moment with surgical precision. Boston is surrounded by hills. In one of them, Dorchester Heights, to the south, had the perfect vantage point to shell the entire British fleet in harbor. Problem was, it was undefended. Until March 2nd, 1776. Over the course of just 2 nights, under cover of darkness and distraction fire, Washington's men moved cannon after cannon up the heights. They worked with speed and silence, digging, stacking, fortifying, all without tipping off the British. In the morning, redcoats awoke to a horrifying sight. The Americans now had the high ground, fully loaded, aimed directly at Boston and the ships in the harbor. It was checkmate. No blood spilled. No glorious charge. Just clever planning and a couple dozen cannons in exactly the right place. General Howe knew it. He made some noise about a counterattack, but honestly, his heart wasn't in it. After Bunker Hill, he had no appetite for charging another hill stacked with rebels. He blinked. On March 17th, 1776, British troops began to evacuate the city. Boston was free. Let's just sit with that for a second. After nearly a year of siege, Washington took back one of the most important cities in the colonies, and he didn't need a final battle to do it. No thunderous cavalry charge. No dramatic sword fight in the snow. Just grit, patience, and positioning. And that's something people often miss when they think about military history. It's not always about who's louder or faster or more aggressive. Sometimes the smartest win is the quiet one, the one that doesn't look like a win until the enemy is sailing away in retreat. For the people of Boston, March 17th wasn't just a military victory. It was emotional, personal. They lined the streets as British ships pulled out of the harbor. Some wept, some cheered, and yes, some loyalists left with the redcoats, fearing reprisal or heartbreak or both. The Continental Army walked into the city not as invaders, but as liberators. It wasn't just the end of the siege. It was the start of something new. Boston had been the cradle of revolution for years, birthplace of resistance, rebellion, and a fair share of riots. But now was the first major city reclaimed by American forces. That mattered. News of the British withdrawal raced down the coast. Cities erupted in celebration. Bells rang. Bonfires lit up the night sky. Suddenly, this ragtag army, led by a quiet Virginian and armed with cannons dragged by a bookseller, seemed a lot more real. Congress declared March 17th Evacuation Day. In Boston, it's still remembered, at least by some, even if it now awkwardly overlaps with a certain Irish celebration involving green beer. But the meaning runs deeper than any parade. Evacuation Day told the colonies, we can do this. We can hold our ground. We can outthink the empire. We're not just resisting anymore. We're winning. And that belief, it's what carried the revolution forward. Through defeat, through betrayal, through winter at Valley Forge and chaos in New York. Through everything. Because once you believe you can stand, it's only a matter of time before you walk. Bunker Hill was the firecracker. Washington was the fuse. And Boston, freed by strategy, by snow, and by stubbornness, was the spark that proved the fire wouldn't go out. From here on out, the war would stretch into new territories. The stakes would grow higher. The costs would become unbearable. But the lessons from Boston stuck. You don't always need the biggest army. You need the smartest plan. You don't always need to fight. But when you do, fight like you've already decided what comes next. Thomas Paine's common sense and its mic drop effect. If there was ever a moment where colonial America collectively blinked, turned to each other, and said, wait, can we actually do this? It came shortly after a 47-page pamphlet hit the streets in January 1776. It wasn't the kind of thing you'd expect to change the course of a continent. No flashy cover, no grand authorship, just bold black ink on rough paper, printed fast and cheap in a Philadelphia shop. The title? Common Sense. The author? A newcomer named Thomas Paine. It wasn't subtle. It didn't try to be. It grabbed readers by the collar and shouted into their faces. It made treason sound like common decency. And it tore into King George III with the precision of a surgeon and the fury of a scorned poet. Let's back up for a second, though, because to understand why common sense landed like a cannon blast, you need to know what the colonies were feeling at the time. It's easy now, knowing how things turned out, to assume America was always on a one-way path toward independence. But at the start of 1776, far from it. People were angry, sure, furious even. The Boston Massacre, the Tea Party, the intolerable acts, they'd all stir the pot. But most colonists still weren't calling for full-blown independence. There was fear in the air. Fear of war. Fear of losing trade. Fear of what might replace British rule if the colonies broke free. Some hoped for reconciliation. Others wanted reform. A few, like John Adams, were pushing quietly for revolution, but even he knew the public wasn't there yet. Then along came Thomas Paine, with a thick accent and a thin patience for subtlety. Here's the funny thing. Thomas Paine wasn't even American by birth. He was born in England, raised poor, educated just enough to get by, failed at more jobs than most people tried. He was a corset maker, a tax collector, a preacher, briefly, and a fired civil servant. At one point, he almost died from illness. Then, at age 37, he sailed to America with little more than a letter of introduction from Benjamin Franklin. That was 1774. By 1776, he was writing the most explosive political document the colonies had ever seen. It's like if someone moved to a new country, took one look around, and then wrote the blueprint for revolution within a year of arriving. Arrogant? Maybe. Necessary? Absolutely. You know how some people just say what everyone's thinking, but no one dares to say out loud? That was common sense. Paine didn't couch his arguments in delicate legalese. He didn't hide behind metaphors. He went straight for the throat. Even brutes do not devour their young, nor savages make war upon their families. That was how he talked about Britain's treatment of the colonies. And that was page one. What made it so powerful wasn't just the content. It was the clarity. Paine didn't write for politicians. He wrote for farmers, blacksmiths, sailors, and street preachers. He used biblical references and everyday logic. He made monarchy sound like not just a bad idea, but a moral stain on the soul. He told Americans that hereditary kingship was a laughable, godless joke. That reconciliation with Britain was a trap. That independence wasn't a wild idea. It was the only sane one left. There is something very absurd in supposing a continent to be perpetually governed by an island. Mic dropped. There's no TikTok in 1776, no viral tweets. But common sense did what no influencer could dream of. It sold an estimated 100,000 to 500,000 copies in a population of around 5 million. That's like every 10th person owning a copy, and most of them passed it around, read it aloud in taverns, churches, and public squares. People memorized lines. Ministers preached from it. Grandfathers read it to grandchildren. It wasn't just a pamphlet. It was a phenomenon. And it wasn't just reaching urban radicals in Boston or Philadelphia. It was landing in small farming villages along wagon trails in port towns. Places where folks might not have read much before, but suddenly found themselves nodding along, fists clenched, eyes sharp. One Massachusetts farmer reportedly said, "Paine has made me see more clearly than any preacher ever did." That's no small thing in a God-fearing colony. John Adams, already a firebrand himself, read Common Sense and had mixed feelings. He respected the passion, but thought Paine oversimplified things. Still, he couldn't ignore the wave it created. George Washington had it read aloud to his troops, not just once, but multiple times. He knew morale wasn't built on muskets alone. It needed conviction, and Paine provided that. Benjamin Rush, a fellow Philadelphian and signer of the Declaration, helped Paine publish it. He knew what it was. He called it an angel blowing a trumpet. And the British? They weren't impressed. One Tory pamphleteer called it a poisonous writing, stuffed with falsehood, inconsistency, and misrepresentation. But even that anger proved the point. Common sense wasn't just writing, it was a weapon. Let's not oversimplify. The American Revolution was a stew of grievances, ideas, fears, and ambitions that had been simmering for decades. But Paine? He cranked up the heat. He gave ordinary people the words they needed to explain what they were already feeling. He stripped away the complexity and said, in essence, we've been abused. We don't owe them anything, and we can do better. He turned whispers into roars. Some historians say the timing was everything. If Common Sense had come out in 1774, it might have been dismissed. If it had come in 1777, it might have been too late. But in January 1776, when the colonies were still on the fence, it was exactly the push many people needed. That's why it matters. Not because it introduced ideas no one had ever heard before, but because it made them real, raw, and utterly unavoidable. You'd think writing the most influential piece of revolutionary literature would guarantee a lifetime of respect, right? Nope. Paine's later life was a roller coaster of praise, exile, ridicule, and poverty. He went on to write more: The Crisis, The Rights of Man, The Age of Reason. But his attacks on organized religion and his radical ideas made him unpopular, even among his fellow revolutionaries. When he died in 1809, only a handful of people came to his funeral. But Common Sense? It outlived him. It still echoes today. And maybe that's the ultimate irony. The man who helped birth a nation died, largely forgotten by it. But his words? They lit a fire. When you picture the Declaration of Independence being written, it's easy to imagine Thomas Jefferson alone in a candlelit room, quill in hand, scribbling out history. And in a way, that's true. He did write the first draft. But what happened next is a whole other story. The story of how a beautiful, radical, heart-thumping document got carved up by a roomful of nervous men. A story of edits, arguments, and last-minute compromises. Because the truth is, while Jefferson may have held the pen, the finished product was written by committee, both literally and emotionally. Let's rewind to June 1776. The Continental Congress had been meeting in Philadelphia for months, and the question of independence had finally reached a boiling point. The colonies were teetering on the edge, nudged forward by the popularity of common sense and the growing number of skirmishes with British troops. On June 7th, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia formally proposed a resolution that the colonies declare independence. The debate was fierce. Some delegates, like John Adams, were already all in. Others, particularly from the middle colonies, needed more time. Still, Congress did what Congress always does. They formed a committee. 5 men were chosen to draft a declaration: John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, Robert R. Livingston, and Thomas Jefferson. So how did Jefferson, the youngest of the bunch and probably the quietest, end up writing it? Adams said it best years later: "You can write 10 times better than I can." Jefferson was known for his eloquence. He could write with clarity, force, and elegance. More importantly, he hadn't made as many enemies in Congress as Adams had. He was a fresh quill with a clean reputation. And so Jefferson got the job. He sat down, most likely in a second-floor apartment at 700 Market Street, and got to work. The first draft of the Declaration was bold. Jefferson wasn't holding back. He started with universal rights. All men are created equal, and built a case against King George III that read like a list of unforgivable sins. He accused the king of destroying representative government, obstructing justice, imposing unfair taxes, and waging war against his own subjects. But Jefferson didn't stop there. One of the most powerful and later removed passages was a full-throated condemnation of slavery. He called it a cruel war against human nature itself, blaming the British Crown for encouraging the slave trade and thwarting colonial attempts to end it. That part? It never made it into the final version. Jefferson's draft was angry. It was sweeping. It didn't just declare independence. It explained why in a way that felt personal and moral, not just political. And then came Congress. On June 28th, Jefferson submitted his draft to Congress. The next few days were a whirlwind of revisions. 39 edits. Nearly 25% of Jefferson's original text was either changed or cut entirely. Some of it was wordsmithing, tightening up language, clarifying phrasing. But some cuts were deeply political. That slavery passage? Southern delegates, especially from South Carolina and Georgia, objected fiercely. They didn't want a document that painted slavery as a sin. And Northern delegates, many of whom profited from the trade indirectly, weren't exactly itching to start that fight. So the passage was cut. Just like that. Other edits softened the language. Jefferson's biting personal attacks on the king were toned down. Congress wanted to blame the monarchy, not the British people. They still hoped to win international support, maybe even from British citizens themselves. It was compromise. Messy, frustrating, necessary compromise. And Jefferson? He was furious. Years later, he'd write that the edits mangled his work. But he knew he had to play the long game. Better a watered-down declaration than no declaration at all. It's easy to admire the Declaration for its bold language and soaring ideals. But beneath that is a quieter, harder truth. Unity came at a price. To get 13 very different colonies on the same page, some principles had to be tucked away. The slavery question, for one, but also deeper disagreements about what freedom actually meant. Freedom for whom? To do what? Under whose authority? The Declaration papered over those cracks. It wasn't dishonest. It just wasn't complete. And in some ways, it couldn't be. The goal wasn't a perfect moral statement. The goal was consensus. It had to be powerful enough to inspire people, but careful enough not to tear that people apart before the war even began. And that's what makes the final document so remarkable. Despite the edits, the compromises, and the diluted passages, it still radiates clarity and conviction. That opening line, when in the course of human events, feels like the first chord in a national anthem. The kind you feel in your chest, not just your ears. One of the strangest things about the Declaration is what it leaves out. There's no real plan for what comes next. No system of government. No mention of president, Congress, or courts. No roadmap for rebuilding a country that had just severed itself from its past. It's pure purpose, not policy. It doesn't ask the reader to imagine a new nation. It tells them why the old one has to go. That blank space, what comes after the king, is part of what gave the Declaration its urgency. It wasn't offering answers. It was lighting a fuse. The final version was adopted by Congress on July 4th, 1776. Contrary to popular belief, it wasn't actually signed that day. We'll get to that in the next section, but July 4th is the date printed on the document. It's the day Congress approved the final wording. The vote for independence had happened on July 2nd, but July 4th was when the words themselves were locked in. Jefferson, for all his frustration, knew what they'd accomplished. He later called it an expression of the American mind. Not perfect, not unedited, but true in its essence. And here's the thing. That collaboration between Jefferson's poetry and Congress's pragmatism gave the Declaration its strange, enduring power. It's idealistic, but it was born from gritty political wrangling. A statement of unity written through division. It told the world, we're something new, even if the details weren't fully worked out yet. Let's get this out of the way. The United States didn't actually declare independence on July 4th. Wait, what? Yep. It's one of those historical ironies wrapped in fireworks and red, white, and blue cupcakes. If you time travel to Philadelphia in early July 1776 and ask the local, hey, what's going on July 4th? They'd probably shrug. Because the real fireworks, metaphorically speaking, had already gone off 2 days earlier. So how did we end up turning July 4th into America's birthday? And what actually happened that week? Buckle up. This is one of those delightfully messy truths about how history gets remembered. Not always accurately, but memorably. On July 2nd, 1776, the Continental Congress did something quietly monumental. They voted to approve Richard Henry Lee's resolution that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. That was the official break for Britain. The moment the colonies decided, formally and finally, to go their own way. John Adams was ecstatic. He wrote to his wife, Abigail, that July 2nd would be remembered for generations as the great anniversary festival. He even predicted it ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations. Turns out he was right, just about the wrong date. So why don't we celebrate July 2nd? Blame timing. And printers. Here's where it gets technical. The vote for independence happened on July 2nd, but the Declaration of Independence, the actual document, the one with all the stirring language and bold accusations, wasn't finished until 2 days later. On July 4th, the Congress approved the final wording of the Declaration. They'd spent the previous days arguing, editing, and trimming Jefferson's draft, as we talked about earlier. By July 4th, the language was locked in. That's the date they stuck on the document. And it's the date that ended up on all the broadsides and newspaper announcements that followed. In other words, July 4th is the day the colonists said, here's what we're telling the world. July 2nd was the actual decision. July 4th was the message. Guess which one made the headlines? Now let's tackle another myth. The image of all the founding fathers lined up in a Camelot Hall, solemnly signing their names on July 4th, 1776. That never happened. In fact, most delegates didn't sign the Declaration until August 2nd, a full month later. And even then, some signatures came in after that. The document wasn't rushed through with dramatic flair. It moved through the awkward machinery of colonial bureaucracy. Why the delay? Well, the document had to be copied neatly on a parchment first. Not the printed broadsides people saw in July, but the handwritten version, the one now housed in the National Archives. That took time. Delegates also needed to return to Philadelphia, some from hundreds of miles away, and a few still had cold feet and needed nudging. Even more awkward, some men signed the document without having been present for the July vote. Others who were there didn't sign at all. History, it turns out, isn't great at clean story arcs. Once the Declaration was finalized on July 4th, it didn't just sit there. Congress wanted it out in the open, fast. They ordered it printed immediately. John Dunlap, a local printer, was handed the job late that night. He printed around 200 broadsides, essentially large posters, that were rushed across the colonies by horseback, ship, and sheer determination. These are now known as Dunlap broadsides. Only about 24 copies are known to survive today. From there, newspapers reprinted the text. Town criers read it aloud in public squares. Church ministers quoted it from pulpits. In some places, colonists tore down symbols of British power, like the statue of King George III in New York, which was melted down for musket balls. Still, it wasn't instant. Some towns didn't hear the news until mid-July. Others, weeks later. If you live in a rural village, chances are you found out after the fact, by a full month or more. And not everyone heard it the same way. For many colonists, the Declaration was electrifying. It wasn't just a list of grievances, it was a vision of a new kind of society. Equal in rights, governed by consent, not born into subjugation. But here's where things get complicated. Not everyone heard freedom in those words. Enslaved people, Native Americans, women, and the poor weren't invited into that all men are created equal club. In fact, some enslaved Black Americans saw the contradiction so clearly they ran to the British for protection, hoping the enemy of their enemy might offer actual liberty. Loyalists read the Declaration and saw hypocrisy. Fence-sitters read it and felt dread. Even some patriots winced at how far it went. This wasn't just a political shift. It was a social earthquake. For every cheer in a tavern, there was a nervous silence in a church pew. For every rebel waving the new cause, there was a merchant calculating the cost of war. The truth is, the 4th of July didn't feel like a celebration yet. It felt like a leap into the unknown. Honestly, because it had the best branding. The date printed on the Declaration, July 4th, 1776, became the version of history that stuck. It was the day the words were born, even if the decision came earlier and the signatures came later. And in the decades that followed, as the new nation grew and shaped its story, July 4th became easier to rally around. It wasn't about the vote or the logistics, it was about the message. By the early 1800s, July 4th celebrations included parades, speeches, barbecues, and fireworks, just as Adams had imagined, though 2 days off. The date became ritual, and rituals have a way of shaping memory more powerfully than facts. The irony? John Adams never really got over it. He refused to participate in July 4th festivities and always insisted July 2nd was the real anniversary. To be fair, he wasn't wrong. But history doesn't always favor precision. It favors story. Looking back, that week in July 1776 is soaked in symbolism. But at the time, it was full of uncertainty. No one knew what would happen next. Would France or Spain support them? Would Britain retaliate with overwhelming force? Would the colonies hold together? Could they even survive? The Declaration was a promise, not a guarantee. It didn't bring instant independence. It sparked a war for it. A long, brutal, expensive war that would test the meaning of those famous words. But in that first week, what mattered most wasn't victory. It was clarity. The fog of compromise had lifted. The colonies had spoken, not just about taxes or trade, but about identity. They weren't British subjects anymore. They were something new. We like to think of revolutions as neat. Patriots versus redcoats, freedom against tyranny, good guys and bad guys. But real revolutions are messier than that. They don't just divide armies, they divide families, churches, friendships, small towns. When the ink dried on the Declaration of Independence, the fracture didn't stop at the Atlantic. It split American communities right down the middle. Not everyone was cheering. Not everyone wanted independence. And for a lot of colonists, choosing a side wasn't noble or romantic. It was terrifying. Welcome to the hidden civil war inside the revolution. Let's start with the folks who didn't flip their flags overnight, the Loyalists. Sometimes called Tories, Loyalists made up roughly 15 to 25% of the population. That's not a fringe. That's a substantial chunk of colonial America saying, wait, are we sure we want to fight the most powerful empire in the world? And their reasons varied wildly. Some were merchants who relied on British trade. Others were Anglican ministers who saw loyalty to the crown as part of their religious duty. Wealthy landowners, particularly in places like New York and South Carolina, often worried a revolution would unleash chaos on the social order they benefited from. But not all loyalists were elite. Some were formerly enslaved people promised freedom if they joined the British cause. Others were recent immigrants who didn't want to die for a rebellion they barely understood. In many cases, it wasn't about love for Britain. It was about fear. Fear of instability. Fear of mob rule. Fear that this experiment in liberty might end in blood and ashes. And honestly, that wasn't an irrational fear. Then there were the undecided, the people who didn't jump into the revolution with flags waving or stay loyal out of principle. They just wanted to survive. Imagine being a farmer in a small New Jersey town. You've got 6 kids, 2 cows, and not a single political pamphlet in your house. One week, patriot militias are asking for food. The next, British troops are marching through. You don't want to fight. You want your fields unburned and your barn standing. But neutrality? That wasn't really an option. Both sides saw neutral as traitor in disguise. If you didn't help the rebels, you were a Tory. If you didn't support the crown, you were a rebel. And your neighbors were watching. These weren't abstract debates. They were local, gossiped over at the mill, whispered at the church door. Families drew lines, not just across oceans, but across dinner tables. We tend to imagine the war playing out between uniformed troops. But some of the ugliest, most personal violence happened between civilians. Loyalists had their property seized. Their homes were vandalized. Some were tarred and feathered. A humiliating and painful public punishment that left lifelong scars. Others were driven out of town entirely. And patriots? They weren't immune either. In Loyalist strongholds like parts of New York or Georgia, known rebels could be imprisoned or worse. British-backed militias often terrorized patriot communities. There were no safe bets, and the war didn't respect old relationships. In one case, a Pennsylvania town held a mock funeral for a neighbor who refused to support the revolution. They paraded through the streets with a coffin labeled with his name. The message was clear: you've been dead to us. Some of the most heartbreaking divisions weren't geographic, they were personal. Ben Franklin's son, William, was a diehard loyalist. As governor of New Jersey under British authority, he refused to renounce the crown. His father, one of the Declaration's fiercest champions, disowned him. They never fully reconciled. It wasn't just the Franklins. In Virginia, cousins found themselves on opposite sides of the conflict. In New York, brothers enlisted in opposing armies. In the Carolinas, neighbors who had farmed side by side turned their muskets on each other. The Declaration didn't just declare war on Britain. It made civil war inevitable. When your nation is being born, the labor is painful. It was never going to stay about taxes. What started as a fiery protest over tea, tariffs, and British soldiers stomping through colonial towns was now turning into something else. Something messier, bloodier, and way more personal. By the summer of 1776, this wasn't a spat between relatives anymore. It was war, real war. And if you wanted proof, you didn't need to look any further than New York City. See, New York wasn't just another dot on the map. It was the beating heart of British ambition and the crown jewel of American commerce. Whoever controlled New York controlled the Hudson River, and whoever held the Hudson could split the colonies in two like a log under an axe. The British knew that. So did George Washington. The only difference? The British had the ships, the soldiers, and the swagger. Washington? He had a ragtag army and an avalanche of pressure. He wasn't ready, and he knew it. This was Washington's first major test as commander of the Continental Army. He had guts, no doubt. Charisma, sure. But experience? Not really. And now he was staring down the biggest, best-equipped military force on the planet, with little more than borrowed cannons, farmers in boots, and a prayer. What came next wasn't just a military disaster. It was a rude awakening. You've probably seen it in paintings. The British fleet sailing into New York Harbor like thunderclouds over the horizon. But what those paintings don't capture is the sheer scale of it all. In late August 1776, more than 30,000 British and Hessian troops landed in and around Staten Island. 30,000. To put that in perspective, it was the largest expeditionary force the British had ever sent overseas. Ever. And they didn't come quietly. The harbor was jammed with nearly 400 ships, their sails billowing like ghostly warnings. The drums beat. Bayonets gleamed. This wasn't a raid. This was an occupation. And New Yorkers? Well, they were divided right down the middle. Some cheered the redcoats, waving them in like saviors. Others bolted south to the Carolinas, west to Pennsylvania, anywhere but here. Tensions boiled over. There were arsons, riots, accusations of spying. And when a mysterious fire leveled nearly a quarter of Manhattan, just weeks after the British moved in, people whispered it was sabotage, but no one ever proved it. Washington, meanwhile, was trying to hold the high ground on Brooklyn Heights, just across the East River. It was a decent plan, at least on paper. Dig in, use the terrain, protect the city. But when the British launched the Battle of Long Island on August 27th, it wasn't even close. They flanked him, cleanly, quietly, brutally. While Washington's men were watching the front, British troops under General Howe swung around the back, through Jamaica Pass. Local loyalists had happily shown them the way. The Continental Army, mostly made up of volunteers with barely a lick of battlefield training, didn't stand chance. Some were bayonet in the swampy fields. Some ran. A few were captured and sent to rot on prison ships, a slow death by starvation and disease. Washington watched from a distance, fists clenched, knowing he couldn't stop it. The loss was staggering. More than 1,000 American soldiers were killed or captured. British losses? Barely over 60. But here's the part that hits hardest. Washington didn't just lose a battle. He nearly lost everything. His army was now trapped on the tip of Long Island, boxed in by British troops on one side and the East River on the other. If General Howe pressed his advantage that night, the war could have ended right then and there. But he didn't. He hesitated. It's one of history's more baffling moments. Howe, for all his military discipline, refused to finish Washington off. Maybe he thought the rebels would surrender if he gave them a night to sleep on it. Maybe he was just being overly cautious. Either way, he paused. That pause would prove to be one of the most fateful mistakes in the entire war. Because while Howe waited, Washington planned. And the next chapter? It reads more like a ghost story than a military maneuver. Picture this. It's the night of August 29th, 1776. The rain's been falling in fits all day, and the thick summer air clings to every breath. The Continental Army, what's left of it, is stranded on Brooklyn Heights, their backs to the East River. They're outgunned, outnumbered, and absolutely out of options. British troops are sharpening their bayonets just a few hundred yards away. The end is close enough to smell. George Washington paces the shoreline. He hasn't slept. None of them have. But he's got a wild idea. Get the entire army off Long Island. Tonight, right under the British nose. Let me be clear, this should not have worked. There weren't enough boats. The wind wasn't cooperating. And trying to ferry 9,000 men silently across a river without lanterns? That's a logistical nightmare. But Washington knew the only thing worse than trying was staying. So he called on the one group he knew could pull it off, Glover's Marbleheaders, a regiment of hardy New England fishermen from Massachusetts. These weren't your average rowers. These guys had spent years hauling cod in winter gales and maneuvering schooners through icy harbors. Stealthy river crossing? That was Tuesday for them. Quietly, methodically, they started shuttling troops across the East River in small boats. Over and over. Cannon wheels, horses, crates, boots, all of it in silence. If the British had discovered them, massacre. But they didn't. Why? Because then came the fog. Just before dawn, as the last troops were boarding, a thick, low-hanging fog rolled in, unnaturally dense, like something out of sailor's nightmare. It hugged the ground, blanketing the river and hiding everything. You couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. And the British? Still sleeping. By sunrise, the last boat slipped away from Brooklyn's shore. When British scouts finally crept into the rebel encampments, they found cold ashes and empty trenches. Not a soul left. Washington had pulled off a full-blown Houdini act, a miraculous escape under the noses of the most powerful military in the world. Even his critics had to admit it. The man had guts. Some called it luck. Others whispered it was divine intervention. Washington? He never said, but privately, he admitted that the fog was an act of providence. Whatever it was, it saved the revolution. Because if that army had been captured or crushed that night, there would have been no Valley Forge, no Yorktown, no United States of America. You'd think after that narrow escape, Washington might catch a break. Nope. No sooner had his army made it across the river than the chase was on. British General William Howe wasn't about to let him regroup in peace. So the Americans scrambled north, zigzagging across Manhattan in a series of retreats that left their boots worn and their spirits even more so. At Harlem Heights, they finally got a bit of revenge. British troops, a little too confident after Long Island, walked right into a well-laid American ambush. The fight wasn't a major strategic win, but it gave Washington something he desperately needed: proof his men could stand and fight. And, just as importantly, morale. For the first time since the debacle in Brooklyn, his army wasn't just running. But the high didn't last. Howe kept pressing. Washington was forced to abandon Manhattan entirely, falling back to the hills of White Plains in late October. Another clash. Another retreat. The British weren't crushing the rebels. They were just bleeding them dry, bit by bit. By November, things were spiraling. The British took Fort Washington, one of the last Continental strongholds in Manhattan. Nearly 3,000 American troops were captured in a single blow. It was one of the worst defeats of the entire war. Across the river, Fort Lee fell shortly after. Suddenly, New Jersey was wide open, and the British poured in. The retreat turned frantic. Washington's army fled across the Delaware River into Pennsylvania, stealing whatever they could carry, burning bridges behind them, hoping to slow the British chase. Civilians watched in horror as redcoats marched into their towns and Continental soldiers melted into the woods. You want to talk about rock bottom? This was it. Washington's army, once nearly 20,000 strong, was down to fewer than 3,000 men. Many of those were ready to quit. Enlistments were expiring. Shoes were worn to scraps. Soldiers were marching barefoot, their tracks marked with blood on frozen roads. And here's the kicker. Most of the country thought it was over. Even some members of Congress, then holed up in Philadelphia, started to panic. The revolution, it seemed, was collapsing under the weight of reality. But that's the funny thing about hitting bottom. It forces you to make bold moves. Washington was out of time, out of troops, and out of conventional options. So he did something unconventional. He decided to attack. And not just attack on Christmas. Because sometimes, when everything's falling apart, the only way forward is through the storm. Here's where things get downright cinematic. It's Christmas night, 1776. Most of the country is warm by the fire, those who still believe there's a country. But on the banks of the icy Delaware River, a frostbitten George Washington is betting what's left of the revolution on a moonless midnight raid. And no, this wasn't some grand offensive backed by well-fed troops and shiny supplies. This was desperation wrapped in wool. Most of the men had rags for shoes. Some had no shoes at all. They wrapped their feet in burlap, or just marched barefoot, toes cracking open on frozen ground. One soldier later wrote that he followed bloody footprints in the snow like breadcrumbs. Still, Washington pressed on. The target? Trenton, New Jersey, where around 1,400 Hessian soldiers, German mercenaries hired by the British, were camped. These weren't the hardened elite you'd find in Europe's finest armies. They were tired, sloppy, overconfident, and rumor had it they'd be celebrating Christmas heavily. Washington had two things going for him: surprise and audacity. He split his forces and began the crossing around 6 p.m. But the weather had other plans. A nor'easter blew in, sleet, snow, wind, the whole punishing package. Ice clogged the river. Cannons got stuck. What should have taken hours took all night. The operation was already behind schedule by the time the last boats hit the Jersey shore. And yet, no one turned back. By dawn, Washington's army began its march toward Trenton. The men were soaked, freezing, exhausted. But they moved, step by agonizing step. At around 8 a.m., they hit the town. The Hessians were still groggy, some literally still in bed. Within 45 minutes, the battle was over. It wasn't even close. Washington's men stormed the streets, firing from behind fences and doorways. The Hessian commander, Colonel Rull, was shot off his horse. His troops surrendered in droves. The Americans lost just 2 men to exposure, not bullets. The Hessians lost nearly 1,000, most as prisoners. It was, by every measure, a stunning upset. But more than that, it was a lifeline. Newspapers across the colonies seized on the victory like water in a drought. Pamphlets called it divine justice. Ordinary people, shopkeepers, farmers, tavern owners, started talking about the cause again. Soldiers who'd been ready to go home re-enlisted. And Washington, he wasn't just a general anymore. He was becoming a symbol. The revolution had gotten its second wind. And Washington wasn't done. If Trenton was the jab, Princeton was the uppercut. The British, furious and embarrassed, weren't going to let the rebels have their little Christmas moment. General Cornwallis left 8,000 troops in Princeton and charged south to squash Washington's army once and for all. By January 2nd, 1777, he caught up with them near Assunpink Creek, just south of Trenton. Night fell. The Americans lit fires and dug in. It looked like they were preparing for a last stand. Except they weren't. Washington had no intention of waiting for a full frontal assault. That night, under cover of darkness, and using a few old campfire tricks to fake movement, he led a stealthy night march around Cornwallis's position. Again, ice, mud, pitch black. And again, his men moved silently, some even stuffing rags into wagon wheels to muffle the noise. By morning, they were on the outskirts of Princeton. The town was lightly defended. Most of the British troops were asleep. When Washington's army hit them just after sunrise, the scene turned chaotic fast. Muskets firing through the morning mist, bayonets clashing in alleyways, smoke curling over snow-covered fields. One moment in particular still gives you chills. A group of retreating Continental soldiers began to falter. The British were pushing them hard. Then, out of the fog, Washington himself rode in, on horseback under fire, and rallied the men personally. He was just 30 yards from British lines. His officers begged him to fall back. He didn't. Instead, he shouted them forward, and they went. The sight of their commander, so exposed, so resolute, sparked a surge. The Americans roared back, flanking the British and forcing them to flee. Another victory, another miracle. Cornwallis turned around too late. Washington's men had already vanished back into the woods, leaving a trail of stunned redcoats and an echo of gunpowder behind. Let's pause for a second. This wasn't just clever tactics. This was psychological warfare. The British were supposed to be invincible. But in 10 short days, the 10 crucial days, as historians would later call them, Washington had gone from running for his life to beating the British twice. And here's the thing. The wins weren't massive in terms of land or resources, but morale, belief, momentum, through the roof. America still had a fighting chance. It's hard to explain how quickly the mood changed. Just weeks earlier, New Jersey had looked like a redcoat stronghold. British troops occupied towns, loyalists were getting bold, and locals mostly kept their heads down. But then came Trenton, then Princeton, and suddenly, the same fields that hosted British campfires were littered with abandoned muskets and hastily packed wagons. The British weren't retreating so much as recalculating. Washington's winter strikes hadn't just bruised their egos. They'd cracked their sense of control. Cornwallis pulled most of his troops back to New Brunswick and other defensible positions. Smaller outposts? Gone. Abandoned. It was like a wave reseeding after the crash. And as the redcoats vanished, something else started to surface: defiance. The people of New Jersey, tired, rattled, and fed up, began rising. Militia groups ambushed stragglers and supply wagons. Patriot farmers who'd gone silent months before now offered shelter, food, and information. Even in towns that had leaned loyalist, the British presence started to feel more like an occupation than protection. The revolution didn't just get its army back in the fight. It got its people back too. It's worth mentioning how rare this kind of swing was. In most wars, territory changes hands because of brute force. But here, a shift in morale did nearly as much as gunpowder. The story of Trenton and Princeton spread like wildfire. It said something the Declaration of Independence couldn't quite manage. We're still here. And we're not done. And George Washington? He wasn't just a general anymore. He was the guy who crossed an ice-choked river at night in a storm twice and pulled off the most daring string of victories the colonies had seen. People started using the word great before his name. He lost New York, but somehow gained the soul of a nation. Let's not sugarcoat it. The British still held New York City, and they weren't giving it up anytime soon. Their army was bigger, better trained, better fed. They still controlled the seas. And on paper, they should have crushed the rebellion by Christmas. But here's what changed: the mood. The British couldn't beat an idea. And by now, the American Revolution wasn't just about geography or taxes. It was about proving that farmers and tradesmen and young dreamers could stand toe-to-toe with an empire and maybe even outthink it. Trenton and Princeton didn't win the war, but they saved it. They proved that George Washington wasn't a fluke, that the Continental Army could adapt, that ordinary people would keep showing up no matter the odds. And most importantly, they reminded everyone that this wasn't over, not by a long shot. Winter still loomed. Supplies were short. Congress was broke. But you could feel it. Something had shifted. A flicker of hope had taken root in the frozen soil. And once that spark caught, it would be nearly impossible to put out. So here's the scene in early 1777. Britain, still licking its wounds from Bunker Hill, watching Boston fall, and fuming over the ragged rebels who just wouldn't quit, decides it's time to stop playing nice. The American colonies, especially those fiery New Englanders, were proving far more stubborn than expected. King George III wasn't amused, and Parliament? They were grumbling about how expensive rebellion was becoming. Something had to give. So, they came up with a plan. Not just any plan. A grand, map-spanning, paint-by-number scheme straight from a red-coated war table in London. The logic was simple. Chop the colonies in half. Divide and conquer, literally. If you can sever New England, the loudest, most rebellious region, from the rest, maybe the movement fizzles out. Cut the head off the snake, and the body dies. Right? Well, not quite. The plan, cooked up in late 1776 and early 1777, was both bold and, frankly, a bit smug. It went like this. General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada with a sizable army, slice through upstate New York, and take Albany. Colonel Berry Street Ledger would swing in from the west, down the Mohawk Valley, clearing any rebel resistance along the way. General William Howe, still camped out with the main British force in New York City, was expected to move north up the Hudson River and meet them in Albany. Once they converged in Albany, British control would stretch from Canada to New York City, effectively sealing off New England. No supplies in, no reinforcements out, no more revolution. You can almost picture them standing around a polished table, nodding, drawing lines with a quill across a nice, clean map. Yes, yes, splendid. The rebels won't know what hit them. Except maps don't have swamps, or patriot militias, or mosquitoes the size of your fist. Leading the charge from the north was John Burgoyne, a man as comfortable in a ballroom as he was on a battlefield. Nicknamed Gentleman Johnny, he was charming, fashionable, and a bit theatrical. He once wrote plays for the London stage. No joke. He also liked to travel with his comforts, including fine wine, crystal goblets, and even his mistress. To his credit, Burgoyne wasn't just flair and frills. He was smart, ambitious, and genuinely believed he could break the back of the rebellion with a dramatic show of force. He even penned his own proclamation, warning rebels to surrender or be crushed beneath the boots of Britain's mighty army and its savage native allies. The British Empire gave him 8,000 men, regulars, Hessian mercenaries, loyalists, and native allies, and told him, "March to Albany. Win the war." But here's the thing. Burgoyne had no idea just how thick and tangled the American wilderness really was, or how unreliable his supposed reinforcements would be. If this were a heist movie, this is the part where one guy goes completely off script. See, while Burgoyne was slashing his way down through upstate New York and Street Ledger was trying to stir up loyalists in the West, General Howe, the one with the biggest army, had other ideas. Instead of heading up the Hudson to meet Burgoyne in Albany like he was supposed to, Howe packed up and sailed south to Philadelphia. Why? Because he thought capturing the Continental Congress's home turf would be more decisive. More glory, more headlines in London, maybe. So Burgoyne, already deep in hostile territory and weeks behind schedule, was left hanging. No backup, no boats on the river, just trees, mud, rebels, and the gnawing realization that the plan was starting to fall apart. And here's the kicker. No one told Burgoyne. There was no, "Hey Johnny, just so you know, we're not coming." Communications across an ocean and through a war zone. Spotty at best. So while Howe was throwing dinner parties in Philadelphia, Burgoyne was dragging artillery through the bogs of Saratoga. You'd think, from the British side, that the colonies were just one strong shove away from giving in. But in reality, something unexpected had happened during those early years of rebellion. The Americans got organized. Even if the Continental Army was undertrained and underfed, the people, the towns, the militias, they were fired up. Local resistance was fierce, and farmers were more than happy to burn bridges, flood roads, and ambush supply wagons if it slowed the British advance. And the irony? The more the British tried to stomp out rebellion by brute force, the more regular folks who were sitting on the fence chose a side, and it wasn't the redcoats. In the minds of many colonists, this wasn't just about taxes anymore. It was about freedom, identity, and not being pushed around by a king an ocean away. You could feel the shift. People weren't just resisting, they were believing. Let's pause here. If John Burgoyne thought the hard part of this campaign would be the battles, well, he hadn't met the forests of upstate New York yet. The plan was to move fast, get down from Canada to Albany in a clean, disciplined march. But what actually happened? A slow-motion disaster that turned his army into a lumbering, overstuffed parade, inching through an unforgiving wilderness while time and support slipped away. Honestly, it's almost impressive how many things went wrong at once. Let's start with the absurd. Burgoyne brought a circus of a convoy. Historians have described it as one of the most overpacked military movements of the 18th century. We're talking 138 pieces of artillery wagons full of silverware, china, and gourmet provisions, a mobile wine cellar. Yes, wine. Officers' wives and mistresses in tow, and a personal wardrobe that could have filled a small boutique now. If you're planning a short campaign through civilized roads, maybe you can get away with that kind of extravagance. But Burgoyne was marching through what was essentially deep frontier. No real roads, just narrow paths. Swamps, thick forests, mountains. The kind of place where wagons bog down, horses drop dead, and bridges have to be built one log at a time, by hand. Progress? About 1 mile a day. On a good day, time was bleeding away, and the enemy was watching. Burgoyne hoped to strike terror into the colonies by marching alongside Native American warriors, mostly Mohawk and other members of the Iroquois Confederacy. In theory, it made sense. Many indigenous nations had strong reasons to ally with Britain, especially to slow settler expansion into their lands. Plus, their knowledge of the terrain was invaluable. But here's where things got messy. One of Burgoyne's native allies, a warrior named Wyandotte Panther, killed and scalped a young white woman named Jay McCrae near Fort Edward. The story, sensationalized and exaggerated, as wartime stories always are, spread like wildfire through the colonies. Newspapers played it up. British generals turned Indians loose to slaughter your daughters. It became a rallying cry. People who had been neutral or lukewarm about the war suddenly saw red. Did Burgoyne intend it? No. In fact, he was reportedly furious. He even scolded his native allies, which, unsurprisingly, offended them. Many left. The alliance fractured. It was one of those moments where the war slipped further out of British control, and no one quite knew how to fix it. While Burgoyne's men hacked their way south, rebel militias, farmers with muskets and grit, harassed them every step of the way. These weren't the noble line and fire battles European officers were used to. No uniforms, no formations, just a tree line, a flash of smoke, and another dead British soldier. Daniel Morgan's riflemen, sharpshooters from Virginia, became particularly annoying. They could hit a target at 200 yards and disappear like ghosts. British supply lines, already stretched thin, were constantly raided. Wagons burned, scouts killed, morale sank. And it wasn't just the soldiers feeling it. Every delay, every skirmish, every soggy mile ground down the confidence that had once fueled this grand plan. Meanwhile, the other arm of the plan, Colonel St. Leger's western advance, was unraveling. He was supposed to sweep down the Mohawk Valley and meet Burgoyne in Albany. Instead, he got bogged down at Fort Stanwix, where a small but scrappy American garrison held out for weeks. Then, word reached him that a huge rebel force was headed his way. Spoiler, that huge force was mostly bluff. A clever leader named Benedict Arnold. Yes, that Benedict Arnold, before the betrayal, led a tiny relief force and spread exaggerated rumors of thousands of approaching soldiers. It worked. Native allies abandoned St. Leger, and his British loyalist army panicked and fled. That entire prong of the campaign wiped off the board. Poof! Burgoyne was now well and truly alone. Desperate for supplies, Burgoyne sent 800 troops to raid an American supply depot in Bennington, Vermont. He expected to catch a few farmers by surprise. What he didn't know was that John Stark, a battle-hardened New Hampshire militia leader, had gathered 2,000 men to defend the area. They crushed the British force. It was a complete rout. Burgoyne lost nearly 1,000 men. Not just soldiers, but irreplaceable officers and German mercenaries. That's when it became crystal clear. This wasn't a march. It was a slow, painful trap, a snake slithering into its own noose. By the time Burgoyne reached the hills near Saratoga, his army was limping. No reinforcements from Howe. No support from the west. Horses dead. Wagons abandoned. Local support? Almost non-existent. Supplies? Nearly gone. Morale? Shattered. And ahead of them stood a fortified American position under Horatio Gates, backed by thousands of militiamen and the ever-volatile, but brilliant Benedict Arnold. Burgoyne could have retreated. He could have pulled back and waited for rescue. But he didn't. He was a British officer. He had orders and pride. And, in fairness, he still believed he could punch through. So he made one last gamble: attack. What happened next would change the war forever. Picture this. It's early September 1777. The air is thick with the last heat of summer, and the woods around the Hudson River Valley are alive with more than just birdsong and the crunch of autumn leaves. An exhausted British army is staring across a battlefield at an army of farmers, blacksmiths, and tradesmen, many of whom, weeks ago, were just that. Now they're soldiers, and they're ready to fight. This is Saratoga, not just a battle, but a pivot point. The moment the American Revolution stopped being a long shot and started becoming something real, something global. Let's walk through it. Burgoyne made the first move. He sent out a force to probe the American lines and maybe, just maybe, break through to Albany. But what he got was a slugfest at Freeman's Farm, a small patch of cleared land just outside Saratoga. The British had discipline, bayonets, and experience. The Americans had numbers, cover, and raw, furious energy. And at the heart of the fight, Benedict Arnold. Say what you want about his later betrayal, and oh, we will, but in 1777, Arnold was a force of nature. While General Horatio Gates, the official commander, sat back cautiously, Arnold charged headfirst into the fight, rallying troops, plugging holes, even personally leading charges. The result? A technical British victory. They held the field, but at a crippling cost. They lost more than 600 men they couldn't replace. The Americans lost fewer than half that. And morale? That pendulum was starting to swing. For weeks after Freeman's Farm, both sides just waited. Burgoyne hoped against hope that reinforcements would come from New York. They didn't. Howe was still in Philadelphia, more interested in capturing empty halls than saving a stranded general. Meanwhile, the American army grew by the day. Militia poured in from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York. Farmers left their harvests in the field to pick up muskets. Native scouts reported that the forest seemed to move with rebel bodies. And inside the American camp, tension. Arnold and Gates were at each other's throats. Gates wanted to sit tight, play defense. Arnold wanted to press, to attack. Eventually, they clashed so hard that Gates relieved Arnold of command, sent him to his tent, told him to stay out of it. Yeah, that didn't go well. By October, Burgoyne was desperate. He launched a final attack on the American positions at Bemis Heights, hoping to break through. It was a disaster. His men were disorganized, low on supplies, and emotionally drained. They charged uphill into entrenched American positions, and the Americans held firm. And then, from the rear, Benedict Arnold appeared. He wasn't supposed to be there. He'd been relieved of command. But when the gunfire started, Arnold leapt onto his horse, grabbed a sword, and charged onto the field like a man possessed. Soldiers cheered. Lines rallied. He didn't just inspire the troops. He physically led them through the chaos. At one point, he was shot in the leg. His horse collapsed beneath him, but not before he shattered a key British position. That's what broke the British line. That's what ended the campaign. 10 days later, October 17th, 1777, Burgoyne surrendered. 5,800 troops laid down their weapons in a field near Saratoga. It was the first time in history a full British army had surrendered. Not a skirmish, not a backwater outpost. A real, trained, redcoat army, defeated by rebels. Let that sink in. Across the Atlantic, jaws hit the floor. British newspapers tried to spin it. London society was stunned. And in the courts of Europe, antlers went up, especially in France. France had been flirting with helping the American cause since the beginning. They didn't love the idea of revolution. They were a monarchy too, after all, but they really didn't like Britain. If the Americans could prove they weren't just a rebellion, but a potential winning side, France might just throw its hat into the ring. Saratoga was the proof. Benjamin Franklin, lounging in his Paris apartment in a fur hat, seriously, had been working the French elite for months. After Saratoga, he didn't have to work so hard. France signed a formal alliance with the United States in February 1778, bringing with it not just money and supplies, but ships, troops, and global pressure. Now, the revolution wasn't just a civil war in Britain's colonies. It was a world war. After Saratoga, everything felt different. The British were no longer playing whack-a-mole with scattered rebels. They were in a real war, with France on one side and a now unified and emboldened American resistance on the other. The American public, too, began to believe. Saratoga wasn't just a win, it was a moment. A moment when people stopped saying, "if we win," and started whispering, "when we win." And Benedict Arnold? His name would one day become synonymous with betrayal. But in that fall of 1777, he was a hero. The limp from his shattered leg? A badge of honor. His battlefield madness? The stuff of legend. Meanwhile, Gentleman Johnny Burgoyne returned to Britain in disgrace. The man who'd once penned war proclamations and brought wine into the woods was now a cautionary tale. One part tragic figure, one part cautionary footnote. December 1777 didn't feel like a turning point in the American Revolution. It felt like defeat. Washington's ragtag army, cold, hungry, and disillusioned, dragged itself into the woods west of Philadelphia, looking less like the backbone of a new nation and more like a ghost parade. They were barefoot in snow, wrapped in scraps, some coughing blood as they limped along the frozen Schuylkill River. The trees offered no shelter. The skies, no mercy. And the British? They were just 20 miles away, warm and well-fed in Philadelphia. This was Valley Forge, not a battlefield, not a place of glory. Just a miserable stretch of frostbitten hills, where survival itself became the revolution's most urgent battle. Let's get this out of the way. Valley Forge wasn't a prison camp. It was a choice, strategic, painful, and possibly suicidal. Washington picked it precisely because it was close enough to Philadelphia to monitor British troop movements, but far enough to avoid surprise attacks. The surrounding hills gave a defensive advantage, and the area had a few farms that, in theory, could support foraging. But theory is one thing. Reality, that winter, was something else entirely. Logistics had failed. Congress was scattered and broke. Supply chains barely existed. Promises of coats and flour for nearby states, lost in political squabbles or icy mud roads. As one Connecticut officer wrote in a letter home, "We have no shoes, no shirts, and precious little hope." Here's the thing. If you look at weather records, the winter of 1777 to 78 wasn't technically the coldest on record. But that misses the point. The suffering wasn't about temperature. It was about exposure, illness, and despair. Imagine trudging through sleet in torn breeches, sleeping on frozen ground without a blanket, then waking up with your canteen frozen solid and your toes blackened by frostbite. That was every night. The men built huts, about 2,000 of them, but it took time. For weeks, many slept in the open, some burrowed under straw. Fires were forbidden after dark to avoid drawing British scouts. You had to choose between freezing and risking a bullet. Dysentery swept through the camp. So did typhus, pneumonia, and camp fever, a vague term covering the deadly mix of hunger, filth, and exposure. By spring, nearly 2,000 men had died without firing a single shot. It wasn't just cold. It was demoralizing. We often picture Valley Forge in oil paintings, Washington on horseback, gazing nobly across snowy fields. But the truth smelled like wet wool and rotting meat. One soldier described the air as sick with death. Another recalled boiling leather to make broth. Horses collapsed and were skinned for their hides, and sometimes for rations. Let me pause here for a second. You know how we casually say they starved? At Valley Forge, that didn't mean go to bed hungry. It meant chewing on tree bark and boiling old shoes. It meant standing in line for hours, only to get a spoonful of ash-colored flour. It meant watching your bunkmate die during the night and quietly wrapping his body in a blanket you couldn't spare. And yet, somehow, they didn't walk away. Some did, but not many, and not nearly as many as you'd expect, given the circumstances. That's one of the great mysteries of Valley Forge. Why did these men, many of them unpaid, half-clothed, and barely fed, stay? Part of it was duty. Part of it was fear. But a lot of it was trust, fragile, imperfect trust in George Washington. He wasn't a perfect leader, but he was there. He stayed with them, didn't hide in some warm estate nearby. He rode through the camp almost daily, nodding to men, checking conditions, pushing Congress for supplies. He wrote letter after desperate letter, sometimes angry, sometimes pleading, begging governors to send help. His presence mattered, maybe more than any food shipment. Here's the irony. The soldiers who suffered there didn't see themselves as heroes. They saw themselves as abandoned, forgotten. Washington himself feared the winter would break the revolution, not because of the enemy's bayonets, but because of the silence from Congress. No fanfare, no parades, just snow, blood, and a slow, gnawing sense of betrayal. But they held on, not because they were superhuman, but because they were stubborn, angry, and just hopeful enough to believe something might change. And it did. Let's be honest. Valley Forge should have been the end. If you're writing this story with logic alone, you'd close the book right there. Washington's army was exhausted, underfed, unpaid, and disease-ridden. Congress was broke, the states were squabbling like rival cousins at a wedding, and the British were warm, armed, and well-fed in Philadelphia. Every sign said, this is how the revolution dies, not with a bang, but a slow, frozen whimper. And yet it didn't. The army didn't collapse. It bent, creaked, ached, but it didn't break. In fact, something strange and quietly profound happened during those 6 months of misery. The Continental Army started to harden, not in some rah-rah patriotic sense, but in that gritty, aching, painful way that steel hardens in fire. But before the strength came, there was the silence and the near collapse. By late January 1778, morale was practically sub-zero. Picture this: thousands of men huddled in leaky huts, surviving on a few ounces of flour or rancid meat, if they were lucky. Many hadn't been paid in months. Their families back home were starving too. Letters came from wives asking when they'd return, or if they were even alive. Some men couldn't answer. Some stopped writing altogether. Mutiny wasn't just whispered, it was discussed. Openly. Officers feared their men might walk out in the middle of the night. Others feared they'd do worse: riot, kill, defect. The line between loyalty and rage was wearing thin. One Massachusetts soldier wrote home, "We are become as shadows of men, hollowed by hunger, stripped by cold. I fear he may die not by the sword, but by neglect." And he wasn't exaggerating. Let's not pretend this was all unavoidable. It wasn't. The blame game started then and still hasn't stopped. The Continental Congress was woefully unprepared to supply a standing army. It had no taxing power, no real infrastructure. Everything depended on individual states delivering food, clothing, and supplies. And guess what? They rarely did. Pennsylvania would promise coats. New Jersey would pledge grain. Virginia would send wagons. But promises didn't keep men alive. And while the delegates in Congress debated inflation or foreign loans, Washington's men scraped ice off canvas walls and prayed their fingers would still move by morning. Still, Washington refused to let it fall apart. His letters from Valley Forge are some of the most urgent, frustrated pieces of writing from the entire revolution. He begs, he pleads, he accuses, any tone he thinks might stir Congress or the governors into action, unless some great and capital change suddenly takes place. This army must inevitably be reduced to one or other of these three things: starve, dissolve, or disperse. That's not a metaphor. That was math. Here's where things get weird, in a good way. Instead of splintering, the army began to bond. In the misery, men leaned on each other. They pooled rations, shared threadbare blankets, took turns chopping firewood when someone's feet were too frostbitten to walk. The officers mostly stayed, and the men respected that. Nobody was getting rich off this gig. Everyone suffered, and that shared suffering became, somehow, a kind of glue. Even the civilians nearby started to notice. Some local farmers began slipping food to patrols. A few Quakers brought bandages. Entire congregations from nearby churches showed up with wagon loads of bread or salted pork. It wasn't always enough, but it was something. And in times like these, something is everything. That winter, empathy was its own kind of resistance. It's tempting to romanticize all this. We shouldn't. Valley Forge wasn't a victory. It was 6 months of misery, punctuated by moments of grace. But those moments mattered. They gave the revolution a heartbeat when it should have flatlined. You know what it felt like? A really bad relationship with hope, where you're angry most of the time, barely hanging on, convinced it's probably going to end, but still holding hands anyway. That's Valley Forge. It was never meant to be a turning point, and yet quietly it was. Because in the middle of all that hell, the army learned how to stay. And that lesson would prove more important than any cannon or musket. But staying wasn't enough. The truth was, if they didn't improve, they'd still lose. No matter how many huts they built or how tightly they tied their bootstraps. They needed training. They needed discipline. They needed structure. And wouldn't you know it, help was already on the way. A loud, eccentric, brilliant Prussian baron with a flair for drama and a dictionary full of curse words was about to arrive. He didn't speak English. He didn't care. He came to make soldiers out of shadows. Now, if Valley Forge was a slow-motion collapse held together by sheer grit, then Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben was the slap across the face no one saw coming, but badly needed. Picture it. February 1778. Snow up to your shins. You're cold, miserable. Your last meal was a biscuit 3 days ago. And suddenly this flamboyant, barrel-chested European arrives on horseback in a royal blue cape, a plume in his hat, and a giant Great Dane at his side. He doesn't speak English. He curses in German, and he claims he's here to train you. You might think you're hallucinating. Honestly, some of them did. But that man? That wild, eccentric, uninvited genius? He helped save the Continental Army from eating itself alive. Let's clear something up. Von Steuben wasn't quite the decorated Prussian general he claimed to be. His resume had, let's say, embellishments. Yes, he had served under Frederick the Great, and yes, he had some real military chops. But his claims of being a high-ranking staff officer? Bit of a stretch. The man needed work. Europe wasn't hiring. So when Benjamin Franklin, bless his practical soul, met him in Paris, he essentially said, "Tell them you're a baron. They'll love it." And he was right. Washington, desperate for professional help, bought in. He didn't care much about the titles. He cared about results. And von Steuben delivered. From the beginning, von Steuben was different. He didn't issue orders from a tent. He got in the mud. He watched drills. He cursed, loudly, fluently, and in several languages when things went wrong. He learned enough English to shout words like damn, stop, and again, but relied heavily on his French-speaking aide, who translated the Baron's rapid-fire rants into broken English. It went something like, Von Steuben, verdammt, hat den Stock falsch gehalten. Aide, he says you're holding the musket wrong. And you know what? The men loved him, because while he looked like European nobility, he trained like a sergeant. He broke things down, demonstrated techniques himself, repeated drills 100 times if he had to. He didn't treat soldiers like disposable amateurs. He taught them like they mattered. And that was new. Before von Steuben, many Continental soldiers barely knew which end of the musket was up. They fired in scattered volleys, reloaded unevenly, and moved more like mobs than military units. The British, by contrast, operated like a machine, tight formations, drilled routines, brutal discipline. Von Steuben brought that edge to the Americans, but with a twist. He created a model company of 100 men, trained them rigorously, and then had them train others. It spread like wildfire. In weeks, American troops were marching in step, executing coordinated volleys, and moving as unified columns. He also rewrote the Army's manual, by hand, since there wasn't one that worked. His regulations for the order and discipline of the troops of the United States, later called the Blue Book, became the gold standard for training. It covered everything, from camp sanitation, yes, even where to dig latrines, to battlefield maneuvers. In the midst of a snowy, half-starved wasteland, he built an army, not with punishment, but with respect. One of von Steuben's greatest contributions wasn't just technique, it was tone. European armies drilled through fear and lashings. But he saw that these citizen soldiers responded better to encouragement than beatings. He shouted, sure, but when a man got it right, he praised him. That was revolutionary. He took time to explain why a formation mattered, why proper stance, speed, and precision could save lives. And when soldiers saw that he wasn't there to bully them, but to build them, they leaned in. What followed was a culture shift. The army began to believe it could stand toe-to-toe with the British, not just because of ideology or hope, but because it now had skill. And that changed everything. By spring 1778, Valley Forge didn't look like a refugee camp anymore. It looked like a military training ground. Lines were straighter. Marches were sharper. Soldiers looked sharper. Washington started receiving reports from scouts and aides noting how the men carry themselves differently. There was pride in their step. Think about that. 6 months prior, these were men boiling shoe leather and begging for bread. Now they could wheel in formation, load and fire in seconds, and hold a line like veterans. And the British noticed. When they finally faced off again at the Battle of Monmouth in June 1778, the Continentals didn't break. They held their own. They moved with confidence. For the first time, the British saw not a mob, but an army. That transformation didn't happen by accident. It happened because an out-of-work German officer with a flair for drama showed up in the snow and said, let's do this right. And Washington let him. George Washington did not become a legend at the crossing of the Delaware, nor did it happen during some flashy victory or soaring speech. No, the moment he stepped beyond the role of commander and into the realm of myth was at Valley Forge. And here's the twist. He didn't do anything dramatic. He simply stayed. Let's start here, because it matters more than we think. Most generals in his position, surrounded by frostbite, disease, and despair, would have done what was expected, set up in a nearby home, maybe a warm manor, write letters from afar, visit occasionally. After all, he was the commander-in-chief. No one would have blamed him for trying to stay warm and focused. But Washington didn't leave the camp. He didn't take up a mansion. He bunked in a modest log cabin, one not all that different from the ones his men built. He walked the lines, sometimes silently, sometimes offering a nod or a few words. He visited the sick. He met with the angry. He listened when they cursed. He stood still when they wept. He showed up day after day. And you know what? That presence, that quiet, unrelenting visibility was everything. Not because it solved their hunger, not because it stopped the snow, but because it said, I'm in this with you. In war, that kind of solidarity is rare and unforgettable. Washington wasn't a flashy speaker. He wasn't a jokester. He didn't charm with stories or whip up excitement like a modern-day coach. He was, by most accounts, reserved, even awkward at times. But what he radiated was conviction. He believed in the cause. But more than that, he believed in his duty. Even when Congress failed him, even when supplies never came, even when other officers talked about quitting, even when close allies doubted they could hold the army together. In private, he vented. His letters from Valley Forge burn with frustration at the bureaucracy, the slow governors, the lack of care for the common soldier. But in public, he held the line, steady, composed, like a mountain, cold and unmoving, but always there. That consistency began to mean something to the men. It became a kind of spiritual armor. If he wasn't giving up, then maybe they shouldn't either. There's a kind of loneliness that comes with leadership that rarely gets talked about. At Valley Forge, Washington bore it. He wasn't sleeping well. He wasn't eating well. His army was on the verge of collapse. And back in Philadelphia, Congress was often paralyzed with debate and finger-pointing. His own critics whispered that he wasn't up to the job. Some wanted him replaced. He knew this. He read between the lines of letters, heard the rumors, saw the sideways glances. And still, he carried the load. Without drama, without theatrics, without begging for sympathy. That's leadership people feel. His silence didn't mean apathy. It meant weight. He didn't want to pass that burden to anyone else. So he wore it. Let age him. Let it carve lines into his face. He became the revolution's spine by refusing to flinch, even when it cracked under pressure. And the men noticed. They didn't always love him, but they trusted him. There's one story, half legend, half truth, that makes its rounds in Valley Forge accounts. It goes like this. One evening, a Quaker farmer named Isaac Potts walked through the woods near the camp. As he passed a grove, he saw Washington alone, on his knees, praying aloud in the snow. He didn't speak to him. He just watched from a distance. When he returned home, shaken, he told his wife, "If there is anyone the Lord will listen to, it is that man. I saw him on his knees, and I knew then, we will win." Now, is that exact story verifiable? Not quite. But does it matter? Because here's what is verifiable. Washington was known to walk the woods alone, to seek solitude, and yes, to pray. Officers noted it. Soldiers saw it. His personal letters reveal a man in deep spiritual crisis, asking not for victory, but for strength, patience, and guidance. Even in private, he never stopped asking, "How do I carry them all?" And that humility, so rare in power, only deepened the respect his soldiers felt for him. It wasn't a single act that made Washington into a symbol. It was the accumulation of days, each one slightly worse than the last, that he faced with the same unwavering posture. You didn't need to speak with him to feel his presence. You didn't need to shake his hand to know he was watching, caring, calculating, and quietly absorbing every ounce of pain in that camp. And when the troops emerged from Valley Forge, leaner, trained, still breathing, they didn't come out cheering his name. They didn't chant. They didn't carry him on their shoulders. They stood straighter. That was his reward. The beginning of the myth wasn't about worship. It was about weight. Washington became a symbol not because he soared, but because he endured. He suffered beside them and never turned away. Then when the snow finally melted and the roads turned from ice to slush, when the sick stopped dying at night and the frostbite wounds began to scab over, something almost eerie settled over Valley Forge. The silence broke, not with cannon fire, not with declarations, but with footsteps. Soldiers stood, tightened their belts, packed their gear, and began to move. Not as survivors limping home, but as an army. And not just any army. A different one than had entered those woods 6 months earlier. Valley Forge didn't produce a tactical masterpiece. It didn't win a battle, but it transformed the Continental Army in a way that no battlefield ever could. And what they left behind wasn't just a winter camp. It was proof that resolve, however battered and frayed, could survive even when everything else fell apart. When Washington's men marched out of Valley Forge in June 1778, they looked different. Not polished exactly, not glamorous, but uniform. Their lines were straight. Their gear was packed the same way. Their weapons were clean. Their eyes were focused. They marched like soldiers. Finally, that was Von Steuben's doing, but it was also the camp's crucible. All that training, all that misery, all those impossible days had reshaped them. Not just physically, but mentally. They had learned to trust each other, to coordinate, to hold fast when things fell apart. And when they squared off against the British at the Battle of Monmouth later that month, it showed. They didn't break. They fought with discipline. And even though the battle was technically a draw, it was a psychological win. The British had expected disarray. Instead, they got defiance. The stories from Valley Forge didn't circulate widely at first. The men who lived it didn't brag. They didn't throw parades or write poetry about it. Most of them just wanted to forget, to move on, to put the smell of smoke and sickness behind them. But over time, the memory stuck. Because how could it not? The soldiers who endured that winter carried it with them into every future battle. When they crossed muddy fields in New Jersey or hiked through humid swamps in the Carolinas, they remembered what it felt like to march barefoot through snow. They remembered how close they'd come to breaking and how they hadn't. That memory became a quiet kind of armor. Valley Forge gave them more than training. It gave them the story they'd carry into every fight. We survived that. We can survive anything. The Continental Congress, to its credit, eventually started to understand what had happened. Word trickled in about the death toll, the conditions, the lack of food and pay. And while they were still slow to act, the public outcry that followed helped shame them into pushing for better supply, chains, and more structured support. Washington's letters from Valley Forge, angry, articulate, pleading, became a turning point in his relationship with Congress. He went from being our general to the indispensable man. And back in the towns and farms of the colonies, a shift happened. Civilians began to talk about the army differently. Not as a bunch of rowdy farmers playing soldier, but as people who had bled for this country, people who had suffered for it. It didn't erase the doubts or the divisions, but it nudged the narrative. The revolution wasn't just being fought by radicals and intellectuals in powder wigs. It was being held together by freezing men in tattered boots, men who never left, even when it would have been easier to walk away. Here's the thing about Valley Forge. It became bigger than itself. In the decades that followed, politicians and writers would invoke it any time a nation was in crisis. Lincoln referenced it subtly during the Civil War. Roosevelt brought it up during the Great Depression. Modern presidents, no matter their party, have all found ways to summon the image when things get hard. If they could survive Valley Forge, it's become shorthand for endurance, for sticking it out when the odds are stacked and everything's gone to hell. Was it messy? Absolutely. But that's what makes it resonate. Valley Forge wasn't a pristine story of noble sacrifice. It was mud and anger and cracked lips and frozen fingers. It was a slow, ugly crawl toward cohesion. It wasn't a Hollywood war montage. It was a story of survival by sheer stubbornness. And maybe that's the most American thing of all. There's one more part of the story that often gets left out of textbooks: the trauma. Many of the men who made it through Valley Forge carried deep emotional wounds. Some couldn't forget the cries at night. Some never fully recovered from the frostbite. A few, historians believe, simply faded, either physically or mentally, because the suffering carved too deep. We like our stories tidy, with victory on one side and defeat on the other. But Valley Forge sits in the middle, in the gray zone where hope and despair overlap. And maybe that's why it matters so much, because it tells us that not every form of strength looks like triumph. Sometimes it looks like getting up again on the 100th awful morning. Sometimes it looks like saying yes to another day when everything in your body says no. Sometimes it looks like standing in the snow and refusing to move, not because you're brave, but because you've got nothing else left to give. And somehow, that's still enough. When you walk the grounds of Valley Forge today, it's quiet. You'll see reconstructed huts, stone monuments, and the endless woods that once seemed to swallow the will of a nation. You'll read about death tolls and tactics, but what you feel, what still lingers, is the weight of endurance. It whispers in the pines. It hangs in the cold air in early spring. It stands next to the statue of Washington, silent and solemn, as if to say, we stayed. We suffered. We became. Valley Forge was hell. It was frostbite. It was despair. But it was also hope, the kind that doesn't shout but clenches its jaw and digs in its heels. And in that frozen forest, a nation didn't just survive. It grew up. Let's not sugarcoat it. By 1777, the American cause was hanging by a thread. Sure, Washington had pulled off some small miracles in Trenton and Princeton. And yes, the ragtag Continental Army had grit. But grit doesn't feed soldiers, and muskets don't reload themselves. Britain had more money, more men, more ships, more everything. The revolution needed more than courage. It needed help. And then came France. Oh boy. To understand why France threw in with a bunch of rebellious colonists, you have to rewind a bit to a different war. Ever heard of the 7 Years' War? In America, we call it the French and Indian War. Back in the 1750s, France and Britain were slugging it out for global dominance. Britain won. France lost Canada, lost face, and lost a whole lot of cash. And let's just say, they weren't over it. So when Britain's American colonies started making noise about independence, the French court saw an opportunity. Not just to humiliate their old enemy, but to clip its wings permanently. But here's the thing. France wasn't going to jump into someone else's civil war just because they hated the British. No, they needed proof. Proof that the Americans could actually win. Benjamin Franklin, genius, printer, inventor, and somehow international celebrity. By 1776, Franklin was in Paris doing what he did best, winning people over. He played the part of the wise rustic sage perfectly, complete with fur cap and witty one-liners. The French loved him. Picture Franklin at Versailles, chatting up courtiers, swapping ideas with Enlightenment philosophers, and slipping snarky remarks into dinner conversation, all while trying to convince King Louis XVI's ministers. America is not just a bunch of farmers with pitchforks. We're building something new, and we can beat Britain with your help. But French diplomats were cautious. They liked Franklin, sure, but they didn't want to back a losing horse. They waited and waited. Then came Saratoga. When General John Burgoyne and his redcoats surrendered at Saratoga in October 1777, it was a thunderclap. For the first time, it looked like the Americans could actually win. France stopped stalling. Just a few months later, in February 1778, France and the United States signed the Treaty of Alliance. This was no half-hearted affair. France recognized American independence and promised military support, including their powerful navy. That moment changed everything. This wasn't a rebellion anymore. This was war between empires. The minute France jumped in, the American colonies went from upstart rebels to a cause recognized on the world stage. That mattered a lot. Until that point, Britain could claim, with some justification, that this was a domestic issue. Their colonies were being unruly. But with France involved, the optics changed. Now Britain was fighting another global war. Diplomats from other European powers perked up. Could this thing actually work? Could the colonies break free? And France didn't just bring prestige. They brought stuff the Americans desperately needed. Money to pay soldiers, buy weapons, and keep the revolution alive. Troops, trained professionals who could fight toe-to-toe with British regulars. Officers, like the Marquis de Lafayette, who wasn't just idealistic but genuinely helpful. A navy, and this was the big one, Because here's the dirty secret. The American Revolution wasn't going to be won on land alone. The British Navy was the largest and most powerful in the world. The colonies had, let's just call it, limited sea power. They had some privateers, a few fledgling ships, and guts. But guts don't block blockades. Guts don't take on 74-gun ships of the line. France, on the other hand, they had ships. Big ones, fast ones, well-armed ones. And they were itching to use them. Suddenly, British supply lines were under threat. French ships harassed British transports. Naval battles flared in the Atlantic. And for the first time, the British military had to consider something it hadn't worried much about before. What if they couldn't control the seas? In 1781, at the Battle of the Chesapeake, the French Navy under Admiral de Grasse defeated the British fleet, cutting off General Cornwallis at Yorktown. That battle didn't just help win a fight. It sealed the fate of the war. No French Navy, no Yorktown. No Yorktown, no surrender. No surrender, maybe no United States. Let that sink in. Once France entered the war, the dominoes started falling. Fighting spread, not just across the Atlantic, but around the world. Think about it. France and Britain had colonial interests in the Caribbean, Africa, India, and they were now at war everywhere. It stretched Britain's resources thin, and it made the American fight look like just one front in a much bigger conflict. So while George Washington was dealing with muddy boots and mutinies in New Jersey, European powers were sending fleets across oceans, grabbing islands, and burning forts. The war had become global, and that wasn't an accident. It was strategy. France's goal wasn't just to help the colonies. It was to wound Britain economically, militarily, and psychologically. And oh, did it work? Let's not forget the emotional impact this had on the Americans themselves. Picture yourself as a soldier at Valley Forge in that bitter, endless winter of 1777 to 78. You're cold, hungry, wrapped in a threadbare coat, wondering if it's all worth it. And then you hear that France, mighty France, is on your side. That the King of France is sending ships and gold. That you're not fighting alone anymore. It mattered. Morale isn't a trivial thing. It's the thing that keeps people moving when logic tells them to quit. Of course, nothing in politics or war is free. France wasn't helping just out of the goodness of their powdered hearts. They wanted revenge. They wanted land. They wanted trade rights. And they were already thinking about a post-war world where France, not Britain, would pull the strings. But for the Americans, that was a problem for later. First, they had to survive. And with France's help, they just might. You know how every war has that one wild card, the rule breaker, the rogue who somehow pulls off miracles and gets away with things no one else would even try. For the American Revolution, that was John Paul Jones. He wasn't born in America. He didn't look the part of a founding father. But when it came to striking fear into British hearts, especially at sea, nobody did it quite like him. If George Washington was the steady hand of the Revolution, John Paul Jones was the clenched fist crashing through the window. And he did it with swagger. Jones was born in Scotland in 1747, near the Solway Firth, a moody stretch of water with tides, as unpredictable as he was. His original name? Just John Paul. Jones came later, after he killed a man in a duel and had to skip town. See what I mean? He started out in the British Merchant Marine, working his way up through talent and sheer force of will. He was good. Too good to be stuck hauling sugar or tobacco. By the time he reached the colonies, he was ready for something bigger, something personal. And when the revolution broke out, he found his calling. He joined the Continental Navy, and it didn't take long before people started whispering his name. Some called him a pirate. Some call him a hero. All agreed on one thing. He was dangerous. Here's something that gets lost in a lot of history books. The American Revolution wasn't just fought on land. The sea mattered a lot. The British Navy controlled the Atlantic like a schoolyard bully, blockading ports, seizing ships, and keeping supplies from reaching Continental troops. If the Americans wanted any hope of survival, let alone victory, they had to find a way to punch back. But building a navy from scratch? Not exactly in the cards. So the colonies turned to privateers, essentially licensed pirates, and bold captains like Jones to stir up trouble wherever they could. Jones didn't just stir trouble. He set it on fire and sailed it straight into British waters. If you've heard of John Paul Jones, you've probably heard this quote: "I have not yet begun to fight." It's the stuff of legends, and it came during one of the most brutal naval battles of the Revolution. In September 1779, Jones was commanding a refitted French merchant ship named Bonhomme Richard, a nod to Franklin's Poor Richard persona. Off the coast of Flamborough Head, he ran into the British warship HMS Serapis, newer, faster, and way better armed. Let me be clear, the Bonhomme Richard didn't stand a chance on paper. It was creaking, patched together, and barely holding itself afloat. But Jones didn't care. He charged. The two ships hammered each other at close range. Cannonballs shredded decks. Masts splintered. At one point, the British captain, confident that Jones had to surrender, shouted across the water, "Have you struck?" And that's when Jones supposedly fired back with that immortal line: "I have not yet begun to fight." Whether he said it exactly that way, nobody can prove. But what is true, he didn't surrender. He lashed his sinking ship to the Serapis, boarded it, and won. He took over the British ship after his own was sinking. Read that again. He boarded the enemy and won the ship he was fighting. Tell me that's not movie-worthy. That wasn't even the first time Jones had given the British a headache. A year earlier, he'd done something no one had pulled off in over a century. He attacked British soil. In 1778, he led a daring raid on the port of Whitehaven, setting fire to ships and causing panic along the coast. It wasn't a massive battle, but it sent a message. Not even Britain was safe. Think about that. Britain, which had been dispatching armies and fleets for generations, was now watching its own shores, terrified that a revolutionary madman might show up again. That's psychological warfare at its finest. Jones even tried to kidnap an earl for a prisoner exchange. That didn't quite work out, but still, the man had range. Beyond the military value, John Paul Jones was a godsend for American morale. In a war where victories were rare and often overshadowed by brutal losses, Jones gave the revolution something different: a folk hero. He didn't just fight, he performed. He struck fast, took bold risks, and turned every skirmish into a story. Americans needed stories like that. Something to believe in. Something to spread in taverns and newspapers. Tales of a fearless American captain taking the fight to the heart of the British Empire. He made people feel like the impossible wasn't just possible, it was happening. Now, let's not pretend he was perfect. Jones had a massive ego. He clashed with other officers. He had enemies in Congress. And after the war, he struggled to find his place. At one point, he even served under Catherine the Great in the Russian Navy, which is wild if you think about it. Revolutionary pirate becomes a Russian admiral? That's some career arc. But through all the twists and contradictions, one thing remained clear. Jones was committed to the cause of liberty, even if he didn't always play by the rules. He once wrote, "I wish to have no connection with any ship that does not sail fast, for I intend to go in harm's way." That's not just bravado. That's a mission statement. Let's zoom out for a second. Did John Paul Jones win the war? No, but he forced the British to take the American Navy seriously. He disrupted shipping. He damaged morale. He inspired confidence, both at home and abroad. Foreign courts, especially in France, loved him. He proved the Americans weren't just farmers with muskets. They could project power. They could strike back. And while France was sending ships and Spain was planning campaigns, John Paul Jones was already fighting the global war. One ship, one raid, one insane gamble at a time. If France was the flashy guest who showed up in a velvet coat and made a grand entrance, then Spain was the quiet one sipping wine in the corner, watching, calculating, and weighing the odds before making a move. And when they finally did jump in, they didn't do it with loud declarations. No dramatic treaty signings or champagne-popping diplomacy. Spain entered the war like a ghost slipping through a locked door, quietly, but with serious intent. And Britain? It was about to feel the pressure. Let's be honest, Spain wasn't particularly interested in American independence. The whole idea of colonies rebelling against a monarchy? Yeah, That was not a trend Madrid wanted spreading to its own empire, which at the time stretched across much of Latin America. So why join the fight? One word: revenge. Spain had taken a beating during the 7 Years' War. They'd lost Florida. They'd seen British ships swagger through the Caribbean. And like France, they were nursing a grudge. But unlike France, Spain wasn't trying to help the Americans win a new country. They were trying to help themselves reclaim an old empire. What they really wanted was Gibraltar, still British, even today, Minorca, and their old dominance in the Western Hemisphere. So Spain took a clever route. They joined forces with France under the 1779 Treaty of Aranjuez, a mutual promise to gang up on Britain. No mention of the U.S., no handshake with Franklin, just old European powers lining up to settle old scores. While France was sending fleets across the Atlantic, Spain was quietly funneling weapons, gunpowder, and supplies to the American rebels, sometimes directly, sometimes through a smuggling network that wound through Havana and New Orleans. One name deserves a spotlight here: Bernardo de Galvez. He was the Spanish governor of Louisiana, and he didn't just sit behind a desk. Galvez led an audacious campaign against the British along the Gulf Coast. Between 1779 and 1781, he captured British forts in Baton Rouge, Mobile, and Pensacola. The guy was fighting the revolution, just from the other direction. In fact, when the war ended, Congress had a painting of Galvez hung in its chamber to honor him. He was that important, and yet his name barely shows up in most textbooks. Maybe it's time we fix that. The southern theater of the war is often overlooked, but it was critical. Spain's victories tied up British troops that could have reinforced campaigns in the Carolinas or New York. Instead, they were stuck defending swampy forts along the Gulf, sweating through their redcoats in mosquito-infested outposts. And remember, Spain was also protecting its treasure fleets, sailing gold and silver from the New World to Europe. The more they engaged Britain on multiple fronts, the thinner British resources were stretched. That was the whole point. Spain didn't just want to win battles. They wanted to wear the empire down. Then there's the Dutch Republic. They didn't want to be part of this war. But war has a way of finding you, especially when money's involved. The Dutch had long been trading partners with the American colonies, quietly, profitably, and from Britain's point of view, annoyingly. They were selling arms, lending money, and basically helping the rebels stay afloat. All under the table, of course. But then the British intercepted a secret diplomatic correspondence in late 1780 that showed the Dutch were considering formal relations with the U.S. That was it. Britain declared war on the Dutch, dragging them into the conflict as part of the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War. The Dutch weren't ready. Their navy had declined. Their government was divided, and their merchants were stunned. This wasn't their revolution, but now they were stuck in it. Still, their involvement mattered. The Dutch harassed British ships. They kept British forces tangled in European waters. And perhaps most importantly, their banks helped finance the war. Amsterdam was the Wall Street of the 18th century, and Dutch loans helped keep American credit alive. No cash, no cannons. It's that simple. Let's count it. North America, with Washington and the Continental Army of the Caribbean, where France and Spain were challenging British islands and ports Europe, where France, Spain, and the Dutch forced Britain to defend its own shores and trade routes India and the East Indies, where French and British colonial interests were colliding. More on that next section. By 1781, Britain wasn't just dealing with a rebellion. It was juggling a global war with no end in sight. Troops were scattered. Supplies were running low. Trade routes were choked by foreign navies. And worst of all, the British public, weary of taxes, blockades, and bad news from overseas, was starting to ask hard questions. How much longer? And what was the point anyway? The British Empire had always relied on its ability to control the seas, police its colonies, and strike fast when challenged. But suddenly, that illusion was cracking. When you're fighting the Spanish in Florida, the French in the Chesapeake, and watching your own ports burn from rogue captains like John Paul Jones, you start to lose your grip. And here's the kicker. The more Britain fought to hold onto the colonies, the more its other enemies pounced. It was like watching a lion get swarmed by jackals. One-on-one, maybe Britain could handle any of them. But all at once, it was bleeding out. The American Revolution didn't beat Britain alone. It exposed Britain, and that's when the others rushed in. The British Empire was getting tired of chasing ghosts up and down the Northeast. Boston had turned into a colonial hornet's nest. New York was occupied but hostile. And Philadelphia? Well, that didn't go exactly as planned either. So British High Command did what frustrated generals often do. They changed the map. They looked south. Why the South, you ask? Two big reasons: cotton and loyalty. The southern colonies were rich in resources, strategically perched near key Caribbean trade routes, and, most importantly, thought to be crawling with loyalists. To British ears, it sounded like low-hanging fruit, a chance to carve the rebellion in half, isolate New England, and maybe, just maybe, break the will of this scrappy, starving revolution. It was a bold plan, and at first, it worked like a charm. In December 1778, British General Archibald Campbell landed in Georgia with roughly 3,000 redcoats and Hessians. The Patriots in the area were undersupplied, undertrained, and totally unprepared. The British swept into Savannah like a knife through warm butter. The city fell in hours. And you know what? It wasn't even a particularly bloody battle. Not yet. But it was a strategic jackpot. From Savannah, the British could command the coast, move troops inland, and, crucially, start building relationships with local loyalists. Except those loyalists? They weren't quite as enthusiastic as London hoped. Sure, they existed. Plantation owners, merchants, some Anglicans. But the Redcoats quickly discovered that being loyal in theory and grabbing a musket for King George were two very different things. The welcome they expected? More like polite silence, and sometimes backhanded sabotage. Still, a foothold was a foothold, and Savannah gave the British a launch pad to aim higher. Fast forward to early 1780. British commander Sir Henry Clinton, tired of the northern grind, sails south with 8,500 men. His eyes are set on Charleston, South Carolina's crown jewel, a thriving port city, rich with trade and deeply important to both sides. Charleston wasn't just a dot on the map, it was a symbol. Its fall would scream to the colonies, "We're back, and we're not messing around." The city, led by General Benjamin Lincoln, no relation to the tall guy with the stovepipe hat, wrong war, prepared for a fight. They fortified the city. They dug trenches. But in truth, they were boxed in. Clinton's forces surrounded them from the land. Admiral Arbuthnot blocked the sea, and supplies began to run thin. After 6 brutal weeks of siege, disease, starvation, constant bombardment, Lincoln surrendered on May 12, 1780. It was the single largest American surrender of the entire war. More than 5,000 Continental troops laid down their arms. Let that sink in. The British cheered. Loyalists in the region perked up, and patriots across the colonies felt the punch in the gut. If the revolution had a darkest hour, this was it. Washington couldn't spare reinforcements. Congress was in disarray, and the South looked from the outside like it had been snapped like a twig. But hold on, here's where things get weird. The British now held Savannah and Charleston, 2 major ports, thousands of prisoners, a theoretical wave of loyalist support. Everything should have been clicking, and yet the South didn't behave. In theory, you take the cities and the countryside folds. That's how European wars usually worked. But the American South wasn't Europe, and the Southern backcountry didn't much care for rules. Outside the cities, patriot militias went underground, literally. Swampy terrain, dense forests, backroad networks that only locals knew. Redcoat columns would ride out into the countryside, looking to assert control, and they'd disappear into the underbrush like they never existed. Loyalists and patriots have started killing each other not just over politics, but over land, old grudges, stolen livestock, or insults flung over fences. The war had shifted, not just geographically, but emotionally. It had stopped being about ideas and started being about survival. The British thought they'd broken the back of the rebellion in one swift stroke. What they didn't see coming was the venom in the soil. The South wasn't conquered, it was inflamed. Every barn burned by a British patrol lit 10 more fires of vengeance. Every home searched or looted sent more men into the woods with a rifle and a grudge. Patriots didn't need a formal army anymore. They had rage, rifles, and the terrain on their side. And somewhere deep in those Carolina swamps, a wiry man on a small horse was learning how to weaponize it all. But we'll get to him. There's a special kind of brutality that shows up when the war isn't between soldiers in uniforms, but between people who used to pass each other in church. That's what started happening all across the Carolinas after Charleston fell. The fighting didn't stop at city walls. It spilled out into farms across backwoods trails and right into people's living rooms. It became less of a war for independence and more of a blood feud, a civil war within the bigger war. And it got ugly fast. Let me paint you a picture. You live in a small cabin just west of 96, South Carolina. Your neighbor 3 miles downriver, let's call him Thomas, is a quiet man, good with horses, keeps to himself mostly. You've known him for years. But now, Thomas has signed on with the Loyalist militia, riding under the British flag. You've taken up arms for the rebels. There are no redcoats here. No blue uniforms either. Just men with muskets and grudges. And one night, a barn burns. No one's sure who lit it. But the next morning, your neighbor's cousin is found shot through the chest, lying face down in a cornfield. By the end of the week, your son's best friend is dead. And Thomas? He disappears into the woods, only to come back with 20 men. They torch your neighbor's smokehouse and kill 2 dogs for good measure. This isn't a battle. It's a vendetta. What happened in the southern backcountry wasn't some coordinated campaign. It wasn't fought with rules or regular tactics. It was messy, improvised, personal. Families split down the middle. Fathers on one side, sons on the other. Ministers preached neutrality on Sundays, then passed ammunition to rebel militias by Tuesday. British officers and rebel commanders alike found themselves watching helplessly as the South dissolved into chaos. It was like lighting a match in a dry field and watching the flames chase the wind. Some key hotspots, South Carolina's upcountry, became a constant flashpoint. The region's loyalist pockets fought back bitterly against Patriot raids, and vice versa. 96, Camden, and Kings Mountain were more than just names on a map. They were places where small bands of men slaughtered each other over flags and family honor. Tories, loyalists, formed their own militias, often encouraged and armed by the British. But these weren't polished troops. They were locals, sometimes drunk, often angry, and eager to settle old scores under the cover of war. One loyalist leader, Colonel David Fanning, was notorious for kidnapping Patriot leaders and dragging them through the countryside in chains. In return, Patriot partisans like Elijah Clark and Andrew Pickens led brutal raids of their own. No one's hands stayed clean. This wasn't about tactics, it was about territory and retribution. Now, if you're imagining the body count being measured only by soldiers, don't. Civilians paid dearly. Entire villages burned down in the name of liberty or loyalty. Crops torched, livestock stolen or slaughtered, women threatened or worse. Children starved in the aftermath of raids. Many families had no idea who would show up next. The redcoats, the rebels, or some unhinged local mob with old scores to settle. And through it all, the British kept thinking, the loyalists will save us. They didn't understand that those loyalists were outnumbered, outgunned, and often just pretending to stay neutral to avoid having their houses burned down. You know what else? Some folks changed sides twice. There are records of men who joined the Loyalists when redcoats marched through town, then flipped and joined the rebels once they left. Survival loyalty. The British had assumed the South would be their stronghold. Instead, they found themselves knee-deep in a guerrilla civil war where uniforms meant little and rage meant everything. And the more they cracked down, the worse it got. You can imagine their frustration. They'd win a town, only to find the next county was crawling with ambushes. They'd arrest rebel leaders, only to have 5 more spring up from the ashes, armed with pitchforks and fire in their guts. This wasn't conventional warfare. It was emotional warfare, a deeply personal kind, fueled by memory and grief and pride and revenge. And out of that chaos, like something out of Southern folktale, rode a man who would become a legend. Forget the polished uniforms and battlefield drums. The war in the South, at least the one that actually made a difference, was being fought barefoot in mud by men who didn't march so much as melt into the trees. And at the center of this shadowy resistance stood a wiry, soft-spoken officer with a crooked nose, a nasty limp, and a reputation so slippery it bordered on myth. His name was Francis Marion, but the British would come to curse him by another, the Swamp Fox. Francis Marion wasn't a big guy. He wasn't loud. He wasn't even particularly healthy. His limp came from a shattered ankle after jumping out of a second-story window to escape a fire in his 30s. But what he lacked in flash, he made up for in sheer cunning. He understood something most commanders didn't. The South wasn't meant for straight-line fighting. This was swamp country. Cypress knees, ankle-deep muck, heat so thick it clung to your skin like wet cloth. British generals would send out cavalry units or entire regiments to flush him out. Marion would wait, quiet as dusk, then strike like a snake, burning supply wagons, ambushing patrols, snatching prisoners in the night, and vanish before the echo of the muskets faded. And he didn't fight with an army. He fought with locals, farmers, blacksmiths, former slaves, Cherokee scouts, men with no formal training but plenty of grit. His unit rarely numbered more than a few dozen, but they knew every river bend, every hidden path, and every patch of dry land in the middle of the swamp the British wouldn't dare step into. Let's get one thing straight. Guerrilla fighting wasn't new, but Marion perfected it for the Carolina landscape. Here's the formula he followed, and repeated again and again. Surprise. Hit quickly, usually at dawn or dusk, when most soldiers were changing shifts, eating, or sleeping. Precision. Go for high-value targets, bridges, messengers, wagon trains, or isolated outposts. Evade. Retreat before the enemy could regroup. Always have 3 ways out and a swamp to vanish into. The British hated him for it. And honestly, so did some American commanders. Marion didn't take orders easily. He didn't wear full continental colors. And his men? Well, let's just say discipline was. Flexible, but worked. Every supply line they disrupted starved a British garrison. Every ambush they pulled off slowed troop movements. Every skirmish they won kept loyalist forces from consolidating. This wasn't just harassment, it was strategy. There's this famous story, maybe apocryphal, but too good not to tell. One day, a British officer agreed to meet Marion under a flag of truce to negotiate a prisoner exchange. Expecting tents and formalities, he instead found Marion sitting on a log in the middle of the woods, chewing on a raw sweet potato. That was dinner. The British officer was stunned. No wine, no servants, no table, just a ragged man and a humble meal. He reportedly said, "Surely this man is not human. It is not possible to catch him." After that, the nickname stuck, the Swamp Fox. Half ghost, half man, all trouble. Marion's tactics inspired others. Thomas Sumter, the Gamecock, was another partisan fighter who used hit-and-run warfare to harass British supply lines. He was fiercer, louder, and more aggressive than Marion. But together, they made the British rethink the phrase Southern strategy. Andrew Pickens, known as the Wizard Owl, was a quiet but methodical militia leader who blended guerrilla tactics with traditional planning. His raids were clinical, brutal, and often devastating. This wasn't one man's crusade. It was an ecosystem of resistance. Even enslaved men and women played vital roles. Some escaped and joined patriot militias. Others acted as spies or guides. The swamps and forests offered routes to freedom and revolution. What's more, every success these fighters had helped buy time. Time for the Continental Army to recover. Time for Nathaniel Greene to arrive. Time for the war to shift again. This time not just in tactics, but in leadership. Here's the thing about fighting a ghost. You can't win by chasing it. British troops would ride hard into the woods, following rumors and broken trails, only to return days later, exhausted, snake-bitten, and empty-handed. Redcoats drowned in rivers, starved in the wilderness, got ambushed in terrain they didn't understand. By 1781, One British officer bitterly wrote, "There is not a single blade of grass in South Carolina that does not conceal a rebel musket." That's the kind of fear Francis Marion sowed, not with sheer force, but with resilience, knowledge, and relentless unpredictability. And in the war's most desperate hours, that was enough to shift the momentum. The Continental Army needed a win. After Charleston fell and the backcountry exploded into chaos, Congress got antsy. They needed a name, a hero, to sweep in and save the Southern theater. Someone experienced, someone with a track record. So, naturally, they picked Horatio Gates. Yeah, that Horatio Gates. The guy who took credit for winning Saratoga in 1777. The man who spent more time politicking in Philadelphia than leading troops in the field. But he had a glimmering reputation, at least on paper. And Congress loved a good resume. So they gave him the Southern Command in 1780. It would not go well. Gates arrived in North Carolina and immediately made two very Gates-like decisions. He chose to march straight south toward Camden, South Carolina, a British stronghold. He did it with half-starved troops, including hundreds of untrained militia who'd never seen a proper battlefield. It gets worse. He refused local advice. He ignored warnings about terrain, supplies, even troop health. His men were sick, hungry, and exhausted, but he pressed on anyway. Because Gates believed in momentum. Because he believed in himself. And maybe, in some distant way, he still believed this was a European-style war where reputation and bold moves could win the day. But the South doesn't play by those rules. The two forces met near Camden just before sunrise. Gates had around 3,000 men, many of them raw militia. Facing them, British General Lord Cornwallis with a smaller but far more disciplined force. The battle began before the sun cleared the pines. Gates, in a move that still baffles historians, placed his greenest, most unreliable troops, Virginia militia, on his left flank, directly opposite Cornwallis's seasoned regulars. That was his first mistake. His second? Not having a backup plan. When the British charged, the Virginia militia didn't just retreat, they ran, dropped their weapons, and bolted off the field like it was on fire. Some accounts say they fled before the first volley hit. The left side of Gates's army crumbled like wet paper, and once one wing collapsed, the rest began to fold. Confusion spread. Gates, instead of rallying his men, jumped on a horse and rode 60 miles north in one day. He didn't stop until he reached Charlotte. Let me repeat that. The commanding general outran his army during a rout and didn't look back. Camden became a full-on disaster. The Continental Army lost over 2,000 men, along with weapons, supplies, morale, and credibility. The British suffered some casualties, but nothing close. They stood victorious, not just on the field, but in spirit. Gates's performance at Camden shattered the illusion that the South could be saved with a quick fix and a famous name. Congress, red-faced and furious, quietly removed him from command months later. He faded into the shadows of the war, never again trusted with major leadership. But in a strange way, Camden was necessary. It ripped the Band-Aid off. It forced the Continental leadership to admit that they needed a new kind of general for the South. Someone who didn't need fame. Someone who understood long odds. Someone willing to grind, not posture. And wouldn't you know it, that man was already packing his bags for Carolina. If Camden had one silver lining, it was this: the people didn't give up. Despite the loss, partisan fighters like Marion, Sumter, and Pickens kept striking. Despite the demoralizing retreat, Continental regulars regrouped. Southern farmers still fed rebel troops. Blacksmiths still forged bullets. It was like the region had developed a kind of wartime immunity. Blows that would have broken other armies just seemed to harden the South's resolve. And into that determined, scorched, blood-soaked landscape rode Nathaniel Greene, the man no one saw coming. Let's be honest. After Camden, things looked bleak. The British held key cities. Loyalist violence was surging. And morale? Somewhere below sea level. But this is where history loves a plot twist. Enter Daniel Morgan. He was everything Horatio Gates wasn't. Gritty, blunt, practical. No powdered wigs or inflated egos. Just a grizzled, no-nonsense frontiersman with a booming voice, a chip on his shoulder, and an uncanny knack for battlefield trickery. In early 1781, Morgan was handed a small command in South Carolina. His job? Harass the British, rally the locals, maybe win a skirmish or two. Instead, he'd pull off one of the most brilliantly executed ambushes of the entire war. Morgan wasn't West Point. He wasn't aristocracy. He wasn't even particularly well-educated. Born in New Jersey, raised in Virginia, Morgan made his name as a wagoner during the French and Indian War. Picture a tough, profanity-laced teamster who could fix a broken axle and punch out a thief in the same hour. But don't let that fool you. This man was smart. Not in a polished textbook sense, but in the way a seasoned gambler is smart. He could read terrain, predict behavior, and smell overconfidence from a mile away. By the time 1781 rolled around, Morgan was in his mid-40s, limping from old wounds, but still ferociously sharp. Greene gave him a small, mobile force, maybe 800 to 1,000 men, to operate independently in the South Carolina backcountry. Morgan didn't waste time. Cornwallis, fresh off his win at Camden, sent one of his best cavalry commanders, Banastre Tarleton, to hunt Morgan down. Tarleton was everything Morgan despised. Young, arrogant, brutal. Known for ruthlessness, Tarleton had ordered the slaughter of surrendering rebels at the Battle of Waxhaws. To many in the South, he became a living symbol of British cruelty. Morgan wanted him, bad, and he knew just how to get him. He chose a spot near the Cowpens, a pasture in South Carolina where cattle were once driven to graze. The land was open, flat, and, on paper, not great for defending. But Morgan didn't plan to defend. He planned to bait, trap, and break. Morgan broke his small force into 3 lines. The first line, local militia sharpshooters, told to fire 2 shots, then retreat. The second line, more experienced militia and frontiersmen, told to hold briefly, then fall back in good order. The third line, his toughest Continental regulars, hidden just beyond a low ridge. Now, here's where it gets delicious. Morgan wanted Tarleton to see the first 2 lines retreat and think, they're running again. And Tarleton did exactly that. On the morning of January 17th, 1781, Tarleton charged hard, confident that Morgan's army was breaking. But as his troops pushed over the ridge, exhausted, stretched thin, they ran smack into Morgan's waiting regulars. And then the trap snapped shut. Morgan's men fired devastating volleys. Then militia who had retreated wheeled around and hit Tarleton's flanks. It was a kill box, and the British didn't even realize they'd walked into it until it was far too late. Tarleton lost over 800 men, killed, wounded, or captured. Morgan lost fewer than 100. Over 100 British dragoons were either killed or driven from the field. And Tarleton? He fled, riding 60 miles in retreat, wounded and humiliated. It wasn't just a win. It was a perfect win. Tactical brilliance, minimal losses, massive British damage. Word of Cowpens spread like wildfire, and for the first time in months, hope flared back to life. Cornwallis, enraged, torched his own supply train to move faster and chase Morgan. But Morgan had already begun to fall back, deliberately, drawing the British deeper into North Carolina. This was the beginning of the long game. Let's be clear, Cowpens wasn't the biggest battle of the war, but in terms of psychology, it was a haymaker. It proved American commanders could outthink British regulars. It shattered Tarleton's fearsome image. It boosted Southern morale, bringing new recruits and resources to Greene's cause. And it gave Greene, who would soon reunite with Morgan, a critical upper hand in maneuver warfare. For the first time, the British began to feel like they were being hunted. And that feeling, it wouldn't go away. Greene's long game, wearing them down. Ready to move on? If Daniel Morgan was the hammer that cracked the British, Nathaniel Greene was the hands that slowly pulled them apart, piece by piece. After Camden, Congress knew it needed someone new, someone who could handle the South's burning chaos without panicking, posturing, or sprinting 60 miles on horseback to avoid blame. Looking at you, Horatio. They needed a grinder, a thinker, a survivor. So they gave command of the Southern Army to Greene. And he delivered. not by winning every battle, but by refusing to lose the war. Greene had started the war as a Quaker ironmaster from Rhode Island with a limp and a library full of military books. He taught himself strategy, fought under Washington, learned from every loss. He was young, only 38, brilliant, calm under pressure, and had Washington's full trust, which wasn't easy to earn. When he took over the Southern Command in late 1780, Greene inherited no proper army, no supplies, no real control over any territory, a battered militia system running on fumes. And what did he say? We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again. That wasn't just a motto. That was the plan. Greene understood something that the British still hadn't wrapped their heads around. You don't have to win battles to win wars. What you do have to do is make your enemy bleed, slowly, constantly, endlessly, until they can't keep going. Greene split his army in two. Morgan would continue his raids and tactics in the west, leading to Cowpens, while Greene would maneuver the rest of the forces along a strategic retreat northward, luring Cornwallis deeper in a hostile country. The goal? Keep Cornwallis chasing. Keep him stretched. Keep him bleeding. After Cowpens, Cornwallis got angry. Like burn his own supply wagons angry. He wanted Morgan and Greene crushed now. So he started marching hard through North Carolina, trying to catch them before they could regroup. But Greene wasn't about to be caught in the open. Instead, he orchestrated what would become known as the Race to the Dan, a weeks-long chase through the Carolinas as Cornwallis pursued Greene toward the Dan River on the North Carolina-Virginia border. Greene was faster, smarter, and knew the terrain better. He used local guides, burned bridges after crossing, moved troops at night, and when he reached the Dan, his forces crossed safely into Virginia, just hours ahead of the British. Cornwallis arrived to find nothing but muddy riverbanks and empty hills. It was genius, and it worked. The chase left Cornwallis's army exhausted, ragged, and hungry. Greene didn't need a Yorktown-style showdown. He just needed to keep swinging. Battle of Hobkirk's Hill. Technically a loss, but Greene's troops inflicted heavy casualties. 96. Greene laid siege to the British fort, withdrew strategically, and later reoccupied it when the British abandoned the post. Dozens of small skirmishes, none individually decisive, but each one wore the redcoats thinner and thinner. He fought with local militia, partisans, freedmen, and Continental regulars. He paid soldiers with promises. He armed them with what he could scavenge. He wrote constant letters to Washington begging for shoes, salt, and ammunition. And yet, somehow, the army held together. Because Greene didn't just lead, he inspired. He believed this war could be won, and he got others to believe it too. Cornwallis was losing men faster than he could replace them. His supply lines stretched thin. Loyalist support never materialized the way he hoped. And Greene? He refused to give him a clear target. British commanders were baffled. Every time they thought Greene would stand and fight, he pulled back. Every time they thought they had him cornered, he vanished like mist. And every time they took a town, the countryside boiled over with rebels again. One British officer complained, "We cannot control this land, only pass through it and hope not to be shot." That's how Greene liked it. Greene's campaign wasn't flashy. No heroic speeches or dramatic cavalry charges. Just weeks of marching, hiding, ambushing, and recovering. A slow grind across 2 states. But what he achieved was almost impossible. He kept a starving, unpaid, half-broken army moving. He forced one of Britain's best generals to burn his own supplies to chase shadows. He made every British victory cost more than it was worth. That's the long game. And it was about to come to a head at a little place called Guilford Courthouse. By March of 1781, Lord Cornwallis had had enough. He'd chased Greene across rivers, through backwoods, over mud-caked trails. His army was leaner, hungrier, and angrier, but still alive, still dangerous. And Cornwallis, desperate for a decisive blow, thought he finally had a shot. Greene, for once, wasn't retreating. He'd pick a place to stand and fight, Guilford Courthouse in North Carolina. Now, that may sound like a sleepy little town, and it was. But what happened there would become one of the bloodiest, most bizarre, and most important battles of the Revolution. Greene had around 4,500 men, mostly militia and part-time soldiers, along with some regular Continentals. Cornwallis had fewer than 2,000, but his troops were hardened, well-drilled, and carried an edge of desperation. Greene positioned his army in 3 lines, spaced apart. The first was North Carolina militia, told to fire 2 shots, then fall back. The second line was Virginia militia, better trained, told to stand longer. The third was his battle-tested Continentals, his backbone. Sound familiar? It should. It was a twist on the same tactic Morgan used at Cowpens. But this time, it wouldn't work quite as cleanly. The British attacked mid-morning, advancing under withering musket fire. The first American line got off their 2 shots, then scattered. The second held longer, then broke as well. But each line took a bite out of Cornwallis's troops. Then came the Continentals, and that's where the real fight happened. For nearly 2 hours, the battlefield churned with smoke, blood, and chaos. Trees shattered from cannon fire. Men fought at bayonet range. Horses screamed. Officers dropped. At one point, Cornwallis, unable to break the American center, ordered grapeshot to be fired into his own men to stop an American advance. Yeah, you read that right. He fired into his own troops to win. Strategically, a disaster. By the end of the day, the Americans had retreated in good order. So, sure, the British held the field. But let's look at the real numbers. British casualties. Over 500 killed or wounded. Nearly 30% of Cornwallis's army. American casualties. Around 250 to 300, with most militia escaping to fight another day. Greene didn't just survive. He crippled Cornwallis's force. Cornwallis couldn't even pursue. His men were too shattered. Supplies low. Horses dead. His army wasn't victorious. It was bleeding out. He wrote to London, "I never saw such fighting. The Americans fought like demons." And he quietly began marching his broken army north toward Virginia. Guilford Courthouse didn't feel like a turning point at the time. Greene had lost the field. His men were scattered. But in hindsight, it was the British breaking point. Here's why. Cornwallis could no longer hold the Carolinas. The backcountry was too hostile, the troops too thin. Greene turned south and began liberating towns one by one, moving with purpose, gaining ground. Cornwallis? He limped toward Yorktown, hoping to regroup. He wouldn't make it out. The British might have won at Guilford, but they won the way a man wins a fight with a bear, bloodied, torn up, and wondering why he picked it in the first place. The British Southern campaign started with swagger. Savannah, Charleston, Camden. But it ended with a trail of losses that looked like wins, and wins that cost them more than they could afford. Francis Marion kept the swamps boiling. Daniel Morgan gave him a tactical black eye at Cowpens. Nathaniel Greene outmaneuvered them for a full year, bleeding their strength without needing a banner moment. And at Guilford Courthouse, the Redcoats walked off the field, but they never recovered. After that, Cornwallis turned north to Virginia, straight into the jaws of Yorktown. But that's another story. It showed that revolution doesn't always ride in on cavalry charges or come with perfect victories. Sometimes it's won in the swamps, in slow retreats, in muddy skirmishes and risky gambles. And sometimes the most powerful weapon isn't a musket. It's the refusal to quit. By the summer of 1781, George Washington was stuck. The Continental Army had been camped outside New York City for what felt like forever, watching, waiting, starving, sometimes mutinying, but mostly just stuck. General Sir Henry Clinton, the British commander in New York, had his troops dug in and heavily reinforced. Any direct attack would have been a bloodbath, and Washington knew it. But here's the thing. Washington wasn't just sitting idle. He was brooding, calculating, listening. His eyes had begun to drift south, to Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis was setting up shop near a sleepy little tobacco port called Yorktown. At the time, Cornwallis's position didn't look all that weak. He had thousands of redcoats, artillery, and naval support nearby. But there was a problem. That position could become a trap. If someone could block his escape by sea, and if someone else could march down fast enough to pin him in. Washington saw it. Rochambeau, the French general stationed with him in New York, saw it too. But pulling off, that would take the kind of coordination and luck that the rebels rarely enjoyed. Still, it was their best shot. In early August 1781, Washington made the call. They would stop pretending to invade New York and instead secretly march over 400 miles south to Virginia. But this wasn't just a shift in strategy. It was a magician's trick, a full-on sleight of hand, performed on a continental scale. They faked movements, sent misleading letters, built fake camps. Washington even constructed ovens to make it seem like they were preparing to stay put near New York. British spies saw them. Clinton saw them. Everyone took the bait. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, 4,000 French troops under Rochambeau and 2,500 Continentals under Washington were already on the move, marching in heat and dust through New Jersey, then Pennsylvania, then Maryland. Think about that. This wasn't a quick, clean operation. Soldiers trudged mile after mile, feet blistered, uniforms ragged, eating what they could scrounge. They crossed rivers, forded swamps, and still managed to keep the secret. Honestly, that's almost as impressive as the battle itself. Here's a little emotional twist in the tale. On the way south, Washington passed through Mount Vernon, his own plantation home. He hadn't been back in 6 years. Let that sink in. 6 years of war, exile, hardship, and he finally gets a glimpse of the life he left behind. But he didn't stay long. According to records, Washington was uncomfortable there. He felt guilty that he had lived so well before the war, while others were starving, enslaved, or dying. He only spent a night, maybe two, and then was back on the road. The war still had his full attention. By mid-September, Washington, Rochambeau, Lafayette, and a growing Allied army were closing in on Yorktown. Cornwallis had no idea what was coming. Not yet. Meanwhile, in the Atlantic, de Grasse makes his move while Washington marched. The second piece of the trap was already in motion. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse was sailing up from the Caribbean. Now, naval operations in the 18th century were a logistical nightmare. Weather, wind, timing, it all had to click. And it did. De Grasse slipped into the Chesapeake Bay in late August with 29 ships and 3,000 more French troops. And just like that, Cornwallis's lifeline was cut. No reinforcements, no supplies, no easy escape. Not long after, a British fleet showed up to challenge them, but lost. The Battle of the Chesapeake was brief but decisive. It was the only major naval victory of the war for the French, and it sealed Yorktown's fate before a single trench was dug. Coming next, cannons, trenches, and midnight steel, so here we are. The French control the sea. Washington and Rochambeau are marching in with a combined 17,000 troops. Cornwallis is stuck on a peninsula with a shrinking supply line and no idea just how screwed he is. The stage is set. What happens next? Trenches carved into Virginia clay. Cannons that don't sleep. French and American soldiers shoulder to shoulder in the mud. And at the end of it all, a bayonet charge through the dark that would decide the future of an empire. By the end of September 1781, the largest army of the Revolutionary War stood outside the British lines at Yorktown. Around 17,000 American and French soldiers faced off against just under 9,000 British and Hessian troops under Lord Cornwallis. And yet, for a few moments, it still could have gone either way. Cornwallis had fortified his position behind a ring of redoubts, trenches, and artillery emplacements. He had the high ground near the York River. If the British Navy managed to slip back in and evacuate him, or worse, reinforce him, then Washington's entire gamble might unravel. The Franco-American army had to move fast, hit hard, and hope the sea stayed on their side. Let me paint you a picture of what came next. Mud, smoke, thunder. Trenches deep enough to swallow a man. Constant bombardment day and night. Men digging with one hand and clutching their musket with the other. The siege of Yorktown was as much about engineering and endurance as it was about courage. Washington and Rochambeau weren't going to charge straight into the British defenses like fools. They'd learned from European siege tactics, which meant digging parallel trenches, lines of earthworks gradually creeping toward the enemy. The first trench, dug under cover of darkness on October 6th, was about 800 yards from the British lines. That might sound like a safe distance, But don't let the numbers fool you. British gunners could still rain iron down on the workers, especially once the sun came up. So they worked quickly. Hundreds of men dug through the night. Quietly, urgently, soaked in sweat, every shovel of dirt bringing them 1 inch closer to the British defenses. The trench curved like a long, jagged scar across the Virginia soil. A few days later, cannons and mortars were rolled up and mounted. Then, boom. For 9 straight days, the Allies fired relentlessly. And I mean relentlessly. Thousands of cannonballs roared through the air, some crashing into Cornwallis's fortifications, others smashing through buildings, wagons, and even trees. One British soldier described the noise as like the very sky was cracking open. It wasn't just sound and fury, it was methodical destruction. French gunners, in particular, were precise and disciplined. They targeted British gun positions and slowly dismantled the outer redoubts. And as the enemy lines weakened, the second trench moved closer, this one only 400 yards away. The noose was tightening. October 14th, bayonets, grit, and the night that changed everything came to a head on October 14th. Two British redoubts, numbers 9 and 10, stood stubbornly between the Allied armies in full control of the battlefield. These redoubts were like fortified islands of British resistance, and they had to fall. So Washington made the call. He ordered a coordinated nighttime assault. Americans would take Redoubt 10, the French would storm Redoubt 9. No gunfire allowed. Bayonets only. Let that sink in. Imagine charging at a fortified enemy position in the pitch-black night, your musket slung across your back, your only weapon a steel blade about 17 inches long. No flashes to see, just shouts, screams, and the glint of enemy eyes. Alexander Hamilton, yes, that Hamilton, volunteered to lead the American column. He'd been itching for combat glory, and Washington finally gave him the green light. The Americans crept forward silently, then burst into a full sprint across open ground. British defenders opened fire, musket shots, grenades, bayonets clashing, but the Americans didn't stop. They scaled the walls with ladders, tore through the defenses, and overran the redoubt in less than 10 minutes. It was raw, brutal, personal. At the same time, French troops assaulted Redoubt 9 with equal ferocity. Their assault took longer, more resistance, more casualties, but they took it nonetheless. By morning, both redoubts were in Allied hands. The British lines were officially broken. Nothing left but surrender. After the loss of the redoubts, Cornwallis's options were, well, gone. He attempted a desperate breakout across the river the next night, trying to evacuate his troops in boats to Gloucester Point. But a freak storm hit. Boats capsized. Men drowned. Even nature had turned against him. By October 17th, a drummer appeared on the British ramparts, followed by a soldier waving a white handkerchief. Cornwallis had requested terms of surrender. Imagine the moment. Cannon smoke hanging low in the air, the echo of gunfire still ringing, and suddenly, silence. After years of chaos and bloodshed, the battlefield was still. Washington agreed to meet. 2 days later, on October 19th, 1781, the British garrison marched out of Yorktown. The surrender ceremony was formal, grim, and unforgettable. British troops filed past rows of American and French soldiers, laying down their weapons in a muted clatter. The British band reportedly played "The World Turned Upside Down." And honestly, it was. So what happens now? Let's not sugarcoat it. This wasn't the end of the war. Not exactly. Fighting would drag on for almost 2 more years in scattered skirmishes. But Yorktown was the moment when everyone realized that the war's outcome had shifted for good. The British public was stunned. Parliament nearly split apart. Some cabinet members resigned. King George III, furious and heartbroken, refused to concede at first, but the tide had turned. Washington had pulled off the unthinkable. He didn't just win a battle. He broke the back of an empire. And that, right there, is how a ragtag rebel army, with a little help from their French friends, managed to turn the world upside down. It's late 1781. Cornwallis has just surrendered at Yorktown. American streets explode with cheers, toasts, and the kind of hope that feels too big to name. But here's the thing. While the battlefield goes quiet, the real war is far from over. It's moving to polished rooms, thick with cigar smoke and half-spoken threats. Welcome to Paris, where diplomacy is war by slipperier means. Peace doesn't arrive like a letter in the mail. It's brokered, haggled, stalled, whispered about behind closed doors. And in 1782, those doors were in Europe. Paris, specifically. The American Revolution was a global affair by then. France had jumped in, Spain was stirring the pot, and the Dutch were watching carefully. Britain? Britain was exhausted, politically and financially, but still holding on to pride like a bad gambler chasing one last bet. So the Americans sent their best, Benjamin Franklin, the smooth-talking, fur-cap-wearing crowd favorite in France, who knew how to charm ministers and mistresses alike. John Adams, principled, prickly, and a man who didn't care much for diplomacy's niceties. John Jay, sharp, calm, and just as wary of France as he was of Britain. These three men were told to work with the French. But they didn't. Not entirely. Across the Channel, British politics were, frankly, a circus. After Yorktown, Prime Minister Lord North literally threw up his hands, and legend says, nearly in tears, in the House of Commons, exclaiming, "Oh God, it's all over." Soon after, he resigned. What followed was a revolving door of ministries, many of whom weren't even sure if they wanted to end the war, or just wanted to drag their feet so the colonies might come crawling back. The internal tug-of-war made British diplomacy incoherent at best and downright deceptive at worst. Some British officials, in classic imperial fashion, try to play America against France. "You don't really trust the French, do you?" they'd whisper. "They've got their own plans for you." And they weren't entirely wrong. Yes, France had helped the Americans, but let's not paint them as altruistic saviors. They had their eye on revenge against Britain, their old arch-nemesis, and they wanted to keep the new American Republic manageable, ideally small, ideally grateful, ideally dependent. French officials tried to convince the Americans to stick together as a bloc in peace talks. But Franklin and Jay saw the writing on the wall. Jay, especially, grew convinced that France and Spain were scheming to hem in American ambitions, maybe limit their access to the Mississippi or keep Western expansion off the table entirely. So the Americans went rogue. On the quiet, Jay and Adams started talking directly to the British. Franklin, more cautious, went along. The trio wasn't supposed to negotiate without French input, but they didn't care. They sensed a fleeting chance to get better terms before France and Spain could box them in. The British, desperate for a win, or at least a non-humiliating loss, listened. Here's the kicker. This secret deal-making worked. By sidestepping France and Spain, the Americans hammered out a preliminary peace that gave them everything they really wanted, and more. The irony? The new republic had just risked its fragile friendships to secure a better deal. Was it cold? Maybe. Was it smart? Arguably. But it set a precedent. America, from the very start, would do what it thought was best for itself, even if that meant breaking with supposed allies. That said, just because something's agreed to on paper doesn't mean it's settled in the heart. Back in London, Parliament was still fighting itself. Back in America, people were celebrating like the war was over, which it wasn't quite. And in Paris, ink was drying on what would become the Treaty of Paris. Even while whole groups of people, native tribes, enslaved men who'd fought for freedom, loyalists hoping for rescue, were still waiting to see what peace would mean for them. Because peace, as history so often shows, is never evenly delivered. Let's just say it. The Treaty of Paris was a diplomatic miracle wrapped in contradictions. It officially ended the American Revolution, sure, but it also left behind a trail of half-kept promises, vague boundaries, and a mountain of unanswered questions. The ink dried on September 3rd, 1783, but the consequences? They're still echoing centuries later. So what did the treaty actually say? Quite a lot, and yet, somehow, not nearly enough. Here are the big-ticket items. Recognition of American independence. The Crown finally admitted these 13 states were no longer its colonies. It was the moment the rebellion officially became a revolution. Boundary lines, the U.S., stretched from the Atlantic all the way to the Mississippi River. That's a huge win. The northern boundary hugged British Canada, and the south went as far as Spanish Florida. Spoiler, some of these lines were vague enough to cause future brawls. Fishing rights. New Englanders got access to the rich fisheries off Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. This sounds minor today, but in 1783, that was serious economic oxygen. Debts and property. Americans agreed to encourage repayment of pre-war debts to British creditors and to recommend that loyalists who lost property be compensated. Notice those verbs. Encourage, recommend, not exactly enforce. Evacuation of British troops. Britain promised to withdraw its forces with all convenient speed. If that sounds vague to you, that's because it is. All of this looks like a clean break on paper. But if you zoom in, the cracks show. Let's talk borders. Drawing maps in the 18th century wasn't exactly a GPS-guided operation. Much of the land west of the Appalachians was a swirl of vague European claims, indigenous homelands, and speculative real estate fantasies. When the treaty handed it all to the United States, it did so without consulting the people who actually live there. That's kind of a big deal. Tribes like the Shawnee, Cherokee, and Miami didn't even get a seat at the table. They just woke up to find that the land they defended was now American, at least according to a treaty they didn't sign. Cue decades of conflict. Let's be honest, neither side walked away from the table entirely happy. Britain, though formally recognizing independence, was licking its wounds. The loss of the colonies was humiliating and expensive. They'd lost not only land, but prestige, markets, and control over a key part of their empire. And those promises? The British expected American courts to enforce compensation for loyalists and repayment of debts. But in many towns, loyalists were still being tarred, feathered, or quietly run out. Courts weren't exactly rushing to help. The Americans, meanwhile, got the big prize, independence. But they also got stuck with obligations that were politically toxic. Try walking into a town where men had lost fathers and brothers in the war and announcing, "Hey, good news. We'll be paying back the British now." Yeah, that didn't go over well. And don't forget France and Spain. The Americans had sidestepped them, remember? The French were furious when they learned about the secret Anglo-American deal. Spain didn't get Gibraltar back from Britain, and they were less than thrilled, too. The alliance had won the war, but the peace nearly broke it. Let's not downplay it. The Treaty of Paris was a staggering achievement for such a young nation. The U.S. got recognized, got land, got trade rights. It looked like they'd walked away from the table with a full plate. But underneath the applause, the complications were already stirring. Britain didn't leave all its forts. Americans didn't repay most of those debts. Loyalists weren't really compensated. And native peoples? They were cut out entirely. In short, the treaty ended a war, but not the tensions that caused or followed it. So, was it a victory? That depends who you ask. To Washington, it was a sign the cause had succeeded. To Adams, it was vindication of American persistence. To enslaved Black Americans, to abandoned loyalists, to native nations, it was a cold document filled with empty lines. To Britain, a bitter pill and the beginning of the next geopolitical headache. But to the world, it was proof the colonies had actually pulled it off. They hadn't just rattled their chains, they'd broken them. And they'd done it in a way that would redefine what revolution looked like for the next 2 centuries. But, as always, victory brings new questions. Because now that they'd won, what exactly had they created? The Treaty of Paris drew new lines on a map, but it also erased a lot of people. As white American leaders toasted independence, and the British quietly packed their trunks, entire communities, who had risked everything in the war, were suddenly forgotten. Some weren't even considered worth forgetting. They were simply never counted in the first place. This part of the revolution doesn't get heroic paintings or marble statues, but it matters deeply. Let's start with the obvious, the native nations. You'd think a massive war fought across their lands would earn them at least a chair at the peace table, right? Nope. When Britain ceded the land from the Appalachians to the Mississippi River, they gave away land they didn't really own, land lived in, defended, and held by dozens of sovereign native nations. The Iroquois Confederacy had already fractured during the war, with some tribes siding with the British, others with the Americans, and still others trying desperately to remain neutral. The Shawnee, the Miami, the Creek, all had been drawn into the whirlwind whether they wanted to be or not. And yet, not a single native leader was present in Paris when their world was being redrawn. The message? Loud and clear. They weren't considered nations. Not really. Just obstacles. People to be worked around or moved out. And moved they were. The war may have ended in 1783, but for native nations, a new and even deadlier phase was beginning. A grinding, relentless era of broken treaties, forced removals, and settler expansion. This treaty wasn't their peace. It was their eviction notice. Now let's talk about another group who fought with hopes bigger than flags. Black Americans, both enslaved and free. Tens of thousands of black people were involved in the Revolutionary War on both sides. Some were promised freedom for serving in the British Army, especially after Lord Dunmore's 1775 proclamation offered liberation to any enslaved person who fled rebel masters and bore arms for the crown. Thousands took the deal. Others fought for the patriot cause, hoping that liberty might just mean what it said on the tin. After all, how could a new nation founded on the principle that all men are created equal not see the glaring contradiction? Spoiler, it did. And then it looked away. In the Treaty of Paris, not one word addressed the fate of those black loyalists who had fought for the British and now faced capture or re-enslavement. The British did, to their credit, evacuate thousands of them to Nova Scotia, the Caribbean, and eventually some to Sierra Leone. But even that effort was patchy and often chaotic. As for those who'd fought for the American side, many were quietly returned to bondage. Others found freedom only to discover poverty, exclusion, and, eventually, laws written to keep them at the bottom of the new society. In short, the war promised freedom. The peace delivered silence. Let's not forget the Loyalists. They weren't all aristocrats or British-born soldiers. Many were just townsfolk who chose the wrong side, or couldn't stomach the violence of rebellion. Some were black, some native, some just neighbors who'd bet on order over upheaval. During the war, they were mocked, harassed, even assaulted. When a treaty promised they'd be allowed to return home or be compensated for lost property, it sounded decent. But what Congress promised, it couldn't enforce. State governments and angry communities weren't feeling generous. Property remained confiscated. Returnees were threatened or worse. Many fled to Canada, the Bahamas, or back to England, carrying only bitterness and what they could fit on a card. To them, American independence didn't feel like freedom. It felt like exile. Here's the hard truth. While the Treaty of Paris was a diplomatic win for the United States, it was a human loss for many who'd fought, suffered, or just survived the war. The United States wasn't just born in victory, it was born in compromise. And compromise, in the 18th century, often meant powerful white men trading the futures of others like bargaining chips. We remember the Declaration, the fireworks, the famous portraits of Washington and Franklin. But there's also a silence beneath all that, an absence. And in that silence live the stories of people who never got what they were promised. Some would keep fighting. Some would disappear from records altogether. Some would try to carve out lives in the cracks of a new nation that hadn't been made for them, but now included them, whether it wanted to or not. And if you want to understand what America became after the Revolution, you can't ignore them. Imagine trying to haul a wagon across a canyon using a rope bridge made of twine, string, and wishful thinking. That's basically how the United States was trying to govern itself after the war, with a framework called the Articles of Confederation. It wasn't built to last. In fact, it was barely built to function. But for a few fragile, frantic years, it was the glue holding 13 squabbling, sovereign states together. Sort of. The founders didn't just accidentally create a weak federal government. They wanted it that way. They just spent years fighting a distant, overreaching monarchy. The last thing they wanted was a new national government turning into a homegrown tyrant. So when they drew up the Articles during the war in 1777, they gave the central government just enough power to exist, but not enough to do much. Under the Articles, Congress couldn't tax. It could ask states for money, but they could say no. No executive branch, no president, no national leadership beyond a rotating congressional figurehead. No national courts. If two states disagreed, they had to work it out or not. Amendments had to be unanimous. That's right. All 13 states had to agree on any changes. Spoiler, they rarely did. The states liked it that way. They didn't see themselves as puzzle pieces in a big national picture. They were more like rival siblings stuck at the same dinner table. Let's look at how this played out in real life. Congress was broke. The war had drained the treasury, and since it couldn't levy taxes, it depended on states to cough up funds voluntarily. Guess how well that went? Sometimes only one or two states sent money at all. Soldiers went unpaid. Creditors went unanswered. Foreign allies wondered whether the U.S. was even a real country or just a loud idea with a flag. Meanwhile, each state had its own currency, which meant trade was a nightmare. Massachusetts paper was worthless in Georgia. New York merchants charged tariffs on goods from Connecticut. It was like running 13 mini-countries with overlapping borders. Worse, America had won a lot of land in the West. But how was it supposed to manage or defend that territory with no money, no standing army, and no real leadership? Europe watched the chaos and quietly waited for the baby republic to trip over its own shoelaces. The Confederation Congress tried to handle international diplomacy, but with very little leverage. Spain closed the Mississippi River to American trade, choking Western settlers. Britain still held on to forts in the Northwest and stirred up native resistance. What did Congress do about it? Wrote letters, lots of them. With no army to back them up and no cash to pay for action, those letters went nowhere. The Articles were built on the idea of state sovereignty. That meant each state could basically operate like its own nation. Some examples: states negotiated their own trade deals with foreign powers. They ran independent militias. They argued, loudly, over borders and debts. Rhode Island, for instance, blocked basically any move to reform the Articles, earning a reputation as the stubborn, cranky uncle at the family reunion. And they wore it proudly. The result was a federation on paper, but a loose confederation in practice. The tipping point came slowly but steadily. Veterans demanded their pay. Merchants demanded consistency. Farmers demanded relief from crushing debt. And Congress? It begged states for help, and mostly got ignored. It wasn't tyranny people feared anymore. It was collapse. The Articles had been written during a war, when unity was a necessity. But in peace, the threads began to fray. Local interests clashed with national ones. Petty squabbles turned into real crises. And a growing number of Americans started asking, is this it? Because if the revolution had been about creating something new, this clearly wasn't working. The rope bridge was swaying, splintering, and unraveling with every gust. And then came the storm that nearly tore it down. You in a revolution, you expect some peace. Maybe prosperity. At the very least, stability. But for thousands of American farmers and veterans after the war, freedom came with a foreclosure notice nailed to their doors. No jobs, no pay, and courts that seemed more loyal to creditors than countrymen. The war might have ended in 1783, but for many, the real fight was just beginning. And one of them was named Daniel Shays. Shays wasn't a firebrand or some fringe radical. He was a farmer, a former captain in the Continental Army, a guy who fought at Bunker Hill and nearly died for the cause. And after the war, he went home to Western Massachusetts to find debt collectors circling like vultures. He wasn't alone. Many farmers in the region had taken loans during the war, expecting to repay them with post-war prosperity. Instead, the economy tanked. Taxes soared, and the state government, dominated by Eastern elites and Boston merchants, wasn't in the mood to show mercy. If you couldn't pay, you lost your land, maybe even went to debtor's prison. To men like Shays, it felt like a bait-and-switch. Fight for liberty, come home to chains. So in 1786, he and thousands of others picked up their pitchforks, not to overthrow the government, but to shut it down until it listened. Literally, they marched on courthouses and closed them, peacefully at first. They blocked judges from entering, stopped foreclosures mid-session. They weren't trying to destroy the system. They were demanding that it serve them, too. That's what terrified the elites most. Shays' movement spread fast, fueled by word of mouth, shared hardship, and a deep sense of betrayal. Suddenly, Massachusetts looked less like a proud new state and more like a house on fire. Governor James Bowdoin tried to call out the militia, but guess what? Most of the local militiamen sympathized with the rebels. So Bowdoin turned to private funding, raising an army paid for by Boston merchants. Let that sink in. The government couldn't protect itself, so the rich hired soldiers to do it. If that doesn't sound like a scene from a banana republic, I don't know what does. In early 1787, this merchant-backed militia clashed with Shays and his men at the Federal Armory in Springfield. Shots were fired. Blood spilled. The rebellion collapsed. Shays fled to Vermont. But the shockwaves? Those were just beginning. To many in power, Shays' rebellion wasn't just a local disturbance. It was a wake-up call. George Washington, watching from retirement, was rattled. He wrote letters filled with restrained but real dread. What gracious God is man, that there should be such inconsistency and perfidiousness in his conduct? Translation? What the hell is happening to this country we just fought to build? People began to whisper, then shout. The articles weren't enough. The system was too weak. The center couldn't hold. Because if farmers could shut down the courts, if states couldn't defend themselves, if Congress couldn't raise troops or cash, what held the country together? The answer was uncomfortable. Nothing. Not really. Shays' rebellion wasn't the only sign that things were falling apart. Trade wars between states were heating up. New York and New Jersey slapped tariffs on each other like two siblings fighting over the thermostat. Inflation ran rampant in some states, while others enforced hard currency only, crushing debtors. Foreign threats lingered. Britain still had troops on American soil. Spain closed off the Mississippi, and no one took Congress seriously. Some wanted to patch the articles. Others wanted to scrap them entirely. But everyone knew something had to change. Shays didn't start a new revolution, but he might have saved the first one from eating itself alive. Because just months after his rebellion, delegates met in Philadelphia to revise the articles. They'd leave with something very different in hand. But before that, one final act was needed. A moment so strange, so powerful, that even kings in Europe took notice. Power is a funny thing. Most people chase it. Some cling to it. Few ever give it up freely. Which is why what George Washington did in December 1783 remains one of the most astonishing moments in political history, not just American history, world history. Because instead of becoming king or president for life or emperor or first citizen or whatever flattering title the crowd might have offered, George Washington walked away. It happened in Annapolis, Maryland. Congress was meeting there temporarily, hiding from angry mobs and political storms like a group of tired teachers holding office hours in the janitor's closet. Washington entered the room in full military uniform. The place fell silent. With a calm, clear voice, he read a brief statement, thanked Congress, acknowledged the Army's sacrifices, pledged his continued service to the Republic as a private citizen. Then, he handed over his commission as Commander-in-Chief. That's it. No grandstanding. No secret deals. No dramatic mic drop. Just a man giving up the very thing most leaders spend their lives trying to keep. And then he went back home to Mount Vernon. I am not a king. Let's pause here, because this wasn't normal. Think about it. Washington was adored. He had the loyalty of the army, the respect of the people, the fear of foreign powers. If he'd wanted the presidency handed to him on a silver plate, Congress probably would have offered the cutlery too. But he didn't want to rule. He wanted to rest, farm, be a husband, maybe finally sleep past dawn. And in doing so, Washington sent a signal louder than any trumpet. This new country would not be a monarchy. It would not be built on military rule. Power would begin with the people, and it would return to them when the crisis was over. Kings don't retire. But Washington did, and it shocked the world. King George III reportedly said, when told of the resignation, if he does that, he will be the greatest man in the world. Even his enemies understood what it meant. Washington's resignation wasn't just symbolic, it was stabilizing. In a moment when a young republic was wobbling on its feet, divided by weak government, angry debtors, rebellious farmers, and bitter rivalries, this act reminded people what the revolution had been for. Not personal power, not revenge, not aristocracy in a new outfit, but self-government, however messy, however imperfect. And Washington knew something else. His time would come again. People would call him back. But for now, stepping aside was the most powerful thing he could do. And so he faded from the scene, temporarily. He hung up his sword. The nation exhaled. The war was over. The peace was messy. The structure was crumbling. But somehow, the republic held. Barely. There would be more storms to come. A constitutional convention. Another war on the horizon. Slavery, inequality, and injustice still festering in the new nation's soul. But in 1783, amid the uncertainty, something extraordinary had still been born. A country not just of rebels, but of citizens. One that would argue, stumble, brawl, break, rebuild, and somehow keep going. Because America's real revolution wasn't just in muskets and marches. It was in ideas. And those ideas? They still had a lot of fighting left to do. Let's be honest. The United States was a mess in 1787. The revolution had been won, sure, but peace didn't automatically translate into stability. The country was 13 states in a trench coat, barely pretending to be a functioning nation. Congress couldn't collect taxes. States were printing their own currencies. Trade between neighbors felt more like foreign policy. And if you wanted to amend the Articles of Confederation, the country's original blueprint, it required unanimous consent. Try getting 13 politicians to agree on pizza toppings, let alone a new law. People were frustrated. Farmers were rioting. Veterans were unpaid. And the rich? Well, they were getting nervous. The real turning point, the panic button moment, was Shays' Rebellion. In 1786, a group of angry farmers in western Massachusetts, many of them former soldiers who hadn't been paid in years, decided they'd had enough. Led by Daniel Shays, they shut down courthouses and marched on a federal armory. Their demand? Debt relief and a government that listened. The rebellion fizzled, but the shockwave it sent through the country was seismic. To the elites, it looked like anarchy was knocking. George Washington, retired, watching from Mount Vernon, was deeply unsettled. What stronger evidence can be given of the want of energy in our governments, he wrote, than these disorders? If Washington, the most respected man in the country, was rattled, things were bad. That's when the idea took hold. Maybe it was time to fix or ditch the Articles altogether. So in the summer of 1787, delegates from 12 of the 13 states, Rhode Island refused to come, Classic, gathered in Philadelphia. Their official mission? Revise the Articles. Their actual plan? Trash them and start over. The meeting was held in Independence Hall, the same place where the Declaration of Independence had been signed 11 years earlier. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. But this time, the air was thick with heat, humidity, and the anxiety of doing something revolutionary again. Windows were nailed shut to prevent eavesdropping. No recordings, no transcripts, just handwritten notes. The rule was secrecy, and they stuck to it. You want open government? Not yet. James Madison, a young Virginian barely 5'4" and prone to migraines, showed up to Philadelphia with binders full of notes. He had studied every government system he could find, from ancient Greece to contemporary France, and drafted what became known as the Virginia Plan. His idea? A strong central government with 3 branches: legislative, executive, and judicial. Checks and balances. Representation based on population. It was bold, and to some delegates, it smelled like monarchy in disguise. Still, Madison knew the real game. Show up prepared and shape the conversation from the start. And he did. Let's just say he wasn't the loudest guy in the room, but he was the most influential. Think Hermione Granger, but with powdered wigs and parchment. Debates erupted almost immediately. Big states like Virginia and Pennsylvania wanted proportional representation. More people, more power. Smaller states like New Jersey said, hold up, we're not handing over control to the giants. This led to what felt like days of arm wrestling over power. Then there were the brutal moral compromises, none more shameful than those around slavery. Southern delegates, whose economies were built on enslaved labor, insisted enslaved people be counted when determining population, but not when taxing. Northern delegates pushed back. The three-fifths compromise, counting enslaved individuals as three-fifths of a person, was born out of this sick logic. It was deeply unjust, a stain embedded in the Constitution itself. Everyone knew it was a moral failure. They just chose to move past it to get the rest done. That choice would echo for generations. At a certain point, it became clear no one was leaving Philadelphia with everything they wanted. Every delegate had to bend, even if it hurt. The final solution? A bicameral legislature. The House of Representatives would reflect population, and the Senate would give every state 2 votes, no matter the size. This great compromise saved the convention. Then came debates over the presidency. How long should a president serve? Should there be one or several? How should they be elected? And yes, the Electoral College was born out of those arguments, a system that even some of its creators thought was kind of weird. They also built an impeachment, just in case the guy at the top got too drunk on power. Forward thinking, to say the least. And then there was Washington. He presided over the convention like a quiet mountain. He didn't speak much. He didn't need to. Just being there gave the entire project weight. His presence said, "This isn't a coup. This is serious. This is worthy." Delegates deferred to him in subtle ways, in tone, in timing, even in what they dared to propose. They knew he'd probably be the first president. And honestly, that's why they were willing to give that job so much power. Because George Washington, in their minds, wouldn't abuse it. It was trust written into law. On September 17th, 1787, after 4 sticky, sleepless months, 39 of the 55 delegates signed the Constitution. Some refused, it didn't go far enough, or went too far. But most agreed it was the best shot they had. Ben Franklin, frail but still sharp, looked at the carved sun on the back of Washington's chair and said, "I have the happiness to know that it is a rising and not a setting sun." That line gets quoted a lot, and rightly so. It marked the end of one chapter and the unsteady start of another. The real test, whether people across the new country would accept this thing, was just beginning. If you thought writing the Constitution was hard, try getting 13 stubborn, suspicious, independence-loving states to agree on it. Ratification wasn't automatic. It required each state to hold its own convention and vote yes. Not just the legislatures, but actual citizen delegates. In theory, it was a beautiful example of democratic consent. In practice, it was like trying to convince 13 wildly different families to share the same house, bank account, and rules forever. Spoiler alert, not everyone was thrilled. The minute the Constitution hit the press, critics started circling it like vultures. These were the Anti-Federalists, a group of patriots, many of them war heroes, who saw the new Constitution not as salvation, but as a ticking time bomb. To them, it handed way too much power to a central government, something they had just finished fighting against. No Bill of Rights, no guarantee of free speech, no protection from a standing army. People like Patrick Henry, the "gimme liberty or gimme death" guy, were downright livid. "I smell a rat," he said. And he wasn't alone. The Anti-Federalists were loud, and they had a point. The Constitution, as written, didn't include many personal protections people had come to expect. It was more structure than soul, and that scared people. Faced with growing opposition, 3 of the Constitution's biggest cheerleaders, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay, decided to make the case for ratification in a series of newspaper essays. And boy, did they write. Between them, they produced 85 essays under the pseudonym Publius. They were clear, persuasive, passionate, and surprisingly modern in tone. These weren't dry legal lectures. They were fiery arguments for why the Constitution mattered and what would happen if it failed. Hamilton did most of the heavy lifting, Dude wrote 50, one of the 85 essays, the original overachiever. Madison tackled the thorny stuff, like how to prevent tyranny in a large republic. Federalist number 10 is still quoted in political science classes. Jay, who got sidelined by illness early on, handled foreign policy and stability. Think of the Federalist Papers as the 1780s version of a viral blog thread, except instead of arguing on Twitter, they were trying to save a nation. By December 1787, the first state, Delaware, unanimously ratified the Constitution. Tiny, efficient, and proud to go first. That one gave the Federalists a nice headline. Then Pennsylvania followed barely. Protests broke out. Anti-Federalists heckled delegates. At one point, some were physically dragged into the assembly to ensure a quorum. Democracy, it turns out, isn't always elegant. New Jersey, Georgia, and Connecticut followed. That brought the total to 5. But the real test came in early 1788, Massachusetts. This was ground zero for anti-Federalist resistance. Men like Samuel Adams and John Hancock weren't fans of the new framework, but they were also realists. They knew the articles were failing. So they worked a deal, ratify now, amend later. It worked. Massachusetts became the 6th state to ratify, but only after recommending a Bill of Rights. That became the winning formula. One by one, the dominoes fell. Maryland, South Carolina, and New Hampshire, the magic 9th state, brought it home by June 1788. The Constitution was officially adopted. Sort of. Here's the thing. Under the rules, 9 states were enough to ratify. But without New York and Virginia, the Constitution was a political zombie, technically alive, but totally unstable. These 2 states were huge. Economically, politically, symbolically. If either said no, it would divide the country before it even started. The battles inside their conventions were brutal. In New York, Hamilton fought tooth and nail, with every ounce of eloquence he had. The Federalist Papers were aimed squarely at his home state, and it paid off. Barely. New York ratified by just 3 votes. Virginia was just as tense. Madison went toe-to-toe with Patrick Henry, George Mason, and other titans of the Revolution. Again, the promise of a future Bill of Rights helped tip the scales. Finally, both states joined, and with them, a collective sigh of relief. Not long after, even North Carolina, reluctantly, joined the fold. Rhode Island, the lone holdout, didn't sign on until May 1790, nearly 2 years after the government was already running. They eventually realized being left out of the Union was bad for business. Ratification wasn't a moment of universal joy. It was more like a tense nod across a crowded room. People had their doubts. Some felt betrayed. Others were cautiously optimistic. Still, the country had chosen a path. They had said, "We're in this together. No kings, no empires, just a written framework and a very delicate hope that it would work." There were still massive problems to solve. Economic messes, regional rivalries, questions about how this whole president thing would even function. But for now, the ship was built. It was time to find a captain. But George Washington didn't want the job. That part often gets glossed over in the marble and myth version of history. But it's true. He wasn't hungry for power. He wasn't itching to lead again. He had already done that twice. First as commander-in-chief of a war everyone thought was unwinnable. Then as the unofficial national glue after the Revolution, holding a fragile republic together by sheer moral weight. After all that, the man just wanted to go home to Mount Vernon. He wanted to farm. He wanted to walk his land, check his crops, and be left alone. But that was the problem. Washington wasn't just a farmer anymore. He was the one name every American trusted. He was the only person who could calm the nerves of this new experiment. He was the republic in the minds of many, and everyone knew it. As soon as the Constitution was ratified, talk turned to the presidency. And from the start, the assumption was, it's Washington or bust. But George didn't leap at the opportunity. In letters to friends, he admitted his hesitation. He worried about his age. He was 57, not ancient by modern standards, but in the 18th century, that was maybe start writing your will age. He worried about his reputation. What if he failed? What if the country turned on him? What if he died in office and left the government unfinished? And honestly, He worried about setting precedent. Every action he took would become the first oath, the first veto, the first cabinet. He didn't want to accidentally lock the country into bad habits. But he also knew what duty required. Washington wasn't perfect, far from it, but he did understand one thing. Sometimes the right thing is the hard thing. So once again, he packed up and stepped forward. The first presidential election in 1789 didn't exactly feel like a massive democratic event. For starters, only 10 of the 13 states participated. New York was in a legislative deadlock. North Carolina and Rhode Island still hadn't ratified the Constitution. And voting rights? Extremely limited. Only white, land-owning men could cast ballots in most places. So this was far from a popular vote. Still, the mechanics were set in motion. Each state appointed electors, members of the Electoral College, and those electors voted. Under the system at the time, each elector cast 2 votes for president. The top vote-getter would be president, the runner-up vice president. The results? George Washington, unanimous. Every elector voted for him. The only time that's ever happened, John Adams, came in second and became vice president, a role no one really knew how to define yet. It was official. America had a government. It had a constitution. And now it had a president. Washington's trip from Mount Vernon to New York City, then the capital, wasn't just a commute. It was a spectacle. Everywhere he went, crowds gathered. Church bells rang. Farmers lined the roads. Bands played. People wept. It was less like a political transition and more like a royal procession, except Washington kept waving it away with modesty. He bowed instead of waving. He avoided grand speeches. He didn't even want to accept a salary. Congress had to insist. By the time he reached New York, the nation was holding its breath. This wasn't just a ceremony. It was the launch of the world's first constitutional republic, led by an elected head of state. No one had ever done it before. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the second-floor balcony of Federal Hall, looking out over Wall Street. A Bible was brought out from a nearby Masonic lodge. He placed his hand on it. The oath was short, only 35 words. He added, "So help me God," at the end, though there's some debate about whether he really said it or if that came later. Still, the moment crackled with significance. This was it. A man chosen by a young, uncertain nation, promising to lead without tyranny, to guide without dominating, to serve without ruling. No monarchy, no bloodline, just a man, fallible, mortal, human, agreeing to carry the hopes of millions. Washington looked out, bowed, and went inside. No applause, no fireworks, just history being made. With the oath taken, Washington got to work. But here's the thing. Nothing was set up. There was no White House, no permanent capital, no roadmap. Washington worked out a rented house in New York. He started making decisions immediately, and every one of them mattered more than he probably realized. He set the tone for how formal, or not, the presidency would be. He decided how to address the president, choosing Mr. President over Your Excellency, a close call. He began the tradition of the inaugural address. He set up the first cabinet, appointing brilliant argumentative minds like Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State, and Alexander Hamilton, Treasury. It was like building a car while driving it, at full speed, on a road no one had ever seen. Let's not pretend Washington sailed through this. He was constantly exhausted. He hated the political infighting. He worried about appearing monarchical, so he walked a tightrope, trying to project authority without seeming regal. And deep down, he feared failure. Letters from this period reveal his inner conflict. He confided to friends that he felt trapped by the office, that he longed to retire, that he feared the country would unravel under his watch. But he kept going, because he knew the country needed time to believe in itself, because he understood that if he walked away, the whole fragile experiment might collapse behind him. Because sometimes leadership isn't about what you want, it's about what history demands. Let's not sugarcoat it. America didn't burst out of the gate as a flawless beacon of democracy. It stumbled, argued, changed its mind, doubled back, and second-guessed itself constantly. But somehow that messy beginning, it worked. In fact, it may be what made the whole thing stick. The Constitution was in place. The president was in office. But everything else? Still up for grabs. At first, there were no official political parties. The founders hated the idea. Washington especially. He warned against them like a parent warning their kid about junk food. But within his first term, you could already see the lines forming. On one side, Alexander Hamilton, bold, brilliant, a bit of control freak. He believed in a strong central government, national banking, and tying America's future to finance and trade. On the other, Thomas Jefferson, soft-spoken but sharp as a tack. He believed in small government, an agrarian society, and power rooted in the people, especially farmers. They were both in Washington's cabinet. You can imagine how that went. Cabinet meetings started to feel like group therapy sessions, with lots of passive-aggressive tension and not-so-subtle notes being passed under the table. Washington often had to mediate like a tired dad between two brilliant but bickering sons. It was a drama-filled tug-of-war, and the press didn't help. If you think modern media is polarizing, just know that 1790s newspapers were basically open political hit jobs. There were pro-Jefferson papers that painted Hamilton as a monarchist plotting to bring back the British crown. Then there were pro-Hamilton papers that accused Jefferson of being a closet anarchist who wanted to burn down the whole system and let farmers run everything. The personal got political, and the political got vicious. Washington, who hated gossip and drama, tried to stay above the fray. But even he couldn't avoid becoming a target. Toward the end of his second term, some papers accused him of acting like a king. It broke his heart. Despite the friction, those early years did get stuff done. The Judiciary Act of 1789 established the federal court system, a whole branch of government built from scratch. The first bank of the United States became a cornerstone of American finance, thanks to Hamilton's relentless lobbying. The Bill of Rights, promised during ratification, was officially added to the Constitution in 1791. 10 amendments, straight out of the anti-federalist wish list. The government put down a rebellion, the Whiskey Rebellion, without falling apart. A big deal, considering what happened with Shays' Rebellion just a few years earlier. Foreign policy was a tightrope walk. Britain was still hovering, France was in revolution, and Spain controlled big swaths of the continent. Washington's policy? Stay neutral. Stay out. Focus inward. It wasn't always popular, but it kept the country from getting dragged into a war it couldn't afford. After 2 terms, Washington stunned the country. He wasn't running again. This had never been done before, not just in America, but anywhere. Voluntarily stepping away from power? That was unheard of. He published a farewell address, written mostly by Hamilton with edits from Madison. That was part sermon, part warning, and part love letter to the nation. In it, he told Americans, avoid permanent foreign alliances. They'll drag us into endless wars. Don't let political factions divide the country. They'll turn citizens against each other. Value morality, religion, and unity. They're the pillars of a republic. Most of all, he reminded people that the government only works if you believe in it. If citizens stop caring, stop voting, stop trusting, the whole thing unravels. It was profound and bittersweet, like watching a great actor walk off stage mid-scene, knowing it's exactly the right moment. When John Adams was sworn in as the second president in 1797, something truly radical happened. Power changed hands peacefully. No army stepped in. No bloodshed. No civil war. Washington went back to Mount Vernon and lived out his final years in relative quiet. His presence lingered like gravity, but he let go completely. It's hard to overstate how powerful that moment was. In a world where rulers clung to thrones and dynasties passed power through bloodlines, the idea of a president just going home, that was revolutionary in its own right. It told the world, this system isn't about one man. It's about the people who run it and the people who watch them. So yeah, America's beginning was messy. It was filled with contradictions, grand ideals, bitter compromises, brilliant visionaries who couldn't stand each other. A government that balanced between collapse and cohesion almost every week. But it held, not because it was perfect, but because enough people believed it was worth trying. And that's the real legacy of those early years. Not just a constitution, not just a president, but a belief, however fragile, that power can be shared, truth can be spoken, and the future doesn't have to be inherited, it can be earned. That belief, it's still the most radical idea in American history. All right, that's it for tonight. If you made it this far, you're my kind of people. Thank you. I hope something in the dark corners of history caught your curiosity. Hit that like button, maybe subscribe, or just say hi in the comments. Either way, I'll be back soon with more. Until then, sleep light. And remember, the past doesn't always stay buried.